Today's episode is a compilation of all the Glitch in the Matrix stories that I narrated back in November and December of 2022 and January of 2023. As such, you may have heard some of these stories, but either way, I hope that you all enjoy. I have one of those dumb glitches that was really neat for me at the time, but in the grand scheme of things doesn't really mean much to the world, nor should it. It's such a boring and mundane thing that there's a million possible explanations, but none of them really seem to fit or work in this specific case. So, I'm going to say that it was a glitch and move on from there. About a week ago, it was my birthday, but I'm well beyond the age of getting a cake and having people over. The day of, while my wife and I were at the store, I saw these ice cream cones that were filled with fudge and were on a cone that was marked as being made of Kit Kat wafers. I love Kit Kats, so I said, hey, let's just get those instead of a container of ice cream. That way we can enjoy them for a few days. My wife agreed, we grabbed them, and we bought them. After we ate, we both were pretty antsy to get at the cones, which sounds kind of dumb as I type it out. But we opened the box and were sorting through the two flavors. As I was sorting them, I noticed that there was one missing. There were supposed to be 8 cones total, 4 double chocolate, and 4 vanilla with fudge in them. I dumped them on the counter and counted, and sure enough, there were only 7 there. 4 chocolate, but only 3 with the fudge. I know that this isn't a common thing to happen, but it does happen. Sometimes packages get messed up when they ship, so whatever. It is what it is. My wife mentioned that we could always take them back, but at this point, we had opened it, and it would look like we were just trying to get a freebie after eating one of the cones. So I said that it was fine. We'd had our ice cream, enjoyed it, and moved on with life. After a few days, we had each had 3 apiece, leaving just the 1 extra. The box was sitting in the freezer, and my wife had grabbed it, making a comment about how there was only 1 left. It was a chocolate one, no fudge, just basic chocolate. And I didn't much care for that flavor, so I mentioned that she could have it. I will say that, at this point, I did not watch what she did in the kitchen, but I saw her walk into the living room with the ice cream cone in hand. She came in, sat down, and was 100% without a doubt eating one of the cones, and it was the last chocolate one. I then made a dumb comment about how, if they hadn't packaged them wrong, I would be enjoying my last cone with her as well. She laughed, made a joke at me being whiny, and that was that. About 5 minutes or so later, I got up and went into the kitchen to get some ice for a glass of water, and when I opened the freezer, there was the box of the ice cream cones sitting on the bottom shelf. I was a slight bit annoyed, thinking that she had just left the empty box in the freezer. So, I grabbed it to make a passive-aggressive statement, and, to my surprise, when I did, it wasn't empty. I opened it and looked inside, and there was a single cone in the box. Even more surprising was that it was the one with the fudge. Like, it was the one that was missing. I grabbed it and walked toward the living room, and my wife saw the cone and asked where the hell it came from. I asked her if it was in the box when she got hers, and she said no, that she had pulled the box out and tossed it into the recycling bin. I looked back. There was no box in the bin, just the one in my hand. We both kind of stood there for a moment, and after a few seconds, I tossed the box into the bin and went into the living room with my cone, and sat there just kind of staring at it. I don't think either of us knew what exactly to say or think about this, because it really didn't makes sense. I mentioned that my birthday was for sure 3 days prior to this, and I had a fudge cone that night. She had chocolate. The next day we swapped flavors, and that was when I realized I didn't like the chocolate one as much. Then, yesterday, I'd had the last vanilla fudge one, and she had chocolate, leaving just that last chocolate one in the box. We both remembered that there was for sure one missing on the first day that we got it, and that there were 7 and not 8 in the box. We both remember the same set of events where we had been eating one a day up to this day, which would have ended on that day with the one that she was eating. And yet here we were, staring at the now replaced fudge cone. I know that getting an extra ice cream cone from the Matrix may sound boring, but it was really weird, because we both remember the exact same thing, and the exact same order of events. This cone should not exist, and yet it does. I don't think that we misremembered, because it was exactly 4 days of us having the cones, so it would math out correctly. I don't think she would have lied about there not being one left, because there'd be nothing to gain with that, really. And I know for a fact that she didn't go out to get a box of them to replace the missing one, because she would have had to have gotten rid of 7 other ones just to pull this off. And, to the best of my knowledge, you can't buy these individually. So, in the end, I had my last fudge cone, and I enjoyed every second of it, because it was good. I have no idea where it came from, how it got there, or why it was even missing in the first place, but the Matrix gave it back. And I guess that's just the mystery that is our simulation. I had a weird and kind of frustrating glitch in the Matrix recently. It was both exciting because I love these stories, but also a bit terrifying because it was something that really made no sense to me. It was about a week ago. I was in my room just talking on my phone with my bestie about nothing in particular. We chatted, made plans to meet up in a couple of hours for lunch, and then we hung up. As I was getting ready to go into the living room to watch TV, I had this really weird urge to clean my room. Like, almost a forcefully compelling urge to do so. My room wasn't really that messy, it was just a bit disorganized and could use a bit of a pickup. So, I gave in to this urge. I put my phone on my end table and I put on Spotify so I had some tunes to listen to while I did my cleanup. I put all of my clothes away, organized and cleaned up my desk, vacuumed, dusted my shelves, basically the whole 9 yards when it comes to cleaning your room. At some point during this, the music stopped playing, and it was then that I remembered that my battery was low when I was on the phone, and I hadn't plugged it in, so my assumption was that the battery had just died. I told myself that I would make my bed, and then go plug it into the charger in the living room. I pulled off my sheets, refitted everything, and got the blankets all snug, and when I was satisfied with how everything looked, I reached over to grab my cell phone, and it was gone. I was a bit confused, but then I thought that I may have knocked it down when I was pulling the sheets off the bed, since I wasn't exactly being careful. I checked the floor around the table and under the bed, but it wasn't there. My second thought was that I had gotten it under my sheets or something like that when I was making the bed. So, I tore that all apart looking for it. Nothing. No phone whatsoever. I was seriously confused and sort of panicked, because I'd had my phone right there on the end table the entire time that I was cleaning. I was listening to music, and had just gotten off the phone with my friend. So where the hell did it go? I looked through all the places that I had cleaned, my drawers where I put my clothes, around my desk, on my shelves. It was literally nowhere to be seen. I hit a point where I needed to get going to meet up with my friend from the previously mentioned lunch date, so I pretty much had to abandon my search for my phone until later. I was upset and annoyed, but at the same time, the phone was definitely in my room, or at the very least in my apartment, so I wasn't terribly worried about it being gone. I grabbed my purse and my keys, locked up my apartment, and I left. Whenever I unlocked my car door and sat down in the seat, I was really confused. My phone was sitting in the cup holder of my car, dead center between the seats. I literally stared at it for somewhere close to 3 minutes, just trying to piece together how the hell my phone ended up in my car, which was in the parking lot outside my building and was definitely locked, considering I'd had my phone in my bedroom. I was talking on it in my bedroom. I was listening to music on it after the call while I was cleaning my bedroom. How could it have possibly ended up in my car? After staring like an idiot for a while, I decided to not look a gift horse in the mouth and just moved on. I actually checked it, and even better, my battery wasn't dead. It was somehow still at 15%, right where it was when I hung up my call. I plugged it into my car charger to make sure it had battery just in case it decided to teleport again while I was out. So, that's my little weird glitch that I can't explain. It's not creepy like some, but definitely bizarre, and something that I cannot find an explanation for. I had an odd experience this year that could maybe be a glitch. Earlier this year, 2022, my 15-year-old daughter and myself got matching infinity bracelets at a local shop. If you're not familiar with infinity bracelets and anklets, they're a delicate chain that gets soldered onto you, so there's no clasp. The only way to remove it is to break it off. Anyway, we got them together that spring. Midsummer, hers had broken off and she was bummed, but she put it in a safe place until we could make time to go get it reattached. The shop was only open for this type of thing once a week, so it wasn't super convenient to get it done. Fast forward to fall, and we finally had a free afternoon to get the bracelet reattached when the shop would be open. She retrieved it from her room and put it in her jacket pocket. Before we could go to the shop, we went to her little brother's flag football game and sat in camp-type chairs on the sideline. She took the bracelet out of her pocket one time during the game and showed it to me, and she then put it back in her pocket. After the game, we were driving her brother home and she realized that the bracelet was gone. We got home, checked her coat, the car, the camp chairs in the back of the car, and nothing. She made a comment about how she kept it safe for months, and then the day we finally have time to fix it, she loses it. For context, my daughter is one of those type A type of humans, who's very neat and organized in most all aspects of her life. So, I do find it unusual that she would lose it, but she is human after all, and accidents happen. We figured that it had to have fallen out at the field. Later that afternoon, I was out running errands solo, and decided to stop by the sports field to retrace our steps. The field had turned over by this point, and there was a new crop of families on the sidelines. I happened to know the family sitting where we were earlier, and they saw me looking around and asked what I was doing. After I explained, they all stood up to help me look. We searched for a few minutes, but nothing. I thanked them and retraced my steps again back to my car. I knew it was a long shot because it was a small gold chain, and I'm sure not easily spotted in the grass. but she was so disappointed that I figured it was worth it to look just in case. About a week later, I saw my daughter's jacket lying around the house, and I decided again to check it over. For context, the jacket isn't a cotton or wool type jacket with a loose weave where the chain could have wriggled into the seam easily. It was a brand new, custom, windproof and waterproof jacket that she had received for her sports crew team for when they're out on the water. The material was tight and slippery, and with it being brand new, it was less likely to have loose seams. But still, maybe there was a small hole or something where the chain could have wriggled. I stuck my hands in the pocket, feeling for a small hole or anything where the bracelet could have gone, and nothing. So, I accepted that it really fell out somewhere, and I just missed it. Weeks go by. My daughter wears the jacket several times, and we move on. One day, I come home, and she says, "I found my bracelet." I say, "What? Where?" And she replies, "You'll never believe this, but I put my hand in my jacket pocket today, and it was right where I had left it." I was really astounded because I myself had thoroughly inspected that coat, and she had worn it multiple times. I want to believe that we just missed it, but we put so much effort into looking for this bracelet that for it to be entirely gone and then entirely there is too weird. Maybe if she'd felt it poking or something and pulled it through some tiny hole or between a seam, but for it to show up in its entirety, it's just so odd. Could she have motive to pretend it was gone and then magically find it? I don't think so. She was so excited to get it fixed, and genuinely so disappointed when we couldn't make that happen. Could she have purchased a new piece of chain to replace it? No, because the way these bracelets are attached, there is a small loop added that is a little bigger than the chain link itself where the jeweler solders it. And her chain didn't break at the loop, it broke in the regular chain link, leaving the loop intact. So she'd have to have a new chain resoldered and break it again along the chain link. Plus, I had already offered to replace it, so it's not like she'd have an incentive to make anything up. She said that it felt like someone borrowed it and then put it back because that's how it wholly disappeared and wholly reappeared. Yesterday, I'm on TikTok and come across a video about a glitch in the Matrix, which I had never heard of, and this incident immediately pops up in my head. In one of the comments, someone mentions this podcast telling stories about glitches, so I listened to an episode, and hearing other stories, it makes me think that this is exactly what happened to us. Side note from Raven here, and Nikki, if you hear this story on either YouTube or Spotify or wherever you listen to my podcast, could you email me and maybe tell me what channel on TikTok that was that you saw that on where they commented about my podcast? Because I might need to go make an account on TikTok and thank them. Because I don't have a TikTok account and I've never posted anything on TikTok, so to have someone over there talking about me is bizarre and kind of cool. So if you could, please, and thank you for the story, it was great. I have a weird and kind of creepy glitch story that may be a case of quantum immortality. I'm really not sure. I can't say that I know a whole lot about simulation theory or glitches, and I know even less about what quantum immortality really entails, but I think that this falls into that category. In order to fully make sense of it all, I guess I need to explain what happened. This is not a situation that happened to me personally. It actually happened to my brother, and I'm a bit of a side victim to the situation. This is going to be a bit weird in structure, and I'm sorry for that, but I'm not really sure how to explain it all in a proper timeline, because the situation that caused it all happened about 5 years ago, and then I learned that the thing happened this past month, and now I'm questioning everything from that moment forward. So, on that, 5 years ago there was a major incident in our family home. I was 16 at the time, and my brother was about to turn 18. It was the middle of winter, and it was getting pretty cold here in the Midwest. We had the heat on in the house, but my brother's room was in a separate room off to the side of the basement. The room was once a laundry room, but my dad had changed all of the hookups, so he had taken that room as his. Unfortunately, the basement did have issues with heat, so my brother had bought a small room heater to set up down there to keep it all as warm as the rest of the house. On the night that this happened, my brother had left his space heater on, and I don't really know if it was a short in the plug or the heater itself, but it ended up catching on fire. Now, I want to mention that I do not remember much about this night beyond the house catching, me getting out, and the insanity and chaos that took place as the fire department put out the fire. I will say that while I don't remember much, there is one very specific detail that I don't recall anything about, and that is my brother. I don't remember him exiting the house, and I don't recall him ever being pulled out of the fire by anyone else. For some reason, his whereabouts after the fire started, for me, are completely unknown. I will say that I do remember him being home that evening, because he was there for dinner. We'd had pizza and he asked Dad to get wings for him, which he did. I don't know why I recall that specifically, but I do. But for some reason, I have zero knowledge, memory, or idea where he was after the fire started. On the other end of this is my brother and what he remembers. He says that he remembers being home that night, and surprisingly, he said that he remembers the fire. He said that he was in bed and he remembers a weird popping sound that actually made him jump out of bed. Then, he recalls the room getting really hot and smoky. He said that he tried to get out of the laundry room but couldn't because the fire was blocking him in. With how that laundry room was built, there were no windows or exits outside of the main door, and there was a decent amount of basement that existed between the laundry room and the stairs. Thinking about it, the old laundry room really should not have been used as a bedroom, but hindsight is 20/20. The whole thing that he told me sounds horrible. He mentioned that he remembered starting to lose consciousness because of the smoke and heat, and that he tried as hard as he possibly could to get through the fire, but he remembers being horribly burned. And he has a very detailed memory of not making it to the stairs before collapsing. Now, obviously, that's not what happened, but he remembers it very thoroughly. He says that after he collapsed on the ground in the basement, in his mind, he kept hearing his own voice telling him that he was not going to die there, that he was going to make it. He said that it was like he was telling himself that he was going to be okay, that he was going to make it, and that he was going to get up, but it wasn't him. I know that sounds confusing, but it was like a third-party version of himself was yelling at him to wake up and get out. Then, he says that he jumped awake, but that's where things get really strange. He says that when he woke up, it was morning, and he was at his friend Derek's house. He says that he asked Derek how he got there, and Derek told him all about how he'd stayed over that night, how they'd been playing Call of Duty all night, and how they had pizza. He looked outside, and sure enough, his car was sitting in Derek's driveway. According to Derek, Derek's parents, and even my parents, he had been there all night. He wasn't home whenever the fire broke out, a fact that everyone was beyond grateful for. However, he completely and totally remembers being in the fire. And I remember some of what he actually said, that he was home when we had dinner, and I don't ever remember him leaving. He says that he was home. Everyone else says that he was out. And for me, there's just a huge blank in my memory for where he was or what happened to him. It's a crazy event that I cannot explain. But my brother sincerely believes that he died in that fire. He remembers the pain, the heat, but he was, by all official and known accounts, not home that night. Like I mentioned, I'm not sure if this is a glitch, but based on his recollection of the fire, and the fact that I can't remember where he was, it all seems like something went wrong here. Something about all of this really confuses me, and it makes me think how broken our simulation may actually be. I have a glitch that happened to me the other day that I cannot seem to get over. I know that sounds dumb, but it's eating at me, and I'm personally struggling to move past it because it makes no sense, and I don't understand how or what exactly happened. I don't want to drag this on too long, so I'll get right to it with very little in ways of context here. The only things that I think you need to know are that I'm 17, I live with my parents, and I do not have my phone charger near my bed. I know that to some people, that may sound weird, but I've been trying to peel myself away from my phone a bit, since being a teenager in modern times has me a bit attached to my screen. And I read that a good way to do this is to have a place to charge your phone that is away from where you can reach it. So, because of this, I have my charger on my dresser, which is over by my door, and on the opposite end of my room from my bed. If I need to use my phone for whatever reason while it's charging, I have to get up, walk around 6 full steps to my door, and use it over at the dresser. It's actually done a good job at getting me to use my phone less, if anyone cares. Anyways, the other day I was in my room doing my homework when my dad knocked and came into my room. I asked him what was up, and he asked me if I had seen his text that he had sent me. He commonly sends me messages with quick questions if he's feeling too lazy to come upstairs and ask me. I said that I hadn't seen them because I was nose down and I grabbed my phone from where it was sitting on my nightstand. I opened the text and read it. It was just him asking me what I wanted for dinner, and he also sent me some silly meme gif. I chuckled at the meme, and then told him that I was open to whatever he and Mom were going to make, that I didn't want anything specific. He stood there at my door and we chatted about a few things. He asked me about my homework. I mentioned that it was for my economics class, and that it was pretty easy, but I was just really focused. He asked me about other things with school, and we just had a bit of a quick chat. Nothing too crazy. As he was about to leave the room, I started to hear the sound of my phone vibrating, like I was getting a phone call. I looked down at my bed where I thought I had tossed it, but I couldn't find it. My dad then looks over at my dresser and makes a snide comment about how it was my boyfriend. He then picks up my phone from my dresser, unplugs it, and walks it over to hand it to me. Said that he'll let me know when dinner was ready, and then he left. I just held my phone and tried to figure out how it ended up plugged in and on my dresser. It made no sense. I had looked at it when my dad entered the room to see the meme and to respond to his question. Yet, when my boyfriend called, it was over on my dresser and somehow plugged in. Also, I was the only one between the two of us that realized that something was off. When I mentioned it to my dad, he kind of just shook his head and said that he thought it was on the dresser the whole time. I mentioned that I had read his text, and I had replied to it while he was up there. He says that he actually asked me the question when he walked in, and that he didn't recall me ever having my phone. It was really weird. I swear I had looked at the text and the meme because I knew what the picture was. I remembered what it all was, but I had somehow not seen it prior to when he handed me my own phone. It was like my phone teleported to the dresser, but also reset the timeline to make it that it was always over there. I really don't know what happened, but I'm very open to interpretation from your listeners because it was freaky. To start with some context, I live with my best friend from high school, her 2 kids, my husband, and our 2 kids. My best friend is a wedding photographer and incredibly talented. I'm not even being biased either. And while she's amazing, she's really disorganized and not detail-oriented. I, on the other hand, am obsessively organized, and I'm currently taking a break from my dream job to do homeschool for our kids. Her disorganization makes my eye twitch, so I started working for her, charging her gear, making sure she has everything, once she forgot her damn camera. I also do her finances and client contact. It's rewarding work, and I'm damn good at it. Anyway, she came home from a shoot recently, and as always, I took her bag. I pulled out all the batteries and memory cards, and handed the cards to her so she can upload. She has a spare camera that she never uses, but I checked that one too, every time. But this time, she was missing some video footage. She got her camera and checked the card slots. Nothing, of course. I'm always extremely careful with the cards. They're small and they contain the only photos of someone's wedding. It would be a complete disaster if they got lost. She had both cards and both had photos from before and after she took the videos. But the videos weren't there. She had been working for another photographer that day and brought the cards to his house, and nothing. All the photos, but no videos. I double-checked the camera slots. My husband checked them. Unsurprisingly, they were empty. Not just that they're black and so was the camera, so maybe we missed them. No, completely empty. I would bet my life on it. I took them both out, and I know this because she had 2 cards with identical sets of photos. There was no missing card. For whatever reason, the videos just never saved to either card. Fast forward to this morning, she looked in the camera again, for lack of anything else to do, and there was a memory card in it. On the card, all the videos, and no photos. I know nothing about cameras, but I know that she dual writes, meaning that she uses 2 cards, both of which should have identical photos and videos at the end of the night. It's like a failsafe in case one of the cards gets corrupted. There's no setting for photos on one card, videos on the other. And again, previously, there were no cards in her camera. I cannot stress this enough. We were never missing a card. She had them both the whole time. We just checked the card slots for lack of any other ideas. And because when you run out of logical ideas, you start turning to illogical ones. So now, she has 2 cards with photos and 1 with videos, all of which, apparently, came out of her camera, which only has 2 slots. I'm utterly baffled. And, as the title says, this is the most recent of a slew of weird stuff. Calendar events disappearing, then reappearing on different dates, client numbers and texts completely erased from our phones. Not just, oops, deleted the thread on accident. My phone had no record of my calling or texting with this bride, or of her number being in my contacts at all. I even checked the cloud where all my phone content backs up, and nothing. One time, my best friend pulled up the Netflix account and found that she was signed in to a stranger's account. Everything was in Spanish. We hadn't seen any of the shows. 4 profiles belonging to strangers. No one had been in our house. The kids didn't do it. It was on the smart TV, which is mounted very securely to our wall. We have 3 dogs in addition to my very thorough nightly lockup routine, so there's no way anyone was in our house undetected. I, honestly, don't know what to make of any of this. Hey, Raven. I've been meaning to send you these 3 little glitch stories. So, story number 1. A little background to start. I don't really like wearing rings. Even after I married my husband, I always took my wedding ring off when I went to sleep, and because it's super uncomfortable for me to sleep with rings on my fingers, especially since my hands have a tendency to swell at night. At home, I have a designated place for my rings when I take them off, but if I stay the night somewhere else, I usually just put them in whatever bag I may bring with me on an overnight stay somewhere. Now, onto the story. My cousin needed someone to watch her young boys for her because she had to work an overnight shift, and her husband had to get up early for work the next day, which meant that for 2 or 3 hours, there would be no one there for the kids. She asked me if I could come over and stay the night so that someone would be there for the boys, who were 2 and 5 years old at the time. As godmother to the boys, I of course said yes, even though I too had to work the next day, but not until much later. By the time I got there, the boys were in bed asleep anyways, and it has never been a big deal for me to help out with them if she needed help. My cousin was more like a sister to me anyways, thus the reason I was asked to be the godmother to both her kids. Anyway, on to the glitch. I was wearing both my wedding and engagement rings, and a necklace as well. I took all my jewelry off and placed them in the small pocket in the front part of the backpack that I had brought over with me. I'm sure that you know where this is going. I went to sleep that night. The next morning, after my cousin came home from work, I went home and got ready for work. After I bathed and got dressed, I opened the front pocket of my backpack to pull out my jewelry, and, you guessed it, they weren't there. At that point, I searched every pocket in the backpack. I even went as far as opening all of the pockets and turning the backpack upside down and shaking it. There was nothing. Not even the sound of rings and a metal pendant clanging against each other. I was baffled. I was sure that I put them in the backpack. I even called my cousin and asked her to keep a lookout for them at her house, just in case, by chance, I may have actually put them on her computer desk or something like that. I was tired after all when I got there, and I went to bed as soon as I arrived. But I knew that I had put them in my backpack. I was sure of it. I don't remember how long it was, but months, maybe even a year later, when my husband needed to borrow my backpack for a road trip that he was taking with a friend. I had used it a bunch of times in between when my jewelry went missing and when my husband needed to borrow it. I started to remove the things from the backpack so that he wasn't carrying around unnecessary items for his trip, and I bet you can't guess what I found. That's right, my necklace and rings in the same little pocket that I had put them in the night that I stayed over at my cousin's house. Now, story number 2. When my son was 2 years old, he loved Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood. He liked it so much that my husband and I got him a 3-disc DVD set that had 26 episodes of the show on them. One day, I had turned my back for just a moment, and when I turned back around, I had found that my son had opened up the case to the DVDs and had pulled one of them out. I took it from him and looked at it. It was a little scratched up, but otherwise didn't look too bad. It still played just fine in our Xbox, so I never really worried about it. However, when we played them in the DVD player in our van, the one that was scratched up would skip once it reached a certain episode, and I would have to change out the disc. It played enough of those episodes on the disc that I didn't see not playing it for those episodes. It really wasn't a big deal. Well, one day my son was watching the disc in the van, and it was on the episode that skipped. At that point, we were almost home, so I just let the disc play instead of worrying about pulling it out and putting in a different one. Only this time the disc didn't skip. It played just fine. After we pulled into the driveway and I put the van into park, I pulled the disc out and looked at it. I was baffled. There were no scratches to be seen. Now, you may be thinking that maybe my husband just cleaned it. Trust me when I say that that was not possible. At that time, my husband rarely, if ever, drove the van, and he could really have cared less about if that DVD worked or not. And also, I had cleaned it several times with no luck of it making a difference. I even used a disc repair kit, and it also did not help. Besides, disc repair kits don't actually work as well as one would think. The disc never looked like new after the disc repair kit, but for whatever reason, it does now. It looks brand new. It's just too crazy. If it isn't a glitch in the Matrix, then I have no clue how it got fixed like new. Now, story number 3. This glitch is super recent. It happened over the summer. One weekend day, we were having a lazy day. I was playing my Nintendo Switch Lite and watching the TV in the living room. My husband was taking a nap. My son was playing our regular Nintendo Switch in his bedroom while he watched on his TV. Yes, my 7-year-old has his own TV and is spoiled rotten. To add a bit of background, my son has cerebral palsy. His whole right side is affected by it, and playing the Switch with the Joy-Cons attached to the handheld part of the Switch is hard for him. So, we have a few different regular controllers that make it much easier for him to play games on the Switch. Using the Joy-Cons in handheld mode is hard for him to use because the controls are too far apart, and he only has one working hand. With a regular controller, it's a much smaller space, so he is able to better play with one hand. And this is important to the story. Anyways, back to the glitch. My son walked into the living room holding a controller that had Pikachu from Pokemon on it. He put it down on the couch and came over to ask me a question. I answered his question, and then he walked away. I noticed that he had left the controller on the couch, but found that it was too late to call after him to let him know that he had left it. I knew that he would come back and get it, as he couldn't play without it. In the meantime, I went back to playing my Switch and watching, or really just listening to the TV. A couple moments later, my son was back asking about the controller. I turned and pointed to the spot on the couch where he had left it, only to find that it wasn't there. No, I didn't touch it. My husband was taking a nap, so he didn't touch it. It just wasn't there anymore. I got up and looked around, looked on the floor, picked up a blanket that was on the couch and shook it out, but it was gone. I was baffled. Instead of worrying about it because this stuff happens to me all the time, I just moved on. I got out another controller for my son and handed it to him and told him to use that one. He obliged and was on his way. I went back to what I was doing, playing Animal Crossing on my Switch and watching the TV. About an hour later, I got up to go to the bathroom. My eyes immediately went to a spot on the couch where the Pikachu controller sat. I picked it up and put it away in the box where we keep all the stuff for the Switch. I just shook my head and moved on with life because this isn't out of the ordinary for me, but it still baffles me every time it happens. I'm prefacing this that the house that we live in has no black mold, no gas leaks, and we also haul our drinking water from town, so there are no contaminants. I've tried my whole life to debunk experiences, and you're welcome to as well. Often we would joke because everywhere we would go with our mom, mistakes would follow. Her mom is D, and so we called it the D factor, because things just factor in differently for Mom. Here's an example. Mom would walk up to an automatic dispenser for hand sanitizer. The people in front of her can use it just fine. As soon as it's her turn, the machine won't work. She moves to the side to let us kids try, and doesn't work. A stranger tries it, and it works. And again, we go back and forth, until the stranger is scratching their head and my mom just laughs it off. People joke about the adventures that our family goes on, but my mom is undeniably more prone to them than us kids. I've had instances where we go out to eat, and across from us, someone drops dead. On the night that we're in town to visit a friend, who jokingly commented, "I wish we had time for one of those adventures you guys go on," to my sister and I. Now, these are generally accepted by my family as some sort of affinity we have with Murphy's Law. Mom swears it's a curse on our bloodline based on what an old psychic said. Well, I'm not sure that's what it is, but looking back, maybe we are favored by glitches in the Matrix. I was thinking back on the fact that I used to place objects down, and they would go missing only to be found again exactly where I had put them. When I was 9, I used to use an MP3 player with these old headphones from my dad's Walkman. He lent them to me, and also a fanny pack so that I could go with my mom to the gym and work out, without being bored. Fast forward to whenever we leave the gym, I pack my fanny pack into the back of my mom's car, and we're off. I get home, and we go through the entire car, but can't find the fanny pack. Eventually we give up, and my mom says that I must have forgotten it at the gym, and scolds me for losing my dad's headphones. This was circa 2007. So, years go by. Now I'm grown, 21 years old. It's 2019, and I've had a steady job. Mom shows up in her car and wants me to try driving it home, and it's awesome. I get out to grab my bag from the back hatch of her car, and right there is the fanny pack. I shout, "Mom, look!" And I pull it out. We go through it. My MP3 player is in there, loaded with music and recording of my sister and I as children. It still had a battery charge. The headphones were there. It was crazy, and I was very surprised. We laughed about how the D factor had gotten me good, and we knew that there was no way that anyone had played an 11-year prank on me. I had several incidents where I would set my phone down and go back and it would be gone, only for a few hours of searching for it to turn up right where it should be. I also had a bell that I used to wear around my neck as a kid, because I would scare my mom walking up to her silently at night, and I always kept it in the same place. One day it disappeared, and it didn't come back for a year. These things happening as a kid made me not question at all the MP3 player. Since I've discovered the glitch in the Matrix theory, I really wonder, what exactly is the D factor, and why does it favor my siblings, my mom, and I so much? And does it have to do with the unlikeliness of our lives? See, all of us, my mom included, were born in situations where our mothers should have died. For myself, I was born 3 months early, and I had to be put on a machine to keep me healthy. I had to do this for months before I could leave the hospital. My mom had also gone into congestive heart failure. As soon as I was born, she started getting better, and the situation was very similar for all 3 of my siblings. Are we glitches? And, as such, we have ripples of them around us? I don't think I'll ever be able to think about the funny things that happen to us the same. One of the most significant, yet basic glitches that I've experienced was a time when I was walking along the road. It was autumn, so leaves were falling. I was a fair distance from any tree, though, but things felt still. And despite being in a large town, there wasn't any traffic, noise, or people. I remember it being super calm and was just looking ahead, fully aware of things, rather than just daydreaming as I walked or looking at my phone. From the beginning of noticing what happened to the end, it was about 20 seconds, and I was not intoxicated at all. This location is usually noisy and busy, but I was alone. I recall feeling like everything had slowed down. It was so quiet, and looking back, I think it was similar to when video games don't render the environment fast enough, and it takes a while to process everything. So, what happened was that I saw a large bunch of leaves suddenly begin to spin around like a vortex about 15 steps away, even though the weather was calm. It doesn't seem unrealistic that these things happen in a breeze. However, as I looked at this, which was literally the only thing around that seemed to be occurring, the leaves were randomly starting to spiral around, all at different speeds. So, it caught my attention. The leaves were going up about 5 or 6 feet in the air, and I noticed that they seemed to be out of place. Why would there be about 50 leaves altogether? No stray ones here or there or spread around the vicinity, just one pile that suddenly began to spin around up ahead, and that somehow ended up there, even though the closest tree was 100 meters away. All of a sudden, as I walked closer and looked at this happen, one single brown leaf stopped. It was above the rest of them, which were in motion, almost like a shoal of fish, and it just got stuck. In midair, in the middle of the empty road, in broad daylight. It was like it had been paused, or that the codes that nature/the simulation uses to process the weather had bugged out and frozen like on a computer. One single leaf totally motionless over 5 feet up in the air, as all the others moved around it. It didn't move for maybe 4-5 seconds. I looked and began to move towards it, and spoke out loud something like, "What the hell?" And as I got closer, all the other leaves just dropped down on the ground motionless. But that leaf didn't fall immediately. It dropped about 2 seconds after the rest. As I stood staring bewildered at a single leaf there just stuck in the air like a broken pixel on a TV screen. It's almost like it bugged out and it took a moment for it to be processed. I did laugh, but the image of that single leaf stuck right in the air still causes me confusion to this very day. Afterwards, around 30 seconds later, I noticed all the sounds of cars and people playing music, shouting in the distance, sirens, the birds singing, and all the usual things. I feel like it faded back, but in such a way that it startled me. Like when you turn the volume dial on a powerful sound system up high for a second, and it makes you jump. Things were just suddenly loud again. I wish I had thought to pick that leaf up. Maybe I should have walked faster and walked through this leaf vortex just to see what happened, but that's how it is, always in hindsight. It was only later that day I realized just how bizarre this situation was. I'll never be able to get my head around that. And it's just such a simple thing. All I can say is that it definitely was not normal. And I honestly wish that you could all realize how real it was. Maybe there's bugs in the code from Mother Nature or the simulation, but I haven't a clue of why an isolated pile of leaves would suddenly create a vortex that high without it being windy, and behave in such a way, as well as that sensation of the world around me fading out like that. Who knows? I still wonder about that one brown leaf from time to time. All I know is that I saw what I saw. Thanks for reading, people. I appreciate it, and forgive me for this long essay. Please, speculate if you have any comments to make. I just felt it was time to stop lurking here and make a contribution. Yours sincerely, a 34-year-old man from the rural East Midlands of England. Peace and love to all. I once posted this on a missing time sub, but it's fairly inactive. And I'm kind of curious if anyone knows anything about possible causes of missing time. Some backstory before starting. This occurred in the summer of 2012. I've only experienced missing time incidents a few times, but will only share the story of the first time, because that's the only one that had corroborating witnesses, so I could be absolutely certain of all the bizarre details. So, this friend, who we'll call Geo, would occasionally make what we jokingly call our game night Walmart runs. Basically, on some weekends, when some of our schedules lined up right for us to be able to play video games late into the night like old times, we would sometimes have to take a brief intermission to go get coffee, snacks, and energy drinks. These runs would typically occur around 2 or 3 a.m., and the reason we chose Walmart was because there was a Walmart that was only about 3/4 of a mile away. On this particular summer night in 2012, energy drinks were the only thing we were running low on, and so we'd figured we would take a little break at 12:47 a.m. to go get just the energy drinks and head back. If you're thinking that it's oddly specific that I remember exactly 12:47 a.m., we'll get back to that later. Geo and I volunteered to be the ones to head out for the drinks, and we hop in my car and drive straight to the Walmart. No red lights along the way, and we head straight inside and spend only about 2 or 3 minutes in the store. Wanting to get back to our gaming night, we rushed to grab only what we needed and headed to self-checkout. We drove straight home and arrived to our other friends seeming much more tired and exhausted than when we left, and they asked what took so long. We thought they were joking and gave a smart-ass response of how long a drive it was. They seemed confused and demanded a more serious answer. That's when we got confused and asked what they were talking about. They showed us the clock, and we couldn't believe that it was 4:30 in the morning. We also checked the time on our phones to confirm this. Yep, 4:30 a.m. At this point, we started telling them everything. How we rushed straight there, we went through the store quickly and came straight back. They obviously weren't buying it. It's at this point that we started double-checking to make sure that we had our timeline right. They'd sent us a text with a list of each of their preferred energy drinks, so we double-checked the time on that since they sent it seconds after we walked out the door. Yep, 12:47 a.m. Geo and I have discussed this incident a few times, trying to make sense of what happened. Ultimately, we've never been able to come up with any answers that make sense. As far as the friends we were hanging out with that night, I'm unsure if they believed us or not that we really did go straight there and come straight back. It still makes me a little uneasy trying to untangle the confusion of what could have possibly happened that night. While neither Geo nor I have any clue what happened that night, all we can seemingly agree on is something odd must have happened that neither of us can remember. I remember the events as continuous, and I've confirmed with Geo that he does too. It's not, we head there, get the drinks, and then there's a break in the memory, and then we head back. It's just a continuous sequence of events of driving there, rushing through the store to get the drinks, to get back to our game night ASAP, and then heading straight home. Before I get into this glitch story, I want to say that I've been haunted by weird things pretty much my entire life. I may share some of my other stories with you at some point, but I have seriously had to deal with weird things happening to me since I was a child. They haven't always been glitches. Some of them have been pretty obviously paranormal, but these weird events are always the ones that get to me. This specific event is just the most recent one to happen to me, and it's one that seems to be the biggest change in my reality. I've been a delivery driver for a store that does floral arrangements for quite a few years now. I also help put together the arrangements, help out in the store, but my main job is deliveries. It may sound like a bit of a weird job and one that most people wouldn't think to be a busy job, but funeral homes order their flower arrangements from somewhere, and there are funerals every day. So I can tell you that we do get a lot of business. On top of that, some businesses like to order small arrangements for their front desks, and we also had one client that had been consistent for years. She's actually the one that the story is about. But I want to tell you a bit more about her before we get into the story. Norma Jean was, at the time of this story, in her mid-90s. I think she was 94 to be exact, but I can't be certain on that. Norma had been getting flowers from our shop for 25 years, almost the entire time the store had done deliveries, and that started because her husband had wanted to get her flowers, and he'd actually contacted the original owner of the store to set up an arrangement for them to be delivered every 2 weeks to Norma. He hadn't prepaid or anything. He was paying when they were set up and sent out. But he had done this for about 20 years, until he passed away in 2016. Her husband had actually spoken to the owner not too long before he passed away, and asked if there was any way he could continue to have the flowers sent to her after his passing. If maybe there was some way he could prepay, and the owner promised him that she would continue sending them, and that he didn't have to worry about paying for them. I'm mentioning this because this was, obviously, the sweetest and saddest story that I've ever heard, and I was always so happy when the 2 weeks was up, and I got to deliver more flowers to Norma Jean. It was always such a pleasure to knock on her door and say, "I have a flower delivery for Norma Jean from Ronald," because her eyes would always light up when I said it. Now, I've been making this delivery, as mentioned, every 2 weeks for about 4 years, with some exceptions for when I was out sick or just not working that day. If you do the math on that, I've done this delivery approximately 180 times. So I know Norma Jean pretty well. Over the past couple of years, I will say that she changed a slight bit, and that she wasn't very talkative anymore. She would just take her flowers and say thank you, and that would be the whole conversation. It's okay, I get it. With everything going on, it was possible that she just didn't want to be social, and I respected that. Now, on to the glitch that happened. About 2 months ago, it was time for me to do my delivery to Norma Jean. I got the flowers arranged, got everything in the van, and I headed toward her lovely little house so that I could make her morning better. However, when I pulled up, I noticed that her front yard looked different. For some reason, I couldn't really put words to what was different, and part of me thinks that this may be part of the glitch. Something about it was different, but my brain cannot, for whatever reason, parse out the information on what exactly is different. It's just that something is completely wrong with how it looks. I shook this off, thinking that it was just something weird at first, but then I got up to the door and rang the bell. An older woman, younger than Norma, with curly, graying red hair, answered the door. My first thought was that this could have been Norma Jean's daughter or something. I've never met any of her kids, but she had mentioned them in the past. Of course, my mind immediately went to the worst place. I thought maybe something had happened to Norma and her kids were there to help her, or worse. I went ahead with my normal greeting of flower delivery for Norma Jean from Ronald, and the woman lit up just as Norma would have. She reached out for the flowers, and she said that they were absolutely lovely this week and thanked me for always being so kind when I dropped them off. I then asked if Norma was around or if she was okay, and this woman looked at me like I was crazy. She kind of shook her head and said, "What do you mean? I'm right here." This woman was at least 15 years younger than Norma. There was no way that she was in her 90s, and she looked nothing like I remember Norma looking. On top of that, her voice was way more energetic, and she was way more talkative. I even questioned her a bit, saying, "Wait, you're Norma?" And she started asking me if I was okay. She'd mentioned that I'd been bringing her flowers for something like 4 years now, and she was confused why I didn't recognize her on that day. I told her that I just must be off and that I was fine. I tried to play it off as best I could, but I could tell that she was confused as to what I was going on about. I told her to have a lovely day, and I went back to my van and headed back to the shop. As soon as I got back, I mentioned to the owner that someone else had answered the door for Norma, and that she said she was Norma. We talked about it for a bit. I described the woman, and she told me that the woman that answered the door was, in fact, Norma. I then mentioned the little old lady that I was used to seeing, and she was confused, because based on the description that I was giving, I was talking about Norma's mother. I said that I must have been giving the flowers to her mother the whole time then, and she then mentioned to me that that was impossible, because Norma's mother died in 1997, which was when the owner met Ronald and Norma. She did the entire flower arrangement for the funeral. That was how the store had actually gotten Ronald's business. He thought that the arrangements were so beautiful that he wanted to get the flowers for Norma Jean to try to keep her in high spirits after the passing of her mother. She even showed me a picture that she had of them from a year or two later, and the woman in the photograph looked a lot closer to this new Norma Jean that I had met that day. So, I guess that's my latest glitch. The Norma Jean that I knew was apparently somehow Norma Jean's mother, and not the real Norma. But the woman that's been answering the door to me for the last 4 years has been dead since the late 90s. I really don't know how to explain this beyond it being a really weird shift in reality, or glitch, or something. But it's probably one of the weirdest things that I've ever experienced, and I really don't know how to take it. I will add that I have done this delivery a couple more times since this change, and this new Norma is very kind. And she knows me by name, she knows my girlfriend's name, and several other things about me that I've spoken about to Norma. So, I have to believe that this is the Norma Jean that I've been delivering to for a few years now. I have no explanation for this, and I'm open to any comments. But, as it is now, I just have to accept that the Norma Jean I knew is no longer with us. And just keep bringing the flowers to this new Norma Jean. Some backstory. I'm married. My wife and I have had 2 separate people try to ruin our relationship and marriage. Their names are Jasmine and Horatio, who just goes by H. We are very dark humor individuals, and we grief each other in a healthy, comical way. So anything like jasmine tea, rice, scents, flowers, etc., my wife would supplement with the horror, rice, tea, flower, etc. There is an H Street a few exits from where we live, and we frequent buying food and going to the mall, which is the H Street Mall. We both poke fun at these occurrences with our own little inside jokes. As a reference point, One particular joke is a grunge band, Local H, and their song Bound for the Floor. It pops up fairly frequently on my phone's playlist when we're driving together, which is always a good laugh. One of the lyrics in the chorus is, "You just don't get it, you keep it copacetic." My wife has said keep it copacetic numerous times. We've listened to this song numerous times. I have a phenomenal memory. So good that I say it's a gift and a curse. Much like the titular character from the TV series Monk. Now, the glitch. My wife and I were playing our game just moments ago, and we were alternating impromptu jokes. It was her 35th birthday yesterday. We had a blast of a weekend, and we're just celebrating a lazy Monday at home before we go to work in the evening. I brought up the song, and I played it for her, and she's just looking at me with the blankest of stares. She claims that she has never heard this song. She has never used the chorus line. I started recalling all the instances we have had the interaction, and she just cannot recall. Is she a different consciousness? Or am I? And as a bonus, my wife has told me and our son, who is now 18, about breaking her arm as a kid. We both recall her saying that she fell out of a tree that she was climbing. It's now a joke because she says she never fell out of a tree, and that's not how she broke it. We had repeated instances of this argument. A year or two back, she asked our son and daughter, and they all said that she had fell out of a tree. That's how she broke it. My mother-in-law confirmed that she never fell out of a tree, so why do my kids and I have a recollection that we were told the arm break was from a tree fall? Mind you, again, I have a ridiculously great memory. My son, not so much, but we arrived at the same point. There are too many instances or occurrences, and this is not a misinterpretation or memory issue. Something with myself or the people around me has changed or been changed from what I know. I had to put my headphones on and blast music. I told my wife that I'm not upset with her because I was sounding upset after my explanation. I told her I'm just freaking out now, and I need a minute. So here I am blasting music in my eardrums and venting out this post. I've been waiting for my first post, and, well, here it is. I have other stuff, but I haven't had the determination to post it yet. In 2015, the hospital I work for gave all of the employees an appreciation gift. It was a little basket with a pair of cheap sunglasses with green frames, a small bottle of sunscreen, and a note with some goofy saying on it like, "Thanks for shining so bright." The same year, the other hospital in the area gave away identical green sunglasses at a fundraising event, but that hospital had their logo printed on the frames. I assume that both facilities must have found a really great deal on those cheap plastic sunglasses in bulk somewhere. While they were cheap, they were not the type of thing that you would find at any dollar store. They obviously came from some company that sells marketing products. I tend to be rather rough on my belongings, so a cheap, or in this case free, pair of sunglasses is perfect. I can toss them in the passenger seat of my car, sit on them, cram them in the glove box, and not worry. They aren't pretty, but they do the job that they're designed to do, and I literally cannot break these things. The sunglasses usually live in my car. One day, in September of this year, I was distracted when I got home from grocery shopping. When I got out of the car, the shades went on top of my head, and I wore them into the house without realizing it. Once I got the groceries put away, I went to the bedroom to change and realized that my sunglasses were on top of my head. Not wanting to go back out to my car, I took them off and laid them on the dresser, thinking, yeah, I'm really going to remember to grab those next time I go somewhere. I shrugged and went on with my day. The next morning, I was in the kitchen and suddenly noticed my sunglasses sitting on the dining room table. I was confused. I distinctly remembered taking the sunglasses off in the bedroom the day before and laying them on the dresser. I picked up the glasses from the dining table, and they were covered in dust. I walked to my bedroom, and sure enough, sitting there on my dresser were the pair of sunglasses that I had laid there the day before. I checked the sides, thinking maybe I had, at some point, gotten a pair of the competition sunglasses with their logo. That didn't explain why I had only just now found them after 7 years, but it would explain why I had 2 pairs. No logo. I cleaned up the dusty pair, took a picture, and I sent it to my husband. I said, "Some version of me is about to be so mad when she can't find her shades." I put both pairs of glasses in my car, and that was where they stayed. Until November. My husband traded his car for a new car. He was leaving for work one day as I was getting home. As we crossed paths on the driveway, I handed him one pair of sunglasses and said, "Put this pair in your car. That way I'll have 1 pair in each vehicle." He took them and said no problem. I watched him get into his car with the sunglasses. I waved as he pulled away. That was the last time I saw the second pair of sunglasses. I've searched his car from top to bottom, and they aren't there. And my husband has no memory of taking them from me. I do wish that I had a pair for both vehicles, but hopefully that other me has her cheap sunglasses back. Last summer, a friend, I'll call them BM, and I were bored, and as bored teenagers do, we decided to roam around the downtown area of BM's town. In this area, there's a train track that runs right through the middle, although very little of it runs through a populated area. These tracks are only used by cargo trains that run through at night, and even then there are very few. So, we started walking on them. We went north, a direction neither of us has ever gone on these tracks, but we didn't pass by any place that a train could enter onto the tracks. Important detail for later. After leaving the busier part of the downtown, the tracks quickly became unusable, covered in broken glass and metalwork, plants reclaiming them, and a huge pile of sizable rocks that were dumped on top of the tracks for reasons unknown. At the end of the track, we stumbled upon what looked like to be an area for the train cars to be loaded with supplies without having to remove them from the tracks, which was where the pile of rocks was. We hung around that area for a moment before going back the way that we came. Right before we reached the place that we started, a train horn honked and BM and I quickly got off the tracks. The train appeared to be stopped, and we could only see its big headlight and barely make out the front car from our distance. But we both knew that it was a train. In between us and the train, there was a road that had guardrails and train crossing signs. BM and I heard the dinging that sounds when the guardrails are going down, but the train still wasn't coming. Neither of us had our phones on us. Bad move for walking on tracks, I know. So we couldn't see how long we were waiting for the train to pass. But we knew that it had to be longer than 10 minutes. It was a sweltering day, and we weren't too keen on waiting any longer, so we walked back to the place where the road intersected with the tracks to avoid being mowed down if the train ever decided to get moving. We made it off safely and walked back to BM's car, our entire journey within view of the tracks. It wasn't until the next day, when I was thinking over the events, that I realized that situation had multiple plot holes. One, we never heard the train approach, nor was there any area where it could have gotten on those tracks at that point. It also takes a train a very long distance to stop, even when going slowly, and the distance between where we were and the north end of the tracks wasn't sufficient. 2, We saw cars moving across the track road intersection even after we supposedly heard the guardrails being lowered, nor did we see them lowered when we passed, which means they must have gone up. But it wouldn't make sense for them to go up when there was a train right there. I do suffer from hallucinations, but I highly doubt that I implemented a false memory or something else into BM's mind when they were able to recite details that I witnessed before I said them. The same day I thought all this over, BM and I went through every logical possibility, but everything was ruled out. I don't know how much I believe glitches in the Matrix in real life and that sort of stuff, but that was what we decided to chalk this up to. I'm 26, and have always been interested in theories, glitches, creepypastas, etc. I've always kept an eye out for the strange and the unusual, and I think I've experienced my first glitch around the end of September, beginning of October of this year, 2022. So, I was out running around one day helping out some friends, and we had stopped at this gas station. They were selling stones carved into different shapes. I picked out one that was a clear-looking stone, but that was also milky white, and at the same time in the shape of a mushroom. I got it for $2. After that, me and my friends that I was helping out went to their motel room, and if you're wondering why they were staying in a motel room, it's because their house flooded. Anyways, I chilled in the room with my friends for maybe like 10 minutes, and I was trying to take a photo of the stone on Google Images to try to see what type of stone it was. But I couldn't get a good picture of it. I figured it was the lighting or something, so I gave up, and then I sat it down next to me on this little bench in the room, and I decided I wanted to go smoke a cigarette. I thought that I packed up all my stuff, and I thought that I had put the stone in this little case that I carry around to carry my earrings, or rings if I need to take them off when I'm out. But anyways, I was sitting outside for probably like an hour or two, and then my friends told me it was time to go, so we left. We stopped by my friend's place that flooded just to help them pick up the yard and check on the animals really quick. And while we were there, I didn't take my stuff out of my friend's car, nor did I empty my pockets while we were there. So, like 15 minutes go by, and then we leave to drop me off at home. The first thing I usually do when I get home is I sit on my bed, empty out all of my pockets, my purse, and take off my shoes. And as I was doing this, I could not find the little stone mushroom that I just bought anywhere. And I thought I must have lost it, because it would have been on me if I still had it. And trust me, I checked everything. All of my pockets, my entire purse, the little case thing, and there's no way that it could have gotten wrapped up in the blankets, because my blankets were flat on my bed. Then, around 2 weeks go by, and by this point it's the beginning of October, and I know it sounds bad, but I hadn't done my laundry for around 3 weeks. Don't judge me. Now, I have 2 laundry baskets for dirty clothes, and I have a partner, and that's why I have one in the bathroom and one in the bedroom. I decided to clean the laundry that was in the bathroom basket, and I know that I did not put any of the clothes that I wore the day that I bought the mushroom in the bathroom laundry basket, because I had changed my clothes in my bedroom that day, so as I was doing my laundry like I always do, I usually dump everything out on the concrete floor and pick out what I need washed, and then take everything I didn't wash and put it back in the basket. As I was putting everything back in the basket, I heard something hit the floor, and, clear as day, there was the mushroom stone that I had purchased 2 weeks ago. This happened in probably 2017 or 2018. I remember it vividly, and it was one of the weirdest things to happen to me to this day. I was still living with my parents in their house, which was my grandparents' house before we moved into it in 2012. The house was built in the 60s, and it had a lot of the original finishes, creaky floorboards included. Not a whole lot of renovations were done to the house, so it was still that very choppy layout. A lot of smaller rooms and twists and turns. Many weird, unexplained, spooky things have happened in this house, including finding, suspiciously, human-like bones in our attic, photos falling off the walls, doors opening on their own, crazy, horrible nightmares that happened to us while we were in that house. Really, the list goes on. The one true glitch happened to me midday in the summer. My, now ex-boyfriend, had moved in with us when I was in the 12th grade. We were packing up to go on a boat trip. My parents had already left, leaving just my boyfriend and I in the house. The lower story of the house was a mashup of rooms, a back bedroom, washroom, long hallway with a guest bedroom and laundry room off of the hallway. The hallway branched off a dining room, and to one side of the dining room was a kitchen and entryway. The only way to get from the entry to kitchen to the hallway was to go through the dining room. I was coming out of the bathroom, going towards the kitchen. On my way, I was making sure all of the lights in the house were off. I peeked into the laundry room / guest bedroom, and I saw my boyfriend folding some clothes. I remember saying, "Are you almost ready?" And he replied, "Yep, just making sure I've got an extra sweater." I tell him, "Okay, just turn off the light when you're done," and he says, "Yep." I continued, turning the light off in the hallway, the dining room, and then going for the kitchen light. My boyfriend was in the entryway waiting for me. There is no way he could have gotten to the entryway around me. I jumped, and it made my stomach sink seeing him standing there. I remember asking him how he got there, and he looked at me like I was crazy. He told me that he'd been waiting there for the past 5 minutes. I'm notorious for being the last one out the door. I explained that I had just saw him in the laundry room, and I told him to stop messing with me. He swears up and down that he does not remember that, and I know that there was no way he could have gotten past me into the entryway without me noticing. It is physically impossible. I didn't stop or turn my back to the path to the entryway. I remember being scared. I got him to come back to the laundry room with me, and we checked the whole house to see if someone was in the house. No one was there. He promised me that he didn't remember it happening. It just doesn't make sense, and we were never able to figure it out. I vividly remember looking at him and having the conversation. I remember the way my stomach dropped when I saw him in the entryway. I didn't drink at the time. I didn't partake in drugs or anything of that sort. And it still gives me a weird feeling when I think about it. I've never had experiences like these before, and used to be extremely skeptical about this whole thing. A couple of weeks ago, my girlfriend was staying over at mine and she was feeling unwell. I went to the chemist and got her some cough syrup and lozenges for her sore throat. She takes some of the cough syrup, and before we go to sleep, I put it next to my bed on the bedside table. It's in a big box, and it's a fairly large bottle. Hard to miss. When we wake up in the morning, she asks if she can have some more because she's feeling worse. I look at the bedside table, and it has vanished. We searched everywhere for it. In the drawers, under the bed, everywhere. A couple of days go by and we're cleaning the room. I go to the kitchen while my girlfriend is having a shower. When I go take her a towel from the laundry, we both come back to the room together and the cough syrup is on the floor, literally where we had just checked and cleaned, standing upright. I was confused, and so was she, because we had both experienced this together, and it wasn't just one of us. Now, that was strange, but we didn't really think too much of it. Fast forward 3 weeks, and my girlfriend was staying over again. We wake up to go to work, and she asks if I have seen her earring. She was adamant that she had put it on the bedside table on her side before going to sleep. Again, we looked everywhere. Under the bed, drawers, behind the bedside table, everywhere. Fast forward to last night, and this is where it gets really bizarre. We had just come back to mine from eating dinner at a restaurant. We get back to my room, we're having a few glasses of red wine and playing cards with some background music. I'm laying on the bed, on my stomach with my head down looking at my cards, waiting for her to play her turn while she's gone to the computer to change the song. She puts on a tune and is in her vibes. Suddenly, she looks at me with a face of fear on the verge of crying almost, in a frozen state. I asked her what happened. She then shows me the missing earring. I asked her where she found it, and she explained that it fell into her hand. She felt something drop on her shoulder, like her earring falling out of her ear, and it landed in her hands that were upright on her lap. She was wearing a different set of earrings at the time, so to her, she initially thought that one of her current earrings fell out until she looked in her hand, and it was the missing earring. Both of her current earrings were still in her ear. Has anyone else experienced something like this? And if so, what do you make of it? I submitted a minor glitch story earlier, but this one is somewhat different. I'm not quite sure if this qualifies as a glitch or as some other kind of paranormal event. I can't quite categorize it, but it happened a little over 10 years ago, and it still confounds my wife and I to this day. So, when my first son was about a year old, he was a relatively disciplined but light sleeper. He'd dutifully take his naps and go down at his designated bedtime, but you had to be careful not to wake him up, as he was not a heavy sleeper. My wife and I had just finished watching NFL Sunday Night Football, so we were up pretty late, about 11:45 EST, and we were getting settled into bed. We checked on our son, brushed our teeth, and prepped for bed as we do every single night. Lights out, and we were both eyes closed and somewhere along the journey of falling to sleep. Out of nowhere, with no build-up or warning, a loud, piercing, high-pitched sound erupted all around us. It was very much like what you would consider an alarm tone, but it was not like what our CO2 monitors or our smoke detectors sound like. Those alarms are even more high-pitched and they pulse, like beep, 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 obnoxiously. This manifested as one loud, steady, completely unwavering tone. My first instinct was confused disbelief. My eyes bugged wide open, but my body didn't move. I waited to see if my wife would react, but she did not. As I shot straight up, though, she immediately followed suit. "Do you hear that? What the hell is that?" I asked. "I have no idea," she responded. My first reaction was to go across the hall and check on my son. Strangely, he was completely asleep and unfazed by this loud noise. A little panicked, I began to run around the house, desperately looking for anything dangerous that may be causing this. Fire, etc., and also trying to locate the source. I ran around the house like an idiot for several minutes, and I never found anything. The smoke detectors were inert on every floor, We have a first floor, second floor, and a finished basement, as were our CO2 detectors. And as I said, we know that they don't make that kind of sound anyways. We don't own a burglar alarm or anything of that sort. After a few minutes, the sound stopped as suddenly as it began. As my wife and I tried to gather our wits and make sense of what had just happened, an odd thing occurred to me. I went into every room on every floor of the house, trying to figure out what the heck was happening. As I did so, the tone, volume, and other characteristics of the sounds were constant. They never faded, muffled, or grew depending on where I was. It was like the sound was just omnipresent and had no specific source. Now, I have tinnitus, and this is not like that. I definitely know the difference between an internal ringing in my ears and this. Also, my wife experienced this as well, so it definitely was not in my head. Also strange was that my young son never stirred in his sleep. That incident would have been weird enough, but it wasn't the end of this story. The same thing happened again about 3 months later. This time, my wife and I were again in our bedroom, up late, but this time watching TV with the lights on in our room. Our son was again asleep across the hall. The noise hit again, this time around 1:30 a.m. We are night owls, and we were up late watching a movie on a weekend. Having experienced this once already, I guess you could say, more prepared for it this time. I immediately got up and first, of course, checked on my son, who was once again dead asleep and somehow unfazed by this loud tone surrounding us. I went quickly around the house, more aware and less panicked this time, trying more to investigate and observe than do a safety check. As before, the sound was omnipresent. I can't think of another way to describe it. In every room on every floor. There was no discernible source or location. It was just everywhere equally. This time I opened up the hatch to our attic crawl space, and I used a flashlight to look around up there, thinking perhaps the sound was coming from there, or that maybe there was some kind of device left behind from the previous owner causing this. I found nothing, but I noted that the sound was as equally present up there as it was in our basement, and everywhere in between. It was just everywhere. It also occurred to me this time to listen outside, and, you guessed it, the sound was present outside my house as well. Again, with no obvious source or direction. Just after checking outside, after about 5 total minutes, the sound abruptly stopped, just as it had last time. A little concerned now, I actually called the local police. I live in a small New Hampshire town, and my house is set 100 yards off of the road, and you can't see any neighboring homes from our yard. But we do live on a dead-end street with about 8 other homes in our neighborhood. The officer shows up and we tell him what happened. I told him we were concerned that maybe a neighbor's house alarm had tripped or something, despite the fact that the nature of this sound would make that unlikely or impossible to have that as a source, especially given that this was late winter and all of our windows were closed. The officer was polite, but indicated that he'd had no other calls or complaints, and no indication that any local alarms had been tripped or anything else of the sort. He said that he would go up and down the local neighborhoods a couple of times to be sure that nothing was off, which I knew was polite and diligent, but not going to produce any answers. We never heard the sound again. I asked neighbors if they had heard anything, and nobody had an answer. We knew the previous and only other owners of the house, and they indicated that they had no alarm systems or anything like that we wouldn't know about. It was 10 or so years ago, and we never heard this sound again, and we still have no rational explanation for its source or its meaning. It wasn't a huge disruptive incident, but It completely defies any attempt to explain what happened. If anyone has any information or thoughts on this, please let me know. So, I have at least a couple of experiences that I consider glitches in the Matrix. The first one, I was a smoker, so I usually carried a lighter in my purse in a specific little inner pouch. One morning, as I was leaving home, I checked my purse for my purple lighter that was supposed to be in there, and it wasn't. I looked through the whole purse, and the lighter was nowhere to be found. Eventually, I just grabbed a blue lighter of a different model and shape, and I put it in the lighter pouch in my purse. I used the blue lighter throughout the day whenever I went for a smoke. Later at home, I was going for a cigarette, grabbing the lighter from its pouch in the purse, and it wasn't the blue one. It was the purple one that I hadn't found that morning anywhere in the purse. The blue lighter was found sitting on the kitchen counter, where I usually leave my keys. And for the second, a little background. I have a slightly handicapped niece with some autistic tendencies. She mostly communicates by text in WhatsApp. For some reason, she had enabled the 24-hour disappearing messages. Yesterday at 8:49 p.m., she texted me, "Our music club starts next Tuesday." I was just replying to my friend's message at the time and forgot to immediately get to my niece's message. I remembered about an hour later and replied, "Nice," to her at around 9:52 p.m. And she replied, "Yeah," in about 2 minutes. Today, just about 24 hours later, she texted me, demanding a response to the message that she had sent yesterday. I responded with, "What, the music club? I replied to it yesterday about an hour after you sent it." She said that I never did reply. We had a little back and forth with me asking her if she was sure that she never got my message, and telling her that I could have sworn I responded to her, and that she even replied to my response. She seemed adamant that I never responded at all. And with her autistic ways, I tend to trust her memory too. Curiously, her message about the music club from over 24 hours ago was still there, but there was no sign of anything after that. I would probably write it off as me just forgetting to actually hit send on my reply, as it sometimes happens, but I distinctly remember her replying back to me. And why is her message there if they're supposed to disappear after 24 hours, when mine aren't? Is it because I never opened her message in this reality? I sometimes reply straight from the notification menu, but not this time. I remember opening all of my WhatsApp messages to get rid of the new message dot, and replying to them. So thanks for the New Year's prank, Matrix programmer. However, I request €1,000,000 in my bank account for the next glitch, please. I hope these stories were glitchy enough for you. I lived in Oklahoma after attending college for quite some time. I started going on cruises while I was in my early 20s as an inexpensive vacation, and would routinely, twice a year, drive from Tulsa to Houston for these vacations. Now, being young, male, and living in Oklahoma where adult video stores don't exist, I knew every store in Texas along Highway 75 and Interstate 45 along the entire route. About 10 years ago, I learned about the Mandela effect, or glitches in the Matrix, and something I read online said that it was easier to notice changes at the fringe of your life. In other words, changes that don't really affect you are seen easier. One adult store at exit 225 for most of my life was on the northwest side of the freeway street crossing. There was nothing else on that part of the interstate for several miles, and, as stated, I was a young male. Around 5 to 6 years ago, I noticed the store was no longer on the northwest corner. It was now on the southwest corner. Now, a store moving is not uncommon, but in its place were 3 houses that looked as if they were built in the late 70s or early 80s. The store could have never have been in that location based on the age of the houses. Unlike other stories I've heard, I wasn't freaked out or unnerved. I'd been watching for just such a change. This change piqued my interest, and I have watched that corner every time I go through the area. The next change occurred when it was time for me to move from Tulsa to Houston 4 years ago. The store moved again. The new location was on the southeast corner, and no building was on the southwest corner. It did not look as if any building had actually ever been there. To all the listeners, I suggest watching The Fringe of Your Life. When big things happen, sometimes the small stuff just changes. I have a weird glitch that happened to myself at work, and one of my coworkers was there and witnessed it. Obvious disclaimer, neither of us does drugs, we were both of sound mind, and neither of us had been drinking, and in fact we were both actually at work at the time. We work for a convenience store, and we both work the overnight shift. That may not sound important, but it is. On the overnight shift, you don't see a whole lot of people. When you see someone walk in, you kind of make note of them, because they're probably going to be the only customers that you see for that hour. This happened on the night before New Year's Eve, and as stated, I was working with my coworker, Michael. We were cleaning up the store and restocking the coolers when I heard the door chime that indicated that someone had entered the store. Michael and I quickly turned around to greet the person, and I saw an older woman with the purple coat and a small dog with curly hair. I made a quick comment that we don't normally let dogs in the store since we do technically serve food, but at this point the rollers were off, and I just told her that so long as she didn't let the dog on the floor, I didn't mind if she brought him in. She agreed and walked into the store to do her shopping. I then turned to Mike, making a comment about how it was a cute dog, and he made a comment about what breed it was, and that was that. I went back to stalking with Mike, and after a few moments, I looked around to see if the woman was somewhere in the store, and I couldn't see her. I thought it was weird, but it was possible that she had just gone to the restroom and left. We were one of the only 24-hour stores around, and if she was on the road late, she may have just stopped really quickly to go. It does happen. We finish up the stocking, and we both head back to the main step-up where the registers are to check off the list and see if the boss had left any special cleaning instructions. As soon as we get up to the front, I look up and see an older woman walk in the front door with the purple coat and that same little dog. I was kind of taken aback, thinking it's weird that she came back so quickly, but as she walked in, she asked if she was allowed to bring the dog in. I mentioned that, so long as she didn't let him on the floor and kept a hold of him, I didn't mind. I said this almost as if I wasn't controlling myself, like I was forced to say it, like the situation required me to say it. She smiled, said thank you, and walked into the store to do her shopping. I looked over at Mike and I asked him if that was the same woman as before, and he said that it definitely looked like her. He then mentioned that maybe she just forgot something, or maybe she had something wrong with her memory. After a few moments, she walked up to the counter with a few things and placed them down. As I was scanning them, I asked her if she had just forgotten to buy them when she was in earlier. She then responds by saying that she wasn't in earlier, and when I mentioned that I thought she had come in about 20 minutes prior, She tells me that she's on a long drive from up north, and that 20 minutes prior she was on the highway. I just kind of nod and agree, and make a joke about how there was a lady that looked just like her, with a similar dog that came in earlier. We just chuckled about the whole thing. It was incredibly awkward, I'm not going to lie. After she left, I actually sat down at the security computer and pulled the footage back, thinking that maybe it was just someone similar looking with the same dog, but that's when it got weirder. The footage for that exact moment showed that nobody had entered the store at all. I knew the approximate time that she had entered. I remember seeing her and her dog, making the comments, talking to Mike about her. He even remembers seeing her, and he thought it was weird that she came back. But according to the woman in the security footage, she hadn't been there. In fact, nobody had entered the store for around an hour before she showed up that second time. I don't know if we just saw a future event, or if it was like a time reset or something, but it was freaky. Beyond our memories of her, that first woman, or I guess the first time the woman came in, just didn't happen. She didn't purchase anything, so there was no transaction history. The cameras didn't show anyone, and unfortunately where we were stalking, which would be where I was standing when I mentioned she could bring her dog in the first time, is off camera. So I don't even know if I actually stood up and made that comment to anyone. It was crazy, and it kind of gives me goosebumps thinking about it. But in the end, I guess that it's just another one of those things that happens while working retail in a simulation. I would like to tell you about my latest glitch. I have a pair of black sweatpants that have been my favorite pair for about 5 years. Around 2 years ago, they came up missing, and I've looked through my room, drawers and closets numerous times. 3 days ago, I needed a clean pair of socks, so I opened my sock drawer and guess what was sitting there? You got it. My favorite pair of sweats was folded and sitting there for me to see. About a month ago, I couldn't find the Mullen that I take for my lungs. My son even helped me look for them, and I couldn't find them. About 3 hours later, I was sitting watching TV, and I looked at the table where I keep my vitamins and blood pressure bottles, and right there was my Mullen bottle. At least I didn't have to wait the full 2 years to get them back. It took me a while to figure out how to explain what's been occurring with me for literally my entire life. To be honest, I still don't know exactly how to explain it, but here's my attempt. Random odd things seem to happen to me on a regular basis. Starting in my childhood, and now all the way up to my current seasoned age of 41. As a child, I would see things and feel things that I thought everyone saw and felt. It wasn't until later that I realized it wasn't the norm. To keep this from being an entire book, I'll share the latest phenomenon that I'm currently experiencing. I'll often park my Dodge Grand Caravan in a parking lot and walk into the store, making sure to click the lock button and roll up all of my windows beforehand, since my city has high crime with auto theft and vandalism. Upon returning to my vehicle, much to my surprise, the windows are cracked and the van is unlocked. It appears as though that's how it was left, when I know for a fact I locked all of the doors and rolled the windows up. The first few times this happened, I thought I was losing my mind. But then, it happened when my fiancé was with me, so he was able to witness this strange occurrence. The van has power locks and windows. They don't just roll themselves down without the van being on. The doors aren't supposed to come unlocked without me unlocking them. At one point, my driver's side window was messed up and wouldn't roll down. I had to order a replacement panel for the window control on that door, so that particular window stayed rolled up because I literally could not roll it down. Lo and behold, I walk outside to leave my house and the windows are cracked open, including the one that is not working and stays rolled up. What's even more strange is, on this particular incident, my coffee mug was in the driver's cup holder, even though I had just made a cup of coffee in the house to take with me on my trip. I glanced down at my hands, and I was holding my purse and nothing else. I know that I had just made my coffee because my mother and I had just discussed how well the Yeti mugs insulate our drinks. The blood rushed to my feet, and my heart started pounding. I thought to myself, what in the actual... I couldn't even move. I was so shook up. A few days passed, and I was chilling at home. I had decided not to go grocery shopping on this particular day because we were supposed to get some pretty bad storms, so I postponed my errands for another day. My van was parked, locked, windows rolled up, and things seemed to be perfectly normal. My keys were hanging neatly on the key holder, and I decided to take my dog for a walk. So I grabbed the leash, and we proceeded out of the front door. I have a fairly larger dog. She's a black-mouthed cur, and she's very hyper, so it was more of her walking me than me walking her. "Come on, princess, let's go, girl," I said as I smiled and gripped the leash tightly so she wouldn't cause me to flip. We get to the edge of the walkway, and I glance up at my van. I stood in pure shock as I noticed that the trunk was wide open, as if someone had unloaded groceries and left it that way. But I had not gone anywhere. My keys hadn't moved. I didn't know what to do at this point because I was certain that my battery was probably dead due to the trunk being open and the interior light being on for who knows how long. I went directly back into the house to get my keys so that I could check and see if the battery was dead. Imagine the shock I felt when I get to the key holder, and there are no van keys. I had been alone at home the entire day, and I'm the only one who drives my van. I know that those keys were hanging up because I literally saw them there just an hour before this all happened. I didn't know what else to do but frantically look around to see if they had somehow ended up in the wrong place or fell behind my side table. Nothing. No keys anywhere. I went out to the van to make sure the windows were closed, at least, and to my utter shock, my keys were in the ignition. I froze. I remember thinking, why does this stuff keep happening to me? As of this very day, unexplainable things continue to happen. My hair straightener turns off while I'm using it for absolutely no reason. It's not that old, and it doesn't appear to have a short in the wiring. It also never does this to my mother or my daughter when they use it. Only me. My mother watched me do my hair a couple of times, and we literally counted the number of times my hair straightener would turn off in mid-use. But when she held it, the hair straightener stayed on. Last night, my fiancé bought me a brand new hair straightener because I was getting so frustrated with mine turning off while using it. I opened the box, removed the brand new hair straightener, which had never been used, of course, and it was even a different brand. I put my old hair straightener away, and I plugged in the new hair straightener. I turned it on and patiently waited for the 30-second heat up. Nothing happened. I fumbled with the buttons and tried every possible way to turn it on, but it would not turn on. My fiancé watched with this confused look on his face as I struggled to turn it on. He even tried, and nothing happened. My mother shook her head and just said, "Well, you were born during 5 planetary retrogrades." What? I don't even know what that means. Anyways, we're returning it to the store, and we luckily kept the receipt. And these are just a couple of examples of the strange things that happen to me. The paranormal experiences are spine-chilling, but those will be in a different story. And I don't know if my story will reach others, but if it does, and anyone else has these issues, please let me know. I'm honestly confused to tears because I feel like I walk daily in a continuous glitch. This happened at my mom's house somewhere in mid-2020. It was around maybe 10 p.m. at night. I start hearing the ringtone of my cell phone and said who would be calling me, and noted that I usually leave it off. The ringing, however, continued, and it must have rang around 50 to 100 times. I'm in a room with an old desk with clothes piled on it, and the ringing, to what my cell phone sounds like, kept ringing as if it was somewhere in the pile of clothes. I start searching through these clothes to see if my cell phone may be in there, but found nothing. There was even my older brother's laptop nearby, and I opened it up and listened to it, but nothing. I even asked my brother the next day if his computer had a ringtone, and he said no. The ringing sound stayed over by the pile of clothes. Also, nobody in my mom's house had the same ringtone as me, despite it being a common ringtone. As the cell phone kept ringing, I said, cell phones usually go to voicemail after ringing 5 or 6 times. However, this ringtone rang 50 to 100 times. As the ringtone kept ringing, I asked myself if I was dreaming or going crazy. I was certainly awake and sober, and then finally the ringtone stopped. I go into the living room like 30 feet away, and my phone was sitting on the TV tray, turned off. I turn it back on to see if someone had tried to call me or left a voicemail, but there was nothing. I'm in my 40s and have been skeptical over the years, but I can't explain the cell phone ring when there was no cell phone to begin with. Is this supernatural, a glitch in the Matrix, or something that can be rationalized? Please, feel free to share your answers. So, I've experienced a few glitches throughout my life. Definitely rare, but they've been there. Another one happened the other day, and this was probably the closest thing I've personally experienced to something resembling an actual glitch. My partner and I were out with a group of friends at a beach bonfire one night. A small group of around 8 to 10 people. My partner and I both don't drink, so we hadn't been drinking or smoking, etc. At some point, my partner is watching the fire. I then do the same. Then, after watching it for a bit, the embers from the fire quite literally glitch. The best way I can describe it is, it was as if the embers were a video file that suddenly skipped back a half second. Now, a half second doesn't seem like much, but when it comes to the intricacies in the detail of a fire and how fast it naturally moves, it's definitely enough to notice. The embers, all at once, were simply not in the locations that they just were, and skipped a half second back to continue on their exact same path. I noticed this right away, and I personally don't see how this could be a trick of the light or fire, because all of the embers disappeared from their original position and immediately reappeared at their previous position. So, here's the kicker. I notice this, I'm weirded out by it, not freaked out personally. I've definitely come to terms with the possibility of existence being some type of simulation thing, but then I look over to my partner, who has quite the concerned look on their face. I straight up ask them, "Did the fire just glitch?" To which their response was, "Yep." We continued on in the night and didn't pay much attention to it overall, but did talk about it later with each other just to confirm what we both saw. Honestly, it felt like it was a video game asset that got put on a loop to save memory or something. About 10 years ago, I used to work for a small call center that did tech support for some smaller internet service providers throughout the country. The call center was 24/7, and it was probably the most stressful job I've ever had. But it paid the bills, and in the end, working nights meant that I could still go to school. So I pretty much just kept with it and did my best. Working the night shift meant that you knew everyone that you worked with, because there were only a handful of you there at any point in time. So when we got a new guy, it was almost an event because it was such a rarity. My glitch actually involves a new employee that we got, and it wasn't just the fact that he was new to the company that makes me remember the situation. It's that he had an accent. On that night that he started, he was introduced, and I was over the moon because he actually had a very thick Irish accent. He and I chatted a bit during the introduction, and come to find out he was from Ireland, and he had moved to the US about 20 or so years prior. He told me about his home life, his family, basically everything that a quick introduction could entail. I remember even commenting that I loved his accent, because it was one of those things that I said that was weird, and I caught it after I said it. I apologized to him after saying it, basically fessing up to the fact that I shouldn't have said it, and he laughed and told me it was totally fine. After we chatted for a few minutes, he got pulled away from his spot to shadow one of the other techs, so we could explain a few things to him, which was basically all of the training that you got there. He told me that he'd see me around, and I went back to work. The night ended, I went home, everything was pretty normal. The next night, I actually looked around for him, but I didn't see him, so I assumed they either had him shadowing someone else, he was in training with a manager, or he may have had the day off. The next day was the same. He was nowhere to be found. On the third day, I was a bit upset, thinking that he may have decided that this job just wasn't for him and didn't come back. I actually went over to the night manager and asked him if the man had quit, and he asked me who I was talking about. I said, the guy that just started, he had a really thick Irish accent. He stared at me like I was insane and said that no one had been hired in the last couple weeks, much less anybody from Ireland. I stood there literally describing this guy, how tall he was, how he looked, his backstory. None of it rang any bells with the manager. I thought that he was messing with me, so I shouted for the other tech that the guy had shadowed, and he had no idea who I was talking about. I asked a few of the other guys, and they too told me that they did not remember a man with an Irish accent ever starting. I was the only one who remembered this man, apparently. Nobody that worked our shift had heard of a man with an Irish accent. None of them had any memory of this guy ever existing, with me being the only exception. I guess it is possible that they were all just messing with me, but to get that many guys to just pretend that somebody didn't exist for the fun of it, that would have been quite a feat. It was honestly really upsetting, too, because he seemed like a cool dude, and I would have loved to have been friends with the guy. This was late at night, maybe around 2 in the morning. Everyone living in my house was asleep, and I was just scrolling through Twitter and TikTok. I had my AirPods in my ear and the case right next to me in bed. I had gotten up to grab another cover from the closet when I heard something drop. I assumed it was my fire stick, but when I returned to my bed, it was still there, so I thought no biggie. It must have been my AirPod case. But when I went to look for it, I couldn't find it. I looked under my bed and under my dresser, but still couldn't find the damn AirPod case. Since it was so late at night, I just decided to leave my AirPods on my nightstand and look for the actual case the next morning. The next morning, I began to clean my room, and I mean deep clean. I moved my bed, my dresser, my nightstand, everything and anything. I even looked in my shoes and deep in my closet, but I never found my case. I know it was late at night and I was tired, but I remember having it next to me, and I remember hearing something fall to the ground. I even asked my mom to help look, but neither of us ever found anything. It was so strange and frustrating because, 1, they were expensive, and 2, my room isn't even that big. So it's not like it's in a part of my room that I never go to. To this day, I never found the AirPod case, and I ended up having to buy a new one. Thankfully, that wasn't as expensive. I had a really weird glitch happen to me about a week or so ago, and I've been wanting to share it. I just haven't had the time to do so until now. I'm not sure if it's a glitch where I saw the future, or if it's a glitch where reality repeated, or something like that, but it's definitely an unexplainable thing that happened. Maybe someone can tell me what it was, but for me it's still one of those I have no idea what the hell this was moments. So, this happened one morning while I was at home. At the moment, I don't have a car. It snowed around me not too long ago, and I actually got into an accident. That wasn't my fault, and my car was completely totaled. I'm currently in the waiting phase of everything to come through so that I can get a new one. Until then, I'm dependent upon my father coming to get me to do the things that I need to do, and thankfully he lives about 15 minutes away, and he's more than willing to help out. Plus, I'm currently working from home, so I can get away with not having a car a bit easier than most people. On this particular morning, I was needing to go to the post office to ship something to my work's home office, and was also needing to go to the grocery store for just a couple of things. So I asked him if he could be there at around 11 so that I could take my hour lunch to go do what I needed to do and make it back at a decent time. At around 10:40, I got a text from him saying, "Hey, I'm on my way. I should be there in about 20 minutes. He tends to send something like this when he's on his way, which is always funny to me because I know he's going to take 20 minutes to get here, so he doesn't need to say it. At this point, I'm not really doing anything for work as it was a slow day, so after about 10 minutes, I wrap up what I was doing and lock my system. I step away, put on real pants, grab my coat, hat, and gloves and get ready to step outside into the cold to wait for the last 5 minutes or so. I have to say that at no point in time during all this did I look at my cell phone. That's important for what happened. I step out my front door, lock it up, and I sit in the chair that's on my front porch just waiting for my dad to pull up at any minute. After a couple of moments, I feel my phone vibrate in my pocket. I think that it's probably my dad texting me to say he'll be a couple more minutes for whatever reason, but when I opened my phone and looked at it, I was utterly confused. The message I had just got said, "Hey, I'm on my way. I should be there in about 20 minutes. The text was completely identical to the one from earlier, but the one from earlier wasn't there. I read it confused for a moment, but then thought that maybe he had double sent it, or maybe it got sent again for whatever reason. But Then I looked up at the time, and it was 10:40. That was impossible. He originally texted me at 10:40 saying he was on his way. I then spent several minutes working at my computer before getting up, getting dressed, and getting bundled up to go outside. I had then sat there for a few minutes, and yet it was still 10:40? Or it was 10:40 again? I actually called my dad at that moment, and when he answered, I asked if he had left a while back or if he had just left. And he confirmed that he was actually pulling out of the driveway at that moment. I basically just told him that I would see him soon and hung up. I just kind of stared blankly at my phone until he pulled up. The full 20 minutes. He showed up, we did what we needed to do, and I got back with the few minutes to spare. No other issues or events occurred that were abnormal. I really have no idea what exactly happened here. I know that he texted me at 10:40, then I spent some time doing some things before I went outside to wait, and yet, after all that time, it was still the same time, and he had just sent that text. I really don't know, but it's been something that's been confusing to me since it happened. Howdy. Longtime lurker, but I've never posted here before. It is 4:45 a.m. I woke up a few minutes ago, but not a slow wake up. I literally jolted out of bed. I heard a sound of water rushing, but I live in a 4-bedroom apartment, and my window was cracked, so it took me a second to place the sound. I got up to investigate, and realized that the sound was coming from my own attached bathroom. My garden tub had overflowed, and water was still pouring out of the faucet. I went to bed at 12:15 a.m. I know this because I obviously remembered that, but to back it up, I had unopened texts from 12:32. No alcohol, drugs, or any medications that I haven't already been taking for months, such as prescribed anti-anxiety, so no mind-altering substance would explain this. I have no history of sleepwalking or waking. The tub had overflowed and the floor around it was wet, but it hadn't spread past the base of the tub, which makes me think the faucet had only been running for long enough to fill the tub and spill over, which definitely would not take 4 hours if I had turned it on before bed and gone to sleep. So I definitely did not do that. What the hell just happened? If you have any extra questions, I'll be sure to answer them. I want to get to the bottom of this. Edit. Many of you have suggested sleepwalking. I have no prior history of sleepwalking myself, but my cousin does. I'll be getting a camera to set up to check this out. Some other users have asked me to look into carbon monoxide levels in my apartment unit, which I will be doing tomorrow morning. We have many smoke alarms, but I'm unaware if they measure carbon monoxide as well. Once I get more details, I'll add another update. Again, thank you to everyone responding to this post and trying to help me out. You've given me many different perspectives and insight that I appreciate very much. It's 12:25 a.m. right now, and I'll be going to sleep soon. So, we shall see if anything weird happens tonight. I have 2 separate occasions to talk about. The first I'm still brushing off, but the second is where I'm confused. To set it up, I live in a fairly rural area, about an hour from major cities. The main highways are more so single lanes and wind through hills and tree lines. A few weeks back, I was driving home at night from in town in a line of cars. There were a few ahead of me and only one behind me. We were all at the point in between residential areas, without any roads or driveways that came off the highway. As I said, this was nighttime, so we all had our lights on. After taking a bend, the car and its lights never came around the bend after me. There was no sound as if they crashed, and there was no place to pull off. I was alone in my car, so I just chalked it up to being tired or it being late. However, today as I was driving home in the daytime, something similar happened again. This time I had my father in the car and we were turning off the main road onto our street right after a white Prius. Close enough to see the color, make, and that it was not a new Prius. As we turned around the bend onto our street, the car was gone. I was going to ignore it until my dad verbally asked me if I had seen the car or where it went. After the bend in the road, it's a very long straightaway, and we would have seen it in a driveway or further down the road. Anyways, just super weird, and I'm scratching my head over it. Okay, so this isn't anything earth-shattering or particularly significant. It's actually just kind of a quirky thing that happened that most would think of as completely insignificant, but it really did happen. And there really is absolutely no rational explanation for it that I can figure. It's a true story and not something I made up to be entertaining, but it's an odd and, I guess, somewhat playful glitch. So, I decided to meet my sister for breakfast on Friday. I was off, and as she works in the car business, Friday is her regularly scheduled off day. We're both in our 40s, parents of young kids, and reasonably professional, pragmatic people. We live about 45 minutes from each other, so we decided to meet at a Midway restaurant that is about 30 minutes from my house. I live in a pretty rural town in New Hampshire that's about 30 minutes from anywhere, but you get used to that pretty quickly. These details may seem unimportant now, but they actually factor into the story. Anyways, it was an average weather morning for January. There was some light precipitation, alternating mist and very light snow, and some breeze. My journey to the restaurant consists of about 15 minutes of winding back roads, 10 minutes of main roads, and a quick 5-minute run on the highway where you basically just travel to the next exits about 1.5 miles away. I arrived at the restaurant first and was sat in a window seat overlooking the parking lot. I could see my vehicle, and I could see my sister pull in and park across from my truck. She came in, and we spent almost 2 hours catching up, talking about family, all the usual stuff you would do with an adult sibling. After we finished eating and paid our bill, we decided that we had stayed long enough and that it was time to head out and get on with the rest of our day. We walked the short distance to my truck, but we were still chatting away. And the weather had improved while we had been eating, so we stopped at the tail of my truck to continue talking for a while. I was leaning against the tailgate, and we were just about to wrap it up, when my sister noticed something strange resting on top of my bumper, right below the tailgate, and just above where the license plate is generally mounted. She pointed and said, "Hey, what's that?" I looked, and there was a small, thin, triangular shape. It was a light gray with a dark gray top. "Huh, it looks like a Lego," I said. I reached down and picked it up, and sure enough, it was a little light gray Lego with a darker gray Lego piece attached to it. What's really odd is that it was the same color and style of Lego that my young son was using to assemble a Lego Star Wars vehicle that he had gotten for Christmas. At first, I didn't think much of it. I did think it was strange that there would be a tiny Lego in the dead center of my bumper on a Friday morning, but whatever. We said our goodbyes, I pocketed the Lego and headed home. On the ride home, I thought about how odd it was to have found this thing on my bumper. It really made no sense. If it was a random thing on the ground, why would someone pick it up and place it so carefully on my bumper? It was so small, less than an inch square, it likely wouldn't even have been noticed. And even if they had, I likely, but not for certain, would have noticed someone messing around near the back of my truck, as we were sitting right next to the window. Alternatively, if it had somehow found its way there back at my house, there is no way that it would have survived a 30-minute drive down windy, bumpy New Hampshire back roads and stayed there as I drove 60 miles per hour down the highway. These Legos barely weigh as much as a sheet of loose paper. It would have more than likely not have even survived the trip down my 100-yard-long dirt driveway, let alone the entire journey to the restaurant. When my sons came home from school, I showed my 8-year-old the piece that I had found and asked him if he recognized it, and if it went to his Star Wars vehicle, as I remember helping him sort the parts out weeks ago, and the vehicle had many pieces of the same color and style. He said, Yes, I think so. Further intrigued, I asked him to go get his now fully assembled vehicle from his bedroom. He and his older brother went off and returned with the vehicle. They showed me an area on top of the vehicle where this piece belonged, on the left side, opposite its complementary piece which went on the right side of the vehicle, which was already there and properly attached. So this Lego indeed came from my house, and was part of this particular build. Even stranger, my son told me that when he was building this Lego after Christmas, he had dropped this piece on the floor. He had gotten down from the bar stool that he was sitting on and looked for it, but it was completely gone. He couldn't find it. And my older son confirmed that he was enlisted to help look for it, and neither of them could find it. But it was clearly missing, and the incomplete build was proof of that. It was more of an aesthetic piece than something essential to the build. So, as I said, this isn't necessarily a candidate for a blockbuster Twilight Zone episode or anything, but there is absolutely no rational way for this to have happened. The Lego piece had inexplicably disappeared at my house, unknown to me at the time, by the way, and somehow strangely reappeared 2 towns away, perfectly placed and centered on my truck's rear bumper, where I just happened to be lingering around talking to my sister, where it could be noticed. 99 times out of 100, I never would have noticed it, because I would have gone directly to the driver's side door and just driven home without inspecting my bumper. So, that makes it even more odd. The setting for this, the mid-1990s, on a rural road in South Mississippi. It was springtime, just a few months before we were to graduate high school and leave everything we ever knew behind. My best friend's dad owned a used car dealership. The previous week, he had gotten a small, sporty Mazda convertible. His dad liked to give his new cars a week or so of running around to make sure he wasn't selling any lemons, so he gave us the keys, and he sent us off to give it a test drive around the rural back roads of the Pine Belt, with a heartfelt promise from both of us that we would be safe and definitely not speed or drive irresponsibly. A promise we kept to the next intersection before zooming out of sight. We'd been driving around for about an hour before coming to this one section of 2-lane highway that ran through a floodplain for a small muddy water creek. The road was on an embankment, so it wouldn't flood every time that it rained, so there were steep 15-foot high drop-offs on either side of the road. So there's no pulling over to the side of the road if you were to break down on this section of roadway. The stretch that we were on was straight, but had a small hill that crested at about the halfway mark of this half-mile or so of asphalt. We'd been enjoying our freedom and broken promises to his dad, and this particular moment was no different. We quickly ran up to a car that was very likely going the speed limit, but they were driving way too slow for us in that little Mazda. My friend and I looked at each other with a grin. He downshifted and gave it plenty of gas, eager to leave the slower car in our dust. As we crested a hill, a blur of metal appeared in our lane, barreling towards us at an alarming speed. We weren't even 100 feet from the other car coming straight at us. I distinctly remember the driver in that car bracing himself, his eyes wide, knowing that his options for avoiding collisions were 0 to none. My best friend and I yelled, "Oh no," in unison as I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable collision. There is no way that we could have missed that car. I saw the driver's eyes. He was so close. Impact was inevitable. Except the sickening explosion of metal crunching against metal at high speed never came. I opened my eyes and looked to my left. I saw my friend's arm nonchalantly resting on the door, his mouth open as he sang along to the Gin Blossoms' Follow You Down. It was a beautiful day. The roof down, the radio blaring, not a car in sight, not even the one that we attempted to pass. I blinked a few times, looked again to make sure I was believing what I was seeing. Not wanting to hear my friend gloat about how awesome of a driver he is, I didn't ask him how we avoided the other car. He didn't even seem fazed about it. I'm a skeptical man, but that incident was one of two things in my life that I simply cannot explain. In our 30s, when we happened to find ourselves in the same town one evening, we met up for beers. Between asking about our careers and family, I brought up the incident again. Remember the time that your dad gave us the Mazda to drive around, and how we almost hit that car? He thought about it for a second, and I saw the blood drain from his face. "Holy hell," he said. "I remember that. What the hell happened?" I told him that I didn't know, but I had hoped that he would have filled in the blanks. I felt an ice-cold chill run up my spine. This past year, he brought his family to my town for a vacation. They came to my house for dinner, and I wanted to tell our wives the story and have him tell his side of it all. This time, my friend seemed to have no recollection of it, as if his mind had been completely erased of the experience. Even when I reminded him of our previous conversations about it, he looked at me with a blank stare as if he had never heard the story before. And so, the mystery of that near accident on the back roads of Mississippi remains unsolved. A strange and inexplicable memory that haunts me to this day. A mystery that seems to get stranger as the years go on. I've posted in here a few times and got some great feedback. I wanted to share this with you all and get your take on it. This happened when I was living in Turkey with my family. Father was a government contractor there with his company. We had a 2-story, 3-bedroom house out at what we called the Point. All kinds of weird crap happened there, but these incidents are one of the clearest in my mind. Since it was just me and my parents living there at the time, we never used the spare room. In fact, it was full of junk that my mom might need and can't live without. The rest of the unused stuff, I swear my mom was one step away from being a hoarder, went down in the garage that was under the house. The only way into the garage was through a large door that you had to pull up from the outside. We hadn't opened it since we moved in back in January of that year. 2 incidents took place with this room that are crystal clear in my mind. The first was my dad's ball cap. He wore those ones, like the John Deere caps, with the ventilation on the top and the rest is fabric. He had been in the spare room moving stuff around, looking for something Mom needed and couldn't live without. I was in there helping him. I remember he took off the cap to be able to see under a desk that was piled with crap all around it. He set it on top of the bookshelf in there. We found what she was looking for and we left the room. A couple of days later, my dad was looking for his cap. I recalled him leaving it in the spare room. I go in there to look, and it's not there. Huh? I go downstairs to let him know that, nope, I was mistaken. We look around, can't find it. Finally, he gives up and grabs a different one. But it's not his favorite one. A few weeks later, he has to go down to the garage and get the Christmas stuff out. I'm there with him because I'm the youngest, and I got all the crap jobs. I'm standing there as he opens the garage door, and I literally yelled out, "What the hell?" Sitting there, on top of the front boxes that had been there since we moved in, was my father's cap. Now, the first thing I asked after getting the look from yelling obscenities was if he had been down there recently. Adamant no. No one had been in there since we moved in. But somehow, his cap had gone from the spare room to the garage all by itself. Now, if it had been a one-time thing, I would have dismissed it. But this happened several times, always with things just placed for a short time in that spare room. New set of curtains that just arrived but not to be put up yet, found in the garage. Dog bed put in the spare room for spring cleaning, disappeared but shows up in the garage a couple of days later. There were other things too that did this once they entered that room. What the heck? So, this happened a few days ago on Thanksgiving Day, November 24th, 2022. I posted the longer version in another subreddit, but I was getting ready to go to my friend's for dinner. I was in my bedroom and heard more noise than usual outside, so I went to my window to get a visual on what was happening in the local neighborhood. There was more going on than would be on a typical day, but there's always normal neighborhood things going on, such as people in their yards, kids playing and dogs barking, squirrels, cars going by, etc., etc. There was nothing different in this moment besides the fact that the commotion was amplified. And understandably so, seeing as how this was a holiday. So, I took it in for a few seconds, and then I went to the bathroom. Mind you, I couldn't have been but 2 minutes. I go back to the window, because I needed to close it up before I left for my friend's house, and what I witnessed I don't think I will ever fully comprehend beyond just accepting it as a universal glitch of some sorts, or interference with my conscience. When I went to the window, there literally was nothing going on. Not one person, not one noise, not one car. When I say nothing, I mean that I could feel how silent and still it was, and the atmosphere was very heavy feeling. I stood there, if not out of shock of sorts, for at least 5 minutes, waiting for someone or something or some noise to interrupt this terrifying happening. I finally came to and got my bearings together enough to go downstairs and out the front door to get a better perspective. And this is when my heart skipped probably 5 beats. I opened the door, and literally everything that was present prior to the 7 minutes during the bathroom trip and my experience at the window was again in action. All of my neighbors had at least a car in their driveway, kids were playing, birds were chirping, people out and about and cars were going by. I since then subtly gained some insight on what my neighbors were up to, and every one of them said that they never went anywhere during that time. Between noon and 2 p.m. is what I asked, to try to make it easier for them to remember. But they are not on Reddit, and I can't afford to have them think that I was hallucinating or something. Which I swear that I wasn't. I don't use anything beyond a non-narcotic anxiety medicine called Inderol. So, please, If anyone has any similar experiences they could share for me to compare, or some explanation on what the possibilities could be, I would highly appreciate it if you could comment or send me a DM. This is my first time posting in Glitch in the Matrix, although I am an avid reader. I never thought to post the odd things that occurred in my life, but things have gotten very weird, especially after I graduated in 2012. Since then, it's just gotten weirder and weirder, slowly but surely. I've began to question the very fabric of this thing that we call reality. This year has been the one year that made my decision final. This is all either an illusion, a dream, or a simulation. It's the little things. So, first weird thing, I drive tractor trailers for a living. So, besides seeing an insane amount of license plates that say 555 or 999 or all the other damn numbers, I've noticed this odd phenomenon. I'll be driving, and since I look at all the cars driving past me, I'll notice vanity plates. So I'll make one name up because I don't remember exactly what it said. Let's say on my left on 95 South, I see a plate that says, "Got Boost." Okay, so that car drove by going about 80 miles per hour. My car stops at and is governed for max 65 miles per hour. I watch this car fly up the highway, and that's it. It's gone. As I continue to drive, I'll look to my left, just miles up the highway, and I'll see the same scene again. Like it's a replay, or the simulation ran out of cars. I'll see "Got Boost" drive by in the same way that it did previously. So at first I'm like, okay, I watched that car vanish up the highway. How did it pass me again? Sure, anyone can say that maybe they stopped, but this section of 95 has no truck stops. And the distance I traveled wasn't enough for it to hop off the highway and hop back on. As the sun was coming up, I looked down at my speedometer for a second. In the top of my vision, my peripheral vision, I watched the car in the distance literally vanish out of thin air. As I see this, I go, "What the hell?" And I look up before my eyes and the car reappears. I just say, "I knew it. This is a hologram or a simulation." Then, as I say that, 3 cars pass by on my right, and all of their license plates say 444. So I'm just like, dude, what the hell? I look at my speedometer, and the last 3 mileage numbers say 444. At this point, I'm really bugging out. What are the chances? Slim to none. 1 in a million. This reality cannot be real. I think that we created as some sort of mental projection. I am from Leeds in the UK. I'm usually skeptical about Glitch in the Matrix stories, but my own experiences have led me to believe there are some things that do not have an immediate explanation. The first incident happened to me recently, and I'm not sure what to make of it. I was meeting my friend, let's call her Macy, at a Chinese restaurant. I was running late and she got in there and sat down before me. When I arrived, I told the waitress I was here to meet a friend, and before I could finish, she asked me if I was here to meet someone named Macy. I confirmed, and the waitress took me to a table hidden away at the back of the restaurant. After apologizing profusely to Macy, I commented on how busy the restaurant was, and asked why she had chosen such an obscure spot. I mentioned that if the waitress hadn't asked if I was there to meet Macy and showed me where she was, I wouldn't have found it. She looked surprised, and asked how the waitress knew her name. I shrugged and said that I had just assumed she had told her or mentioned it as part of a friendly conversation. She was adamant that she definitely did not and had only spoken to a male waiter, without mentioning her name. I hadn't mentioned her name either. The waitress had mentioned it to me before I got the chance to finish. This bizarre incident has us scratching our heads all night. Macy was also sure that she had never seen this waitress before. We live in a big city, so it's not as if everyone knows everyone. Curious, I asked the waitress how she knew Macy's name in a kind of joking way later on during the meal. She just laughed and said that she had a hunch. Bizarre. As for the second story, is it a glitch in the Matrix or just a weird natural phenomenon? I was on a plane flying from Doha to Tanzania. After dozing off for a while, I woke up and was confused by what I saw. When I looked at my side of the window, I had a window seat, it was dark and the moon and the stars were showing. It confused me because, in my groggy state, I couldn't work out where the sunlight was coming from. It took me a few seconds to realize that there was sunlight pouring in from the other side of the plane, and I could see the clear blue skies. But my side of the plane was still very dark, and I could see the moon and the stars. Several other people had noticed as well. This plane was literally flying through both day on one side and night on the other. It was like we were flying through some strange vortex at the exact point where half of the world is covered in shadow and the other half is bathed in sunlight. I read up and there was something crazy like a 1 in 6 million chance of that happening, but its exact cause is unknown. It remains a mystery to this very day. A few weeks ago, I stayed with a couple of my friends. I remember having my sunglasses with me when I left the next day, on my way to my car. The sun was hitting my eyes and I used them. In the car, I switched to my glasses to see better, and I could never find my sunglasses again. I looked in my bags, my car, my pockets, and nothing. I concluded that I must have dropped them somewhere. They were my favorite, the ones which had the most protection. I was pretty upset, but initially I just let it go. 1 week after that, my boyfriend and I stayed in an Airbnb. Even though I lost my sunglasses, my other glasses were with me. I really don't go anywhere without them. I can see without them, but reading subtitles becomes almost impossible. When we arrived, I clearly remember putting them right next to the TV, and a few hours in, when I go to look for them, they're gone. So, I'm thinking maybe I just misremembered and they're in the car, or I never got them out even though I remember otherwise. So I started looking everywhere. I had already lost my sunglasses at this point, but these ones were more vital to me. I need to drive the next day and we were having movie night. I looked under the bed, on the floor, under the couches, my bags, clothes, everywhere. The Airbnb was just one small room apartment. At that moment, I let it go. At night, I was visibly uncomfortable while watching the movie, so my boyfriend got my car keys and went ahead to go look. At the same time, I checked everything again to make sure. He came back empty-handed, so once again I thought to myself, I must have dropped them. The next day, after we had breakfast, I go into our room and, to my surprise, my glasses are next to the bed on the floor. It didn't look like they were dropped. It was as if someone had put them there. I asked my boyfriend, and he told me that I just must have dropped them. Yet, I clearly remember looking under the bed. I had an off feeling about it, but I just let it go. A few weeks later, today, in my drawer next to my other sunglasses, I see my missing sunglasses. They're just there. I live with my mom and she knew that I lost my sunglasses, so I thought maybe she found them and put them back, but no. She says she never saw them after I lost them. I thought of the possibility of my boyfriend pranking me, but then again, he didn't come over to my room for at least 2 weeks. And I swear those sunglasses were not there at that time. I would have worn them instead. And the drawer that I'm talking about has a glass top layer for accessories and things like that. When I was a young child, so somewhere close to 25 years ago, I lived in a nice home with my parents, my older sister, and, for a while, my uncle stayed with us when he was a bit down on his luck. My family life was pretty normal. I got along with my sister despite us being pretty much polar opposites. My parents were always good to me and supportive of me growing up, and my uncle is one of my favorite people in the world. In this home, we also had several pets. I had a lizard for a few years. We had quite a few cats over the whole time, and I remember we had 2 dogs. One of the dogs was a golden retriever named Rango, and the other was an American Eskimo named Montgomery, but we called him Monty for short. Monty was my best friend for a majority of my childhood. I loved all of my pets, but I was super attached to Monty. I loved him more than anything, and he was just the sweetest pup. He was the kind of dog that liked to jump up and lick your face. He knew how to fetch and sit, and he would sleep on my bed when they had to stay inside during the winter. I cannot explain or express how much this dog was my best friend. And then when I was around 13, he got really sick with cancer, and he didn't last much longer after that. I hated seeing him sick because it was clearly affecting him. He wasn't as active, he got lethargic, but he was still my best pal, and he made sure that I knew he loved me until his last days. I may have been young, but when we had to put him down because of his complications, I wanted to stay in the room with him until he was gone. I held him, I hugged him tightly, and I said my goodbyes. After all was said and done, I cried harder than I ever have cried in my entire lifetime. Afterwards, I was devastated and depressed, and it tore me down for way longer than I am willing to admit. Now, all of this may seem like a really strange way to explain a glitch in the Matrix, but it will all make sense when I explain that, according to all evidence, Monty never existed. My father's 60th birthday was a couple of weeks ago, so we had a get-together at my parents' house. We were all talking about our memories and things that we missed and loved about growing up. At one point, my sister brought up Rango and how good of a dog he was, and I mentioned how much I missed Monty. All 3 of them kind of gave me a look like I was crazy, and I asked if none of them remembered Monty. I said, Monty, the American Eskimo, he was a pure white dog with really fluffy fur. He and I were best friends when I was young. They all kept staring at me like I was saying something wrong, until my sister said, "Do you mean Misty?" I asked who Misty was, and this whole thing became the most confusing conversation of my life. My mother, my father, and my sister all remember another dog named Misty. But Misty was a female black lab, literally the exact opposite of Monty. We discussed this for a while, and none of them remember Monty, and I don't remember Misty. We ended up pulling out one of the photo albums, and sure enough, there are photos of us with a black lab and a golden retriever, but none of them have Monty in them. The years correlate to when we would have had Monty, but he doesn't exist in any of the photos, and nor do they recall him at all. A couple of days later, I even called my uncle, and I asked him if he remembered the dogs that we had when he stayed with us. He remembered Rango, but he could not remember the name of the second dog. He did, however, remember that it was a black dog, and he had no memory of Monty whatsoever. So, as far as pretty much everyone else is concerned, Montgomery, my best friend growing up, and the beautiful loving pup that I held in his last minutes, never existed. I have no proof that he did. No one else remembers him, and the photos that do exist show that my memories of my childhood are, apparently, all wrong. If Monty never existed, I have no idea how I could have imagined all of the memories of him when I was growing up. I know that I did not make up the intense emotion it felt when we had to have him put down. I know that I did not make him up, but he didn't exist. I do have to say it is heartbreaking that this is my timeline now, because it almost feels like losing him a second time. Regardless, I will always love and miss that pup, and thankfully I still have all of my memories. Those can't be taken from me, not even by this messed up simulation that we live in. I have a short but incredibly weird glitch that happened to me and my roommate that we genuinely cannot explain. It's not the craziest glitch in the world, but it's one of those things that, after it happened, we both just kind of looked at each other like we were crazy. This happened about a month ago, back near the end of the year. It was the week between Christmas and New Year's. My roommate and I both work retail jobs at different companies, and on this particular night we were both exhausted. It was my first day off since Black Friday, and he had been working 10 hours a day for the last 2 weeks. It was around 5:30 in the evening, and we were talking about what we wanted to do for dinner. Because we'd both been working a lot, we thankfully had a bit of money saved up. So, we decided that, on that night, we weren't going to make dinner. We were going to order pizza. We're both guys in our mid-20s, so to say that we can each wolf down a full pizza, it's an understatement. We sat there and kind of debated what to get, when I had the brilliant idea of, how about we each get a whole pizza for ourselves? Like, a whole large pizza. It was one of those ideas that was so obvious that I was feeling like a literal genius for saying it. So, that's what we decided to do. I wanted a Hawaiian. Don't judge me. And he wanted an all-the-meats kind of pizza. We then also decided that we would get a large order of their cheese sticks, and I put in the order, paid for the whole thing, and we waited. The delivery guy showed up, and we excitedly grabbed our food and took it to the kitchen. And around here is where the glitch occurred. The delivery driver gave us 2 large pizza boxes and a medium box, one for each pizza, and then I guessed that they used a medium box for the cheese sticks because they are pretty big. My roommate dropped the boxes on the counter and opened the medium box. Cheese sticks, check, as expected. He then opened the first pizza box, and it was my large Hawaiian pizza. We both saw it. He saw the pineapple and said, "Ew," jokingly. I confirmed that it was mine and it was correct, so I closed it, grabbed the box, and I took it to the living room. He grabbed the last box without opening it and followed me in. When he sat down and opened it, he let out a disappointed grunt and a couple expletives or two, and I asked him what was wrong. He mentions that they messed up the order and that they gave us 2 Hawaiians instead of a Hawaiian and his all-meat pizza. I knew that that was going to be an issue since, obviously, My roommate cannot stand pineapple on pizza, which I get. I set my box on the coffee table and looked over, and sure enough, it was a Hawaiian. I told him that I would go ahead and call them to see if they could send the correct pizza. I get up, grab my phone, and start to dial the number. I start explaining to the person at the store that there was a mistake with our order when my roommate tells me to hold on. I glance over at where he's standing at the coffee table, and he motions towards my box, the first box that we opened and verified was a Hawaiian. Sure enough, it's now a meat lover pizza. He reopens his box, and it's the Hawaiian. I apologize to the person at the pizza place, and I tell them that we must have made a mistake and that everything was there and perfect, and hung up. It wasn't until I hung up that it occurred to me that this was impossible. He opened the first box. We both saw the Hawaiian pizza, pineapple, and ham. I grabbed it to take it to the living room. He had first opened his box when we sat down, and it was also a Hawaiian. We both saw 2 pizzas with ham and pineapple, but somehow the pizza I had grabbed was now his all-meat pizza. It's not like you can mistake a Hawaiian, again, just ham and pineapple, with a pizza covered in sausage, hamburger, and pepperoni. They look nothing alike. We kind of just stared at each other like, how the hell did that happen? But after a while decided that it was what it was. And we dug into our dinner. I don't get it. I don't know how the pizza changed, but I assume that it was just a situation where the Matrix rendered the wrong pizza the first time and corrected it when we weren't looking. So, I guess, thanks to the Matrix for fixing our pizza problems. I just recently found this sub, but I've been experiencing difficult to explain or unexplainable insofar as I am able to theorize events for much of my life. This is especially true of things that I lose or that fall into the void, as I nihilistically like to refer to it. So, anyways, this happened to me just a couple of months ago. My girlfriend and I were working on something together. We're both writers. I'm also a musician, and we collaborate on creative ideas sometimes. We were sitting at my desk and taking down some notes, trying to outline a working plan for us to follow with this particular endeavor. We both prefer to do this the old-fashioned way, and physically write things down. So, I'm using a pen and literally mid-word when I feel like I've totally forgotten my train of thought. So I stop writing for a second, and I look up from my notepad still holding the pen. When a few seconds later, I've realigned my thoughts, and I look down to continue writing. But the pen is gone. The only other things on the table were my notepad and my girlfriend's pen and notepad. It's not a large table either. So I say, wait, where's my pen? We take everything else off the table, now there's just nothing on it. Okay, I suppose somehow I dropped it and didn't notice it leave my hand. I look on the floor and all around the desk, and of course it's not there. So I say, well, I guess it just fell into the void. Because things like this happen relatively often, though most can be rationalized away and ignored, because of that sliver of uncertainty and the unreliability of human senses and memory. What we do next is move the table over a couple of feet, in case the pen had not only fallen from my hand and onto the floor without my feeling it, or producing any audible noise, but also rolled in such a way as to be perfectly hidden under one of the legs of the table. This also wasn't the case, but my girlfriend and I got on our knees looking more floor level all around for it. This is when it happened. As we are both facing each other, right between us, we both watch as the pen just, and I cannot stress this enough, appears. Literally materializes in the mid-air in the space between us, and proceeds to fall to the floor. Naturally, we were both stunned for a moment and totally speechless. But given the mild frequency that unexplainable stuff has happened to both of us, coupled with the fact that we were also already inclined towards contemplating and discussing esoteric or abstract hypothetical concepts, perhaps we were slightly more equipped than some others to accept this kind of almost unbelievable event. Of course, I would be skeptical too if it were anyone besides myself, or even if it were me without someone else able to corroborate. But it definitely happened, and we both saw it. Okay, so I believe I may have posted this a few years ago, shortly after it happened. I'm writing it again because I was recently on a call with my mother, and without prompting, she brought it up. The story is about 5 years old now, give or take a few months. For a while, I thought maybe I had dreamed it or something, but my mom corroborated the story. I was 18 at the time, and it was my first Thanksgiving that I wasn't in school. My mom and I were taking our usual 7-hour trip up north. On holidays like this, it was more like 9 hours, to our family in New Jersey for the holiday. We used to live up there, and since moving down south, we made, and still make, the trip up north about 4 or 5 times a year. Needless to say, we are abundantly familiar with the interstate. We are abundantly familiar with the entire route, to be honest. The way we always go is by taking Route 64 to 295, before getting on the interstate, the beautiful I-95. It sucks. It's always filled with traffic, so naturally the two of us leave at ungodly hours in the morning. This doesn't bug either of us, really, because we both wake up early anyways. So, this trip started off like any other. We were out of the door by 6:15 and had our Chick-fil-A in hand by 6:30, and were filled up on gas and on the road by 7 or so. The first part of the trip was fine. We put on music, talked about random stuff, and gossiped as mothers and daughters do. By the time we got on the 295 exit, it was still fairly early, but both of us were wide awake. She took the exit and we were set. The road looked as it always did, and nothing was out of the ordinary. After a few minutes of driving, though, something felt very wrong. Gone were the multiple lanes of the highway. We were on now what looked to be a country road. It cut through a cornfield and only had one lane of traffic in either direction. We were, as far as either of us could see, the only ones driving on that stretch of road. There was a little farmhouse on our right side, but that's about it. My mom and I were both really taken aback because we had just been on the highway. Neither of us had noticed any exits, nor had my mom gotten off at the wrong one. We'd been on 295 and then suddenly we weren't. My mom tried to rationalize it at first, saying that she probably wasn't paying attention because she had a bit of a headache forming and had just gotten off the wrong exit. At the time, I agreed with her, but something felt very, very off. And suddenly, the Chick-fil-A breakfast was not sitting so well anymore. There weren't any signs for directions, only a few speed limit signs as we kept going. When I looked at the dashboard clock, too, only a minute or so had gone by. By the looks of it, we were in the middle of nowhere, Virginia. Time to me didn't seem to match up, but I just felt weird and dizzy at that point. My mom decided to keep driving forward. I don't know why she didn't just K-turn so we could go back, but she's always been one to prefer to get actual directions. We didn't have cell service either, so that may have been why. That's pretty normal for rural Virginia, though. I work on a haunted farm during the Halloween season, so I'm used to pretty spotty reception. Cornstalks do not a cell tower make. Well, We kept on driving, and after maybe 15 minutes, we came to what I guess was this census-designated place's idea of a town. By this, I mean there was a service station and a church. We stopped the car, they filled us up, and my mom asked for directions. The guys were pretty nice, your typical laid-back Southerners. They did tease my mom for her New York accent, though. When we explained that we'd gotten turned around coming off of 295, they looked really surprised. The younger of the two guys said that, coming from the direction we had, we were driving towards 295N, not away from it. That really threw us for a loop. They asked if we'd ever done this trip before, or if we were new to Virginia, etc. And they were shocked when we said yes. We all got quiet after that, and my mom and I got back in our car and drove another 20 minutes to get back onto the highway. Once we were back en route, the pit in my stomach went away. Neither of us really talked anymore about it, and we didn't mention it to our family once we got to New Jersey. I've thought about this experience a lot since it happened. I tried to rationalize it, but the more I think about it, the weirder it gets. Sure, plenty of people make mistakes driving when they're tired, but my mom and I both had our coffee well before this had happened. What really trips me up is how we were driving towards 295 and not away from it, and how far away from the exit we were on that country road. That, and how little time had passed between being on the interstate and not being on the interstate. Like I said, I thought maybe I had just dreamt it. I was on the phone with my mom yesterday, though, and she brought it up out of nowhere. I guess she was thinking about it because we were trying to decide what to do for Thanksgiving. She asked if I remembered that time that we teleported, which is a very funny way to start a conversation, but then she got serious and said that it had freaked her out. She recounted the events almost exactly how I did, except she did say that there was a sign along the country road pointing towards the service station. Regardless of what actually happened, it was a bizarre and jarring experience. At least it taught me to always appreciate friendly gas station employees. This story might not be scary, but I can recall that my heart stopped for a second. I was taking a walk outside as I normally do at nighttime, and I remember being sad that day, but I don't remember why. Anyways, I was walking towards my house when I saw something that I will never forget. I see my brother in the basement, looking out the little window and smiling at me. It caught me off guard, and I even remember jumping and screaming. But then when I looked back, he was gone. And I was thinking to myself as I'm going inside that he looked so realistic. And if this was a hallucination, it was my most realistic one yet. I went inside, and when I came in, I saw my brother sitting there on the sofa. I asked him if he was in the basement, and he said no, that he had just been there. I was still scared, but to my curiosity, I went downstairs to my basement to see if something was there. I saw nothing but a picture of my mom when she was younger. So my conclusion was that I in some way morphed the picture of my mother into looking like my brother. But when I went outside, I didn't see the picture of my mom through the window. Maybe I just hallucinated this. I have hallucinated before, but not in a way that has scared me this much. This might be the most realistic one yet. Another conclusion was that maybe some spirits were just messing with me, but I'm pretty skeptical about that. I recently started a new job, and I've made it a point to be early to the office every single day. For some people, this may seem a bit weird, but this is my first career-level position, so I'm really trying to make a good impression. and make it obvious that I really want this job. The company that I work for is fairly laid back, but I have a bit of a different mentality. I want to be an ideal employee, and I want to be seen as someone that is trying really hard. I know that this is probably a fruitless effort, but I don't care. I'm doing what I can. Obviously, I'm a bit obsessive with things, and as such, I have a very strict morning routine. I wake up at 5:30, I get a shower in, and I get everything done and ready for the day, and then I'm out of the house by 6:05 to 6:10. Leaving at these times gets me to the office by 6:40 at the latest, which puts me at 20 minutes early for the start of my 7 a.m. shift. This gives me time to get my station set up, get coffee, and get everything going in the mornings. I've worked there for about 2 months, and I have been at the office at this time every single day for the entire time that I've worked there. So it has absolutely become a habit. That leads to the day that the glitch happened. It was about 2 weeks ago as of the time of me writing this. On this morning, I actually woke up around 5:15 because I kept having some really weird nightmares, which was fine by me. Waking up early meant that I had even more time to get my day started. I get out of bed, get a quick shower in, and I do all of the things that I need to before I leave. By the time I finish up, I look over at my cell phone and it's only 6 a.m. on the dot. I figure that I've done everything I could at that point at home, so I get out and head to work. But this is where things get weird. I got in my car and the clock on my dashboard said 6:02 a.m. I pull out of the driveway and up to the stop sign at the end of my road, and then turn on the main road towards my office. As soon as I turn onto the main road, my phone starts ringing. I see that my boss is calling me, so I answer. I ask him what's up, and he responds with, "Is everything okay? Are you coming in?" I was kind of confused, as I was actually leaving earlier than normal. So I said, "Yeah, I'm on my way now. What's going on?" He then responds with, "Okay, I was just making sure. We were about to start the morning huddle, and you're usually here by now, and we hadn't heard from you yet." It was at this point that I looked back at the clock in my car, 7:15 a.m. I apologize to my manager, and I tell him that I must have lost track of time this morning and that I would be there in 5 minutes. He says it's fine and to just get there safely. We hang up, and I just kind of stared at the clock while I drove, trying to figure out how exactly that happened. There was no way that I was wrong about the time that I woke up. I was up early. I had actually turned off my alarm after I'd woken up because I didn't want it going off while I was in the shower. I got out and got finished, and I was absolutely without a shadow of a doubt on the road by 6:02. I saw those numbers on my phone and the clock in my car. I had only been driving for a couple of minutes by the time that he called, but somehow, an hour and 13 minutes had passed. I have no idea what happened in this time. I didn't feel like I passed out, nothing really changed around me, and I didn't feel weird. It's just that the time vanished. To the best of my knowledge, I don't have anything medically wrong with me, so I cannot make any sense of it. It's just one of those crazy and terrifying things that happened, and thankfully it only happened once because I don't want to be late again. One day, while sleeping as I work nights, I had a dream. In this dream, I decided to go out to my backyard and look at the stars. While standing there looking up, everything went black, like someone had flipped a light switch off. Everything was pitch black and I could not see anything. In the dream, I decided to drop to the ground and roll towards my house. I ended up stopping against the outside wall, and I closed my eyes tightly for a while. Upon opening them in the dream, I began to realize that everything had returned to normal. Upon awakening, everything seemed so off. It just did not feel right. Nothing changed visually that I could see, though. And this was about the time that I had discovered the Mandela effect. My wife divorced me, and I lost my mother. It took me a good while to adjust. Thank you for letting me share my story. This might be kind of long, but I want to be sure that I don't leave any details out, so bear with me. And this happened last Friday, so a week ago today. I carry a pocket knife around with me everywhere. However, my sister had to go to court that morning for a speeding ticket and asked me to come along. I had the pocket knife in my hand as I was about to walk out the front door, debating if I should bring it. Then decided against it, as I didn't want to accidentally bring it into the courthouse with me. So I placed it on the coffee table and left. Now, I'll admit, I can be pretty scatterbrained sometimes. I misplace things a lot, but when that happens, I never really have a solid guess as to where it could be, and because I can't remember when or where I had set it down. This situation was very different, though. I vividly remember deciding not to bring my knife right before I left, so I threw it on the coffee table by the front door, and immediately walked out. This is a sure thing for me, because as we were returning to the apartment after court, I was planning to quickly grab my knife off of the table and then head to work. Well, I get back to the apartment, scan the table, and it's not there. So I'm like, that's weird, but maybe it fell somehow or something. No, it was just gone. Later that day, I spent at least a solid 2 hours searching the entire apartment. That might not seem like a very long time, but it's a fairly small apartment. I checked every room, under/on top of/inside every piece of furniture, in the couch cushions, closets, even places that I knew it couldn't possibly be, but I was desperate at this point. My dad gave me that knife, so I was pretty distraught that it was just suddenly gone. Here's where it gets really weird. It was missing for 5 days. My girlfriend was actually the one who found it while I was at work on Tuesday. I was baffled, and here's why. She found it just lying on the floor under the desk in the extra bedroom that is essentially our cat's bedroom. That Friday morning, I had put the cat in her room before I'd even gone downstairs, and I know 100% that I did not leave the knife in there. Like, I've run through every scenario, and there is absolutely no logical way it could have ended up in there. Aside from that fact, when I'd realized it was gone, I had checked that room from top to bottom at least twice. There's no way that I would have missed it just being on the floor, and there's also no way that my girlfriend would have missed it as she had been helping me look. I'm just at a loss here. It's really been messing with me, and literally any other situation where I've lost something, I've been able to acknowledge that I simply did not remember when or where I had sat it down. But this is totally different. I've played through the scenario in my head hundreds of times now, and I know for a fact I never left the knife anywhere but downstairs on the table. If anyone has any sort of explanation for this, please help me out here. I've never had anything like this happen before, and I'm really struggling to understand how it just suddenly reappeared in a completely different place days later. A few answers to the frequently asked questions that I've received when telling people this story. 1. Nobody else has access to the apartment, and the doors stay locked. The only exception is that I can't remember if I'd locked it when I'd left for court, but I was only gone for about 2.5 hours. 2. There is no possible way the cat could have messed with it. She was put in her room and the door was closed before I was even fully dressed. I did not re-enter her room before leaving. 3. My girlfriend was away for the weekend and got back Sunday afternoon. She definitely was not playing a prank on me and didn't even really have the opportunity to. I know that this all probably sounds like I just forgot where I'd put it, but I promise that's not the case. My short-term memory isn't the best, but there's no way that I just completely forgot where I'd put it after only 2 hours. I also know that I'm definitely not the only one on this sub to have experienced this sort of glitch, so if you have a similar story to share, I'd love to hear it. If you made it through the whole story, I appreciate you because I know that this was pretty long. I have had several momentary slips of reality. I may eventually share more, but this is the most recent. About a year ago, I was in a bad way. I'd lost my home and was living in a tent with my 5 dogs. My girlfriend had just gotten a new job 3 states away and had invited me to move with her. The catch being, I could only take 1 dog, and I had to leave the rest with my family. She was renting a small apartment, and there wasn't even enough room for even 2 of my dogs, because she had a dog of her own. The decision was very difficult and heartbreaking. I narrowed it down to 2 of the dogs that would do best in a small apartment. I kept flip-flopping between Boo Boo and Lily, but eventually settled on Boo Boo, being that she was the sister of my girlfriend's dog, Leo. This morning, while we were fixing breakfast and talking, as the dogs waited for us to share a bite, I looked down to see Lily staring up at me. My dog is almost 800 miles away. I looked at her thinking something was off about this, and then it clicked in my head. Lily wasn't here. I did a double take only to now see Boo Boo sitting in the exact same spot and looking up at me. Okay, so I'm a big fan of this YouTube channel, and I've been listening to glitch stories for a few years now. I've never really experienced a glitch before, and I've always been very fascinated by them. This happened today at my local shopping center. I was out having lunch with my girlfriend, and I was talking to her about a song I had stuck in my head, and that I wasn't sure of the title or the lyrics. I only remembered the melody of the chorus. The song was called The World I Know by Collective Soul, by the way. This thought just literally came out of nowhere, and I had only just thought about it on this day. So, out of the blue, about a minute after I was talking to my girlfriend about it, the song just randomly starts playing in my local shopping center. I have never heard it before play on many repeated visits to this place. I thought it was either a glitch or just an insanely weird coincidence. Probably the strangest one that I've ever experienced. This happened about 2 years ago, but it's still in my mind a lot, so I decided to make a post about it. I understand if you don't believe me. I wouldn't believe this if it didn't happen to me either. I was spending a day with my friend in a city. I had to go to the toilet, but because of COVID, I couldn't go anywhere. Luckily, there was this ice cream store that said I could use theirs if I bought a cone. It was at the end of the store and I had to use the stairs, the girl behind the counter said. So, I walked to the end of the store. There was a part that was sort of an indoor garden. I saw a spiral staircase that I thought went to the toilet. Instead of the toilet, I ended up being in a Chinese restaurant. which was pretty weird and unexpected, but still, no toilet. I saw a door to my right and figured that's where the toilet had to be. It ended up being a stairwell where the stairs that go back to the ground floor were closed off with traffic cones and tape. So the only way to go was up. Because my bladder was almost bursting and I was kind of curious where I was going, I took a chance and walked up the stairs. When I opened the door, I ended up in the middle of a kitchen, which was weird. Who has a stairwell in the middle of a kitchen? Everyone was running around and no one really noticed me, so I went back to the stairwell and went another floor up. That's when I noticed how many floors there were. It felt really weird to me because the building was hella old, and it couldn't have had more than 3 floors. But I was on the 4th floor, and I kind of felt like something was off at that moment. I opened the door and this floor was really creepy. There was writing on the walls in a language that I've never seen before. It kind of looked like hieroglyphics, but smoother. There were 2 doors with symbols on them. One male and one female, I presumed. But I couldn't figure out which was which since I didn't understand these symbols. I needed to go really bad, so I just took a chance and picked a door. When I opened it, I felt really weird because it was just an empty room. No sink, no mirror, just a room leading to another door. I remember thinking what a waste of space it was, and why the hell had someone designed it like that? The next door led to a room with a sink and a mirror, and another door which finally led to a toilet. As I sat down and reviewed my entire journey to the toilet, it didn't make any sense at all to me. I had been walking around in an old medium-sized ice cream shop for about 10 minutes looking for their toilet. How is that even possible? One possibility is that I ended up in an entirely different building, but how did I switch buildings so easily? I never tried to open a locked door or anything, and the buildings definitely weren't this high when I saw them from the outside. I kind of started to freak out, so I texted my friend that was waiting for me at the entrance of the store. When I was done, I opened the door and ended up in the sink room again. When I opened the door of that room, my heart dropped. I ended up in the hallway again. The empty room that I walked in through was just gone. I really started to hurry back because it felt like I was going insane. 1 floor down, back through the kitchen, another floor down through the Chinese restaurant, which was really busy. I looked around for a while and was getting even more confused. There was a balcony with people having dinner on the side where the street was supposed to be. I never saw a balcony there before, and I've been to this city many times, so I was really stunned. I walked towards the balcony to check it out, and it got worse. Instead of the street, I saw a lake with grass and trees and such, and people walking around. In this particular city, there is nothing like that anywhere near this building. I was really stressed out at this point, so I wanted to go back to the ice cream store. I went down the spiral staircase, which led me back to where my journey first began. I told my friend about this experience immediately, and he believed me because I was really distressed. The weirdest thing is, though, I had texted him 2 minutes before I got back from the toilet. It had taken me longer to walk all the way back, and I had been gone for about 6 minutes in total. The timing was way off compared to what I actually experienced. After this, I told more people about my experience in this particular store, and I talked to one guy that actually works in the store. He said the toilet was actually in the basement and not up, and that there's no way that there were more than 3 floors. There was only 1 floor up as a venue that you can hire, connected to the ice cream store, and 1 attic which was used as a storage room. So, I don't know what the hell happened, and it still haunts me to this day. One of the stories in your last video reminded me of what happened one day about 3.5 years ago before I went to school. I woke up to check my phone to see if I have time before the alarm rings. It was 6:34 and in 4 minutes it would ring. Yes, I had set my alarm clock at 6:38 because I needed about 2 minutes to wake up for good. The sun was up. I drank some water and I went to the toilet. I did my thing and got out of the bathroom. When I got out, it was dark outside and there was no chirping. I checked my phone and it was 5:19 a.m. Now, the 5 can be seen as a 6 if you're too sleepy, and I guess the 4 was actually there, because maybe I was in the toilet for 5 minutes. But how did my brain make the 3 a 1? How did I see sunlight when it was dark outside? I still to this day have no explanation. The good thing was that I had about another hour and 20 minutes to sleep. About a year ago, I received a very odd phone call. For a little context, back in early March of 2021, I was desperately looking for a job. I must have applied to at least 80 different places, many of which got back to me. In April of 2021, I got a job at Walmart working as a cashier. A few weeks after that, I had worked and my shift was supposed to end at 11 p.m. However, for personal reasons, I ended up leaving work at around 6 p.m. But to leave early, I had to check in with my manager. While waiting to speak with my manager, I heard her ask one of my colleagues to go to the staff room for a staff meeting. On the way home from work, around 6:30 p.m., I received a phone call from a random number. I answered it, and the guy on the other end told me his name and the company that he worked for. He'd called regarding an available job opportunity and asked me if I was still interested. I asked, quite puzzled, whether we had chatted recently, and what he told me next scared the hell out of me. He said that we had chatted over the phone an hour ago. When I told him that isn't possible since I'm not allowed to have my phone on me while working, he proceeded to read aloud my name and number. I asked him if he'd made some sort of mistake, and he said that when he spoke to me earlier, he confirmed my name and number with me as well. He told me that when we chatted earlier, I told him to call me back after 6 p.m. because I was in a meeting. This caught me off guard, since I had just missed a staff meeting, as mentioned above. I then explained to him that I work as a cashier at Walmart, and even if we did chat an hour ago, I would not have him call me back at 6 p.m. since I was supposed to still be at work, and had ended up leaving early for an emergency. I also told him that I actually had just missed a staff meeting by chance as well. At this point, we were both just kind of shocked, and we kept going back and forth about how strange and weird this was. He was 100% certain that this was not a mistake on his end, and that we chatted for sure. He even went so far as telling me that my voice is the exact same voice that he spoke with earlier. After 5 straight minutes of complete shock and utter confusion, it ended off on a nice note with him thanking me for my time and me wishing him a good weekend. I checked later on that night whether or not I had actually applied to the company he worked for, and it turns out I did apply. Every now and then, I think about how eerie this whole situation was. I know for a fact that I did not speak to that man, and he knows for a fact that he definitely spoke to me. In regards to phone records, my dad pays the entire family's phone bill and has all the records. If you guys are referring to my recent log in my phone, this happened over a year ago, and I must have cleared my recent calls a million times since then. Also, when I told him that he had made some sort of mistake, after reading aloud my name and phone number, he also said that I was one of the only people he needed to contact on that particular day, and specifically, the only female. This actually happened just last month. Me and my partner, Kara, our anniversary was in October, and as a gift, she got me these beautiful earrings. It looked like a bird's nest that sat on your ear, and then there were small chains that went down it with small bluebirds attached to it, and the part that goes through your ear and the chain were silver. I adore birds and actually have 2 macaws that I rescued, so they really meant a lot to me. I wore them every chance I got it, and even considered wearing them to our friend's birthday/Christmas party. Kara talked me out of it, though, because she knew that her parties tended to get a little out of hand, especially when people started drinking. I don't drink myself, but you can't really control other people's actions. I agreed with her, though, and decided to go with some plain blue plugs instead, so that way there was little to no chance they could fall out or get ripped out. So, the party went great, and just as we expected. Some people had a bit too much, a couple people did get into fights, and I also ended up having to help carry someone to bed. But otherwise, it was a lot of fun. I was the designated driver, so I took one of our friends home, and then me and Kara went home. I specifically remember taking off my necklace, taking out my plugs, and placing them in the jewelry dish on my vanity. Then, as normal, we got ready for bed and were asleep within the hour. The next day, we just lounged around the house with neither of us doing more than eating and watching something on Hulu. The day after that, however, we were going to her parents' place for their Christmas get-together, so I was dressing up. I had on a nice light blue dress, and when I went to put on my bird earrings, they were gone. I have a jewelry holder for all my hoops and dangling earrings, and they just weren't there. I thought maybe I was just being lazy and didn't put them back where I normally put them, but they weren't in the tray that my studs were in either. I checked all over my vanity and even in odd places like the bathroom, the living room, the kitchen. They were nowhere to be found. Kara noticed my concerned look and asked what was going on, and she even agreed that she saw me hang them up after deciding not to wear them to the party 2 days ago. This at least reassured me that I wasn't mistaken about where I put them, and that I did not wear them to the party. In fact, the blue plugs I had in were still in the tray where I took them off after the party. After both of us searched extensively, we had to stop because we had to go to her parents. Unfortunately, my mind was stuck on those earrings, worried that I had lost them. They were gorgeous, and I had just gotten them, and I felt awful thinking about the fact that I had possibly lost them. After we got home, I looked again all over and even pulled out my vanity, the bed, and the dresser, thinking just maybe they fell behind it somehow, but sadly, I never found them. I know they were just earrings and Kara wasn't even upset about it, but I was devastated that they were missing, and was kicking myself for losing them. So, fast forward to the 23rd, both previous parties were the week before Christmas. Our friend that had the birthday party texted me with a picture, asking if I had left these earrings at her house. I kid you not, they looked just like my bird earrings. The only difference was that the birds were a lavender color instead of blue. I discussed this with her, and she said she was pretty certain they had to be mine, because she checked with the only other 3 girls that were there that had their ears pierced, and they said that they weren't theirs. She even messaged someone else if they recognized them, but they didn't have theirs pierced, and they said no. She said she didn't remember what I was wearing, but I had taken a picture with Ash that night at the party where you could clearly see my right ear, and the plug was there. There would be no possible way for me to have one set in, take a picture, and then just change them. For what reason? And just taking them or carrying them around wouldn't make sense, because I could have broken something. So, since no one else claimed them, she gave them to me. Kara was even confused because she knows for a fact that she got the blue ones because they looked like my macaws. She wouldn't have gotten lavender ones. So, I started coming up with a weird theory though. The holder I use for my earrings has 4 stands. My friend who had the party was looking for a new way to store and display hers, and I split mine in half so we both could use it. There were several slots just on one side, so there's no way that I was going to fill it up anytime soon. So, I thought I might as well give it to someone who would. She stores all of her earrings and even some bracelets on hers. In November, she stayed with us for a weekend, and after she left, I noticed a bracelet on mine that I didn't recognize. At first, I thought it was weird that she would store her jewelry in my room and on my vanity, but then I just assumed that maybe she thought it would be safer there. However, when I asked her about it, she was confused, because she mentioned the clasp on the bracelet broke and she never got around to fixing it, so it had been just sitting in her jewelry box. Why would she bring over a broken bracelet? Again, we just chalked it up to being weird, and thought maybe she was mistaken and took the bracelet back. So, at this point, I'm not convinced that there's not something up with that jewelry holder. Like, somehow it's connected still, even though we split it up? And somehow it's able to find, fix, or change things? I'm gonna keep an eye on it now, and I'll be sure to share if anything else happens. This was a small-ish but weird glitch that I experienced last week, and that's been bugging me ever since, so I thought I would come share it. Last week, I went out of town for a week and rented a car while I was gone. I have some anxious tendencies, so after I returned the rental, while I was sitting at the airport waiting for my flight, I had an anxious feeling about being worried about my personal car keys. I had parked at the airport long-term parking at home, so I would need my keys as soon as I got off the plane. So I checked my wallet. It's a big wallet. I always keep my keys in there to verify that they were there. My car keys were where they belonged, but, again, being anxious, I checked 2 more times over the next 20 minutes or so before putting my wallet into my carry-on bag, where it stayed for the rest of my journey home. I got to my home airport, and I went out to the parking garage. I have the kind of key that, if you're near the car, it will unlock, and a push-button start. So my wallet and keys never left my carry-on this whole time. I pulled into my driveway at home, and I started digging through my center console for the garage door opener, and as I was digging for it, I came across my car key. I was confused and thought that it must have been a spare since my key is in my wallet in my bag. I chastised myself for being so careless and leaving my spare in the car. But then it occurred to me, if there's a key inside the car and I try to lock it, it always beeps and won't lock. I opened my bag and pulled out my wallet, expecting to find my key in there, and confirmed that that one in my hand was a spare. But inside my wallet was only my house key. So, somehow, my key glitched and moved itself from inside my wallet in my carry-on bag into the bottom of my center console underneath napkins, plastic baggies, phone chargers, and God knows what else. My first incident. Back in the early 80s, I was looking at an apartment. I had just looked at the empty living room, but quickly popped my head back into and out of the doorway on a whim. In that brief moment, I saw a room full of furniture. I looked again and it was empty. I ended up renting, and quite some time later I walked into the living room and realized the furniture that I had seen was my own, none of which I had at the time. as I slowly gathered it over a period of many months. And a second incident. Shortly after I realized I saw my own furniture that day, I was sitting in the living room, same apartment, after a hard third shift, drinking a rum and coke while watching Popeye cartoons, and when I heard what sounded like a large dog walking in the kitchen. The sound came to the living room door, stopped for a good long moment, and then resumed, walking back through the kitchen and suddenly stopping. I got up and looked, feeling very weirded out by the noise, but nothing. I sat back down to finish my drink, and a few minutes later, I saw someone vaguely familiar dart their head around the doorframe and immediately pull it back. I yelped and jumped up, running into the kitchen, finding no one. All doors and windows locked and chained, and no one hiding in a closet or under a bed. I chalked it up to alcohol and exhaustion. Several months later, a friend from work brought their dog over, which they had just gotten from their parents. I didn't even know they had a dog. It walked in and around the kitchen, and then went into the living room for several seconds before re-entering the kitchen and walking out the back door. These were the exact same sounds I had heard months earlier, but experienced from the opposite side of the encounter. It then hit me. The face that I saw at the doorway was my own. Since I was in my very early 20s, I chalked it up to possibly becoming unanchored in time. So, my wife and I, girlfriend at the time, shared a room in an apartment with my other 3 roommates. We got a new puppy, and like any puppy would do, he ended up chewing up a lot of things we left out, such as MacBook charging cords, Roku remotes, blow dryer cords, etc. Well, we left one night and left our dog to roam around the apartment since my roommates were there to watch over him. We got back, and when I went to the restroom, I immediately got upset because I saw that my electric razor, Phillips, one blade, was on the floor and chewed up. Specifically the top of it where it can detach. My girlfriend and I argued about it, and I ended up throwing it away in the trash. Both the top retractable part and the other part since it had dog teeth marks on it. I ended up getting over it because of how cute our puppy was, and forgot about it. About 3 days later, I woke up and went to brush my teeth, and while getting my hairbrush out of the drawer, I found my electric razor. We took out the trash 2 days before this, and my girlfriend and I didn't even leave each other's side. I thanked her for buying me a new one, and she laughed and said it wasn't her. We kind of just blamed each other for buying it, and only talked about it from time to joke about how we still won't tell each other the truth. Well, tonight, 3 years later, I started thinking about how weird that was. So I texted my now wife, and told her to tell me the truth and be dead serious about it. She replied with, "Honest to God, I thought you bought it for yourself and joked about it." I'm not sure what to make of it. There was no new plastic wrapping for it in the trash, and my roommates had nothing to do with it. Since we were all in college, they were definitely not about to spend $60 on me as a joke. I'm not sure if this counts as a glitch in the Matrix, but it still confuses me to this day. Any ideas on how this happened? I give a lot of presentations at work. There was one particular presentation that me and my team were working on, and after drafting slides and working on it, we decided it wasn't working and we scrapped it, and we had never given it. The draft slides have remained on my laptop for a good 2 months, and every now and again over that time, I've seen the draft and thought about deleting it. But I always thought, Maybe we would go back to it one day and it would be useful to keep it. Yesterday I had a meeting and I was prepared with a different presentation. My colleague introduced us. He then said, "And now, you, Adrian, will give you our presentation," which is this draft that we scrapped and never finished. Keeping professional and thankfully having kept the slides, I was able to make it up on the spot, but it was a bit of a mess. After the meeting, I asked him what had happened, to which he was equally confused as to why I had messed this up and told me that we had done that presentation several times. We had a pretty friendly disagreement about it. Me convinced that he had just introduced the wrong thing, and him thinking that I had just messed up. And I would have agreed to disagree if it wasn't for him showing me a video on our company's Instagram page of me giving this very presentation. I specifically remember the conversation of us scrapping it, of seeing the files on my laptop several times over the last 2 months, and having that thought process of whether or not I should delete it. It even features a video I've never watched, and when I've seen that in my drafts, I've thought to myself, I should probably watch that. Which I have now watched while giving the presentation for the first time, desperately using the 3 minutes it took to play it to try to think about what the hell I was going to say next. I'm convinced that I have never given this presentation, in spite of the fact that there is a video of me giving this presentation. This might seem ridiculous, but it is true. I have to commute to the office a few times a week, but for the majority of the time, I telework from home. A few weeks ago, I stopped by the bagel place on my way to the office. I ordered the bagel and stuffed it into my backpack with the thought that I would eat it when I got to the office. When I arrived, the bagel was gone. I emptied my backpack and thoroughly searched, but no bagel. I emptied it several times over the course of a few weeks as well. I assumed that I ate it and forgot, but that never really satisfied me. I knew that I had not eaten it. I used the backpack for several weeks, each time checking it for it, since it was always nagging in the back of my mind. I emptied and searched the backpack several times over those weeks. Then, a few days ago, it appeared back inside of my backpack, just sitting there in plain view at the bottom. I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was not in there before. It wasn't fresh exactly, but it didn't seem like it had been sitting in the backpack for 3 weeks. Maybe a day or two tops. I have absolutely no idea how to explain this properly. The most mundane explanation would be that someone is just messing with me, but that person would both need access to the backpack after I put the bagel in there, at the bagel place, as well as at my home. Not even my partner was around for the first part. The other explanation is that it was in there the whole time and I just missed it. But I emptied and used the backpack for weeks, and I absolutely would have seen it. Plus, the bagel was still semi-fresh when it reappeared. It only seemed a couple of days old, nowhere near 3 weeks old. Maybe this is too mundane for a glitch in the Matrix moment, but I honestly think it might qualify. I really cannot explain this properly, and apologies if this doesn't make the cut for this sub, but on the surface, it seems to. Earlier this morning, I was trucking my way down to San Diego when something strange occurred. I was pulling a 53-foot trailer and moderately heavy, so I was cruising pretty slowly in the slow lane doing about 55 miles per hour. In my side mirror, I see a semi-truck approaching from behind in the lane next to me, going faster than I was. He passed me, and as he passed, I noticed his windows were all blurry, foggy, dirty, maybe, to where you couldn't really see inside his truck or see who was driving. Anyways, he passes me, and he's bobtailing, which is when it's just the truck without a trailer, so he's considerably lighter and faster. Whatever. He gets far enough out of view, and I'm just driving along. About 2 or 3 minutes later, I look in my mirror again, and here comes the same truck. Keep in mind, at this part of the freeway where this occurred, there are no exits. He comes up next to me and passes me again. I'm thinking, what the hell? I've been going slow this whole time. I haven't passed anyone, nothing like that. Same dirty old truck, same foggy windows. It had a distinctive look. Well, this doesn't make any sense. I start thinking, he's going too fast, so I can't even catch him, even if I had wanted to. I think about it for a few minutes, and eventually forget about it. Maybe 10 minutes later, I didn't even notice him in my mirror this time. But he passes me again. For the third time. And once again, I haven't passed anyone. He's always going much faster than me when he passes, and I can never see inside the truck because the windows are just too dirty or foggy. This was the last time that I saw the truck, and yes, it was the same truck. I've been doing this trucking stuff for a while, so I know the differences in trucks, and I notice the small details. But how the hell did I get passed by the same truck 3 different times? So, I was going to radiation therapy, where my appointment time changed daily. The center gave me a lanyard with a little plastic thing attached that had a weekly time schedule in it. I was also taking a shuttle to get to my appointments, so I kept a pen in my lanyard/schedule so I could write down what time my shuttle driver was coming every day, and that I wouldn't forget the next day. Sometimes when the technicians would write the time for my next appointment on my lanyard or schedule, they would accidentally keep my pen. But I had a green pen and I always got it back, even if it was the next day sometimes. One day, as I was finishing up my treatment, I was walking down the hallway and I looked to see what time they wrote in the schedule for my next appointment. I noticed my time was written in the same ink as my green pen, but there was no pen in my lanyard schedule. They had taken my pen again, so I went back to get it. None of them were in the room and I couldn't find my pen, so I took another pen that was a company pen for the radiation company. I looked at the pen a bit, and I put it in my lanyard. I walked down the hallway feeling slightly guilty for stealing their pen, but I justified it to myself that they had my green pen to write with. I told myself I would switch the pens tomorrow if the green pen was still there. I went down the hallway again, and I stopped to weigh myself on the scale. I put my lanyard down at the nurse's station so it wouldn't weigh anything while I weighed myself. The nurses knew I did this every time my treatment was over, and they always greeted me with a smile and a wave, and they never touched my stuff. After that, I grabbed the lanyard and got into the shuttle. The driver was talking about what time he was going to pick me up the next day, so I grabbed my pen to write it down. I was shocked. The brown company pen was no longer there, but my usual green pen was there. The one that the technicians had accidentally stolen. But then, what happened to the company pen? This happened in Ontario, Canada, during the winter of 2012. I was walking home from work at around 3 a.m., and the temperature was well below zero, and the walk was long. There was a large parking lot without a single car in it, and it was covered entirely with freshly fallen snow. Not drifts, a fresh, even light snowfall of a few centimeters tops. Now, I get to the glitch in the Matrix part that I will never be able to explain. In the middle of this snowy parking lot was footprints. One set, like the invisible man was standing there or like someone flew away. I don't know. I need to make this more clear. The entirety of the parking lot was undisturbed. No footprints leading to the single set of footprints in the middle, and no footprints were leading away from them. There was nobody standing in the middle of the parking lot, and furthermore, there were no tire tracks in the snow. It was a completely fresh and undisturbed, evenly distributed, snowy parking lot, other than the impossible footprints in the middle. The world record long jump would not make that distance if jumping comes to mind as an explanation. And there were no snowdrifts to have covered the trail of footprints. The footprints were like running shoes, and they looked as though they had just been made as the snow had not had the chance to fall where they were. There was no way that I know of that anyone could have made the footprints without walking to or away from their location, which boggles my mind. Regretfully, I did not approach the footprints, and was sure to keep my trail at a distance from them to preserve the integrity of this scene. In hindsight, I should have approached or yelled at the footprints or done anything to explain them other than observe. It's not a big deal, but I will wonder for the rest of my life about it, nonetheless. If I was not clear on anything, or you have further questions, please do ask, but most importantly, please try and explain this. Okay, first big one in a while. I have two metal gates for climbing vines. About 3 foot tall, thinner at the bottom, about a foot, spreads to top maybe 1.5 feet. Vertical, they're 5 thin metal bars, horizontal 4 bars, and the ground one is flat. The other 3 are curved and all 4 connect the vertical bars. Bars are a few millimeters thick. Yes, I'm American, hence the blend of scales. They are turquoise-ish. I repurposed them as sidewalk sides to stand on either side of my walkway to show where to snowblow in the winter, for the HOA people. So, the second one that I set up had a reddish-brown 3/4 inch thick vine, about 1.5 feet long, wrapped around it, with little fiddly tendril bits. It sat out there for weeks like that. Finally, I decided to remove it. I untangled it and snipped sections with an electrical pliers as I did. I cleaned it all up, all the little fiddly bits. Both are perfectly clean and like new and framing my walkway. The next few weeks, I would constantly sit outside on my porch staring at them as the weather was nice. Suddenly, around November 28th of this year, I got up in the morning. I opened my curtains, and immediately my eyes are drawn to the gate that had the big reddish vine previously. It now has a 1.5 foot long old dried piece of gray vine on it. I did a quadruple take, threw on my sneakers, and headed outside. An old dry vine segment appeared on this gate after being meticulously cleaned for 2 weeks. It's gray, about 4 millimeters in width, and about 1.5 feet long. I'm not prone to delusion and am often accused of being hyper-aware of everything. This vine was not in the universe that I inhabited for at least the last month. I live alone, so I can't ask if anyone else noticed. So, hi, new universe. I hope that this one is better than the last one that I lived in. May your glitches be in your favor, and thanks for letting me share. I'm 65 years old, but this happened to me when I was about 12, and I've never forgotten it. I lived in a small coal mine town, and me and 5 of my childhood friends used to watch the town boys play ball. They came out from in town to play ball in our field. One day we were all sitting on the bleachers, watching a game, when I looked up and saw what seemed to be about 40 hot air balloons. I looked over at my friend next to me as I said, "Look at that!" And, to my surprise, I was alone. Everyone was gone. I ran over to my house, which was about 90 feet away, and my dad was sitting on the back porch, so he would have seen them, but when I told him what had happened, he said that he hadn't seen anything. I went back to the ball field and everyone was back. It was like nothing had happened. But I know what I saw. If anyone has ever seen anything like this, please let me know what you think happened to me that day. That, after all these years, I cannot forget it. I have experienced other glitches, but nothing of this magnitude or so readily obvious to my perception. This glitch was a couple of months ago, and I'm still thinking about it, but I've just chalked it up to weird stuff happening, and things like glitches are bound to happen if you are paying attention. I was waiting in a hotel room for a ride. My room was on the ground floor with a view out the peephole into the parking lot. There were maybe 3 cars in the lot, so I was peeking out to see when my ride arrived. The initial event, I looked out the peephole and saw a red car pull up, not my ride, and saw a girl getting out. She was talking on the phone far enough away that I could hear her voice, but not what she was saying. She had on a yellow skirt and sunglasses, and yes, I creepily watched her for a few seconds because I'm a guy and she looked good, which is why I only remember the skirt. Anyways, she walked towards the building, and I could clearly hear her say, "I love you," as a goodbye as she left my field of view. I didn't think anything of it and wandered back into my room for 30 to 90 seconds. It's hard to say exactly, but it wasn't that long. At which point my ride texted me saying they were pulling in. Back to the door. I went back to the door and looked through the peephole. I'm not sure why. And I watched the exact same scene replay. Girl in yellow skirt and sunglasses getting out of the same red car in the same spot on the phone. I watched her walk towards the building on the phone and say the same very clear, "I love you," closing statement. I cannot explain this. My first thought was logically someone could go back to their car if they forgot something or whatever. This was exactly the same action and conversation. I remember doing the cartoon triple take and my mind being super incredulous at watching this repeat. I'm not sure what the hell happened, and I'm just going with weird stuff happens. It makes me think of deja vu in The Matrix for sure, though, and I can't help but think, what did they change? I was debating whether or not to post this, but I was sitting having a conversation with my boyfriend, both of us having a cigarette in the bedroom. I stopped smoking like a month ago for anyone who's going to tell me it's a bad habit. We liked to use those cup-like car ashtrays that have a screw-on lid for convenience and cleanliness purposes. My ashtray was on the bedside table. I was sitting facing forward with the bedside table and bright blue ashtray clear in my peripheral vision, maybe 65-ish degrees relative to my position. I lost focus on it for a moment as I looked down at the cigarettes to assess the ash buildup and see if I needed to ash it. I did. This was probably a fraction of a second. Just a quick glance. I turned to the ashtray and expected it to be there, and it was gone. The bedside table was hard wood, and there was nowhere for it to roll because of the other items on the table. I did look anyway, because what is someone even supposed to think? What else is there to do? It was absolutely gone. It wasn't on the floor, couldn't possibly fit in the narrow gap between the bed and the floor. I didn't really have time to think further on it as the cigarette was still burning. I got up and used my boyfriend's ashtray. He was a few steps away, almost directly opposite me, facing my direction in his PC chair. I put out the cigarette and go to sit back down on the bed. The boyfriend swivels in his chair to check something on the PC, and then I see the ashtray fall from somewhere above my field of vision and smack loudly into the bedside table, rocking slightly from the impact. There were no shelves near me. We had no pets. The cupboards next to me were built into the wall. Unless I somehow momentarily lost complete sanity and placed the ashtray on the blade of the ceiling fan without my boyfriend seeing, I don't understand how this is possible. Does anyone have any theories? This happened about a year ago. I was going hiking by myself in a local area. It wasn't difficult, and I had been there before, just not on this path. Even though it was easy, I took too long and had to turn around instead of finishing the loop to beat sunset. Emphasis on it being a loop. The path was marked with bright trail paint, and I followed it back to the trailhead. There were just a few random branches of trail that connected the loop to itself, but I recognized all of them, as they had large map boards, and I never once felt like I could be lost. The sun started to set, though, and I still wasn't back to where the trail began. I was worried that I had somehow missed the opening, a giant sign/opening in the trees, and ended up on the other side of the loop. So I turned around and walked a short distance back. After walking a tiny way back, I stumbled upon an opening as I described. Very large break in the trees, huge map sign. I felt incredibly discombobulated that I could miss it, but I was just glad to be out. However, my car wasn't there. This is a tiny nature park area in a city where there is one entrance to the loop that is just a break in the trees. The trailhead is just between 10 yards of our playground/green space, from a parking lot of 4 parking spaces and then a road. I was freaking out thinking that my car had gotten stolen to the point that I almost called the police. My phone had no service though. I started walking on the actual road in this area out of deep confusion/fear of it becoming night. I double-checked the trailhead to see if it was the same or if I got off path. Again, I couldn't find any evidence that I was somewhere new or on a different trail. I continued walking down this road and I passed a small line of trees that showed an exact replica of the parking lot that I had just walked from, except my car was actually there. Of course, I was just relieved and feeling stupid, so I went home. To visualize what I saw when I walked, imagine the road is a B shape with the 2 curves being the parking lots, the middle line being trees, and the first line being the road. Something felt weird all night though, so I drove back in the daylight the next day, and there was only one parking lot. There was only one trailhead. I completely walked the trail this time, the whole loop, and I couldn't find any other trailhead or playground. I drove the entire road and around the nature park, and there's not a single park similar to where I was. It should be noted that this was a very clean and well-marked loop for beginners. I looked at a map of all the trails, and none of them were close enough to this loop for me to even stumble upon them, and that's pretending there are 2 trailheads to find. I don't even believe the Matrix theory, but I really felt like a character walking through a game that's glitching and making copies of buildings. I'm not spiritual either, but even my religious friends that I've told have made conspiracies that some higher power was protecting me by getting me out of the woods. So, I joined this sub because something weird happened to me a couple of nights ago, and it's been bothering me ever since. I know it's not the craziest or scariest story ever, but it's just plain weird. So, a few nights ago, I was in my room with my laptop just watching some videos on YouTube, and I had a random thought about my flashlight, because I had the lights off and my room is really dark. It's one of those super bright lights that runs on a high-powered battery. I remember that I kept it on my dresser, but when I went to look for it, it was gone. I recently moved my dresser across the room, so I thought maybe it fell behind it. But when I checked, I didn't see it. I thought, oh well, I'll look for it some other time. I have a small fridge in my room next to my bed. The only thing I have on top of it is my remote and sometimes a bottle of water. The next night I was doing the same as I mentioned above, but this time I went to get the water out of my fridge, and lo and behold, my flashlight was sitting upright on the fridge. I know it wasn't there before because I would have surely seen it. I looked all over my room for it the night before that. Not intently, but I definitely looked at the fridge and only the remote and water bottle were on top of it. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before. I know that I didn't put it there myself. I would have certainly remembered since I had been looking for it. Like I said, it's not the craziest story, but it is my first so-called glitch story. And thank you for reading. I've told this to my friend at least a dozen times because he wants to make sense of it, and he ultimately urged me to post it here, so maybe someone else can make sense of it. This truly shook me, and sorry for the long post, but he told me to give all of the details I told him, as do the rules. This happened on a road trip when I was 17, almost 18. It was me and my sister, a couple years older than me, and she was driving a super long beaten road through the desert. About 2 hours on the road pass, and suddenly I noticed that the car that was behind us veered off of the road and came to a standstill. My sister audibly wonders what they're up to. A few dozen seconds later, there's this terrible series of bumps and cracks in the road that shake the car and knock the phone off of the seat, taking the aux out and halting the music. It lands close to me, so I pick it up and start to reconnect the phone. When I do, we get this random catchy ad about trash. The next thing of note happens seconds after the ad ends. I stare off into the window and I see a truck parked ahead of us. As we pass it, I stupidly kept looking at it, and the sheen that it gave off, the glare from the sun, completely blinded me for a bit. When I closed my eyes, I still saw the outline of it. I was afraid that it was burned into my retinas when I finally opened my eyelids. It started to fade slowly, and all I can remember seeing after that is the emergency airbag in the car pop into my face, and the sound of metal on metal. My vision started going black, and the image that's in my eyes from the truck fades completely. But when it fades, I open my eyes to see us still driving like nothing happened. That's when I noticed the car behind us. Same license plate as before, same car, color, even the same driver to my eyes. The same thing happened again. The road being bad and bumping the phone down, the aux disconnecting, and the same damn ad playing. All the while, I'm panicking in my head since my sister dismissed my questions like nothing out of the ordinary had happened. We come up to the truck again, and I stare. My eyes, again, having the after image of it. Just as before, I hear metal scraping and feel the airbag pummel my face. As it fades, I'm scared to open my eyes again, but I hear my sister ask, "What is that car doing?" It forces my eyes open to see the same car for the third time, steering into the open desert before halting. I'm in full-blown panic mode as I look ahead to see the crude road up ahead. I hold on to the phone for dear life, and we manage to stop the phone from disconnecting. But we still get an ad when the next song plays. The same damn ad. As it nears its end, I stop myself from looking at the truck and instead look ahead, noticing that the car in the opposite lane is swerving slightly. I piece it together in my head, and I caution my sister of the driver in the car. She has to swerve to avoid the car as it goes on to the wrong side of the road, barely missing our car thanks to my sister's driving. The rest of the trip went on without much of a hitch. My friend said that it may have been something like quantum immortality or a swap between universes. I've always been interested in this stuff, but I have no clue how to explain my experience. And once more, sorry for the long post. I'm not sure how to classify this story. It could be a glitch or dimensional travel. I'm still not sure. It was in January of 2005, in Florida, that I found myself driving home from work in my minivan. If you're familiar with Florida roads around Cape Coral, then you will understand that there's not much to block your view from the roads. Visibility was about 10 miles on a clear and sunny evening. I could see that I was coming up to an intersection, doing about 45 miles per hour, and taking my foot off the gas to coast to the intersection, about a quarter of a mile ahead. That's when I noticed a black unmarked helicopter traveling south to north. It turned towards me, facing west, and I noticed a red light began flashing on the nose of the helicopter. The next thing I knew, I was headed on a crash course into the back end of a car about 50 feet ahead. I hit at almost full speed, as I only had a second to hit the brakes. Traveling a quarter of a mile in 2 seconds seems impossible, but it happened, and I remember getting a citation for it. It also seemed darker, or dusk, when before it was sunny. Having read similar stories that happened in 2005, it made me think that I, or everyone in this universe, had been transported into a parallel universe. Things just don't feel right. But I can't put into words just how it's different. This is not my story, but rather a story told to me by my 74-year-old father. A couple of years before I was born, approximately 1980, my father had just dropped my mother and my 2 older sisters off at our aunt's house and was on the highway returning home because he had to work in a few hours. He worked third shift at the time. He exited the town that my aunt lived in and entered onto the highway ramp. The afternoon sun was hanging low on the horizon, causing a glare on the windshield which caused him to pull off to the shoulder and grab his sunglasses and move his sun visor before continuing on his way. The moment that he slid the glasses over his eyes, everything went silent. The constant whizzing of cars past him suddenly vanished, and he was alone. Moreover, the sun, which 1 second earlier was on the horizon, was gone from view, and stars now twinkled overhead. Convinced that he had dozed off somehow, he put his car in drive and merged back onto the highway, driving further from my aunt's town into ours. As he continued his drive, the smooth, well-paved highway suddenly became rough and bumpy. Glancing at the roadway, he could see multiple cracks and entire chunks misplaced, as well as the light posts that lined the concrete median were twisted and bent. As bizarre as this was, he continued driving until he saw something that caused him to slam on the brakes. Up ahead and to his right, an exit ramp stood broken and crumbling. Beyond it, a shopping center lay in ruins with the burned-out building and equally abandoned automobiles rusting away in the parking lot. Zooming past the chaos, he closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths before immediately jumping as a car breezed by. He was suddenly back amongst a sea of cars, all driving on a normal highway. With his exit coming up next, he pulled off the highway and drove into town. The town is just as he remembered it. He then heated up his dinner, sat down to watch some television before getting ready to leave for work. This being the 1980s, there was no such concept as a glitch in the Matrix, so he basically kept his experience to himself for nearly 40 years, until relating it to me. When I told him about the glitch phenomenon and asked him what he thought had happened, he likened it to a brief transition from one universe to another, perhaps a version of reality where the unthinkable had happened. You see, this event took place smack dab during the Cold War, a time of tension between the United States and Soviet Union. In fact, the Cold War wouldn't end for another 11 years when the Berlin Wall came tumbling down in 1991. As he says, during those years, there were several incidents that could have led to all-out thermonuclear war that could have killed millions of people, and left the world in such a devastated state as what he witnessed. But what do you think? I know that this will sound fake, but this happened to me back in September of 2019. Before the strange day, I had a massive headache. I usually walk to my house from school every day with my friend, buying the same drink every day in the same store every day. Eventually, the next day, I woke up, and although everything seems normal, it doesn't. I can feel that something is wrong. Everything was wrong. Not knowing what it is, I just walked to school. School was different every day since that day. Everyone seems to be friendly with me, know who I am, but I've never talked to them, or did anything to be popular. I ignored them. I also realized that, since that day, time is much quicker. An hour feels like minutes, not the other way around. When school ended, I was waiting for my friends to walk home, but here's the twist. My friend was different. Usually he talks to me while walking, but that day he was wearing headphones, listening to a band that I've never heard of. He was laughing at me because I didn't know the band, which I never knew. I just ignored him and kept walking to the store. When we were at the store, I grabbed the drink that both me and my friend usually drink. I was confused when my friend grabbed another drink. I asked him, "Are you all right?" He laughed and asked what was wrong with me, and he claimed that he has always drunk that drink since the first day that we met. I freaked out. I ran home, and since that day, everything has been like this. What happened to me? This happened to me a few years ago, and I've always wondered how the hell it happened. Since it was something so physical, it was hard to wrap my mind around it. I was in college, home for the summer, and I was about to go back to school. My boyfriend of about 2 years had gotten me a ring the previous year in November for our anniversary, so I'd had it for almost a year. I had specifically picked out this ring from Pandora, and it was a limited time piece. I had never seen it before I had asked him for it. It was a simple red heart, and the band was scalloped, if that makes sense. It was nothing crazy, and I wore it basically every day. I kept track of it very well. This is important. While I was packing to get back to school, I had packed up all of my jewelry and had accidentally packed away my daily jewelry that day. I figured no biggie, because I'll be moving things in the next day, getting sweaty and whatnot, so I didn't want to lose anything or ruin anything anyways. I would just unpack it the next day. Two of my friends had driven from different states the day before so that we could move into our college house together, and they came to stay the night at my dad's since I was in the same state as our college. We hung out in my room, watched TV, and then went to bed because the next day was going to be long. I woke up the next morning and immediately noticed a ring to the right of my bed, on the ledge of my wall. The ledge was only about 1.5 inches thick. You couldn't fit much on it. I picked it up, and it was the exact same ring my boyfriend had bought me, but the heart in the middle was clear instead of red. I thought it was so weird. I picked up the ring and brought it into the room with my two friends and asked if either of them had left their ring in my room last night, and that it was so funny that we had the same one. Although I'd been friends with them for years and I would have noticed by then if we had the same ring. They both said it wasn't theirs. I laughed and told them to stop messing with me, and they looked really confused. They both said that they had never seen the ring before and never owned one like it. I really thought they were trying to mess with me, but they genuinely denied it, and were just as confused as I was. Then I texted my boyfriend asking if maybe he had bought 2 different ones to test out the colors, and forgot about it and somehow it ended up in my room, even though I had never noticed it on the ledge before. He said he definitely only bought the one, and it was the red one. I reached out to my dad's girlfriend, who was the only other woman that stayed in that house, asked if she owned the same ring, and she said she had never seen it before. I was trying to check any logical explanation that there was. I know what you're probably thinking, that I didn't actually pack the ring from my boyfriend, and it was up there all along. I ran to my packed bag and pulled out the ring my boyfriend gave me, and it was still as red as I remember. I was holding 2 nearly identical rings in my hand, with no explanation as to how the second one came about. The second ring was also my size. I went to Pandora's website to look at the ring, and it wasn't even sold anymore. I couldn't find it anywhere. I still have no idea where it came from or why. And the creepiest piece is that my dad's house was built in the 1700s. It was the original farmhouse of the town that he lives in. Definitely not short on paranormal possibilities, so that's why I figured it would be paranormal at first. To this day, I'm dying to know how it happened. I would love to know people's opinions on this. It does seem like more of a glitch than anything paranormal, since the ring came out of absolutely nowhere. My friends that were there that night and I still talk about it to this day, wondering what it was. A commenter in the other subreddit mentioned me in another dimension, which is an extremely interesting solution to me. Hi, I love your channel and have been meaning to send this to you for a while. This happened a few years ago. When my daughter was, I think, a junior or senior in high school, she bought this necklace from someone on Etsy. The pendant on the necklace was like a tiny light bulb, and inside of the bulb were a couple lavender herb pieces. So, one day, she comes and shows me the necklace and how she somehow lost the pendant. I examined the chain, and sure enough, the unique pendant is missing. We were both commenting on how sad it was because the pendant really was one of a kind. The next day, I'm busy upstairs cleaning the house, and I see her necklace lying on one of our shelves outside the bathroom. I examine it, and, as you can guess, the pendant is back on it. I yelled downstairs to her, "Oh, so you found your pendant?" And she cautiously approached me on the stairs, saying, "What? No, you're scaring me." She takes the necklace and has no idea how it's all whole again. Frankly, I love glitch stories, so this didn't freak me out in the slightest. I thought it was completely fascinating. but she's a scaredy cat and was spooked out by it. Also, no one else in the family knew anything about the necklace. The only thing, though, that makes me think that it could be supernatural is that during this time, my daughter was dabbling in good witchcraft. Apparently, this necklace was bought from someone who was into that as well. So, who knows how or why it reunited. But happy glitching, all. I was on my phone watching Instagram Reels and taking it easy on this Wednesday evening when my dorm roommate asked me to make sure that she's up from her nap in 30 minutes. We have finals going on in college, and she's been really stressed and sleep-deprived. Anyways, I agree to do so, and I register the time as 6:18 p.m. when she gets into bed. I continue watching my Instagram Reels. One reel is roughly as long as a TikTok, being around 30 seconds to a minute long. About 2 reels later, I happen to glance at the time on the top of my phone screen. I register 6:18 p.m. It should have ideally been 6:20 p.m., but I didn't think of it at all. I usually disassociate while watching reels or TikToks, but around 3 reels later, I glance at the top of my screen to look at the time again. 6:18 p.m. This was when I panicked. 4 or 5 minutes should have passed by now, but my phone still showed 6:18 p.m. I switched my phone off and back on, but that didn't change anything. It was just me, the running air conditioner, and the Instagram Reels that were active. I send my boyfriend a text, but it wasn't delivering. I check my laptop at the time, and it also displays 6:18 p.m. I wanted to get up and check out the time on my roommate's phone, but I was too scared to move. My environment just felt weird, but I'm sure that it was all in my head. Soon enough, though, the message to my boyfriend delivered. Instantly, the time was now 6:23 p.m. I could now start hearing my roommate breathe in her sleep, and I realized that the whole time before, I could not hear her breathing. I was also then receiving a message from my friend who was complaining about experiencing acid reflux and how she can't wrap her head around our project management and contracts final assignment. I felt amazing reading her messages because it all felt so trivial and insignificant to what I thought I had experienced. At around 6:36, though, my roommate's phone started ringing. She wakes up from the nap, speaks on the phone, and disconnects. I ask her if she would like to be up now since that call woke her up. She looked really shocked to see me. She literally asked me twice, "Wait, you're here?" And the whole time I kept thinking, of course, it's my room, and you knew I was here before you went to sleep. But I didn't say much. Why was she so shocked to know that I was in the room? I'm ruling that off as her being slightly disoriented from having woken up after being sleep-deprived. I'm trying to rationalize with the situation as much as I can by telling myself that she was sleepy, and that my devices probably glitched. But I don't know entirely. Time freezing, my environment feeling wrong, her just looking shocked to see me, I just don't understand. This is a smallish glitch compared to what I've seen posted, but I thought I would share anyways. This actually happened a couple of days ago, but I kept forgetting to post it until now. So, I'm at work all day, typical 8 to 5 shift, and around 3:30 to 4 p.m., I hear a thunderclap. I knew that rain was in the forecast, so I initially didn't think much of it. But as the end of my shift progressed, I noticed that I never heard any more thunder and never saw any rain out of my office window. Also of note, I use the My Radar Pro app on my phone, and it never showed any storm clouds over my area. So, here's the glitch. When work was over for the day, I walked to my truck to leave and noticed that my coworkers' vehicles on each side of mine had rain on them. It was beaded up on the windows and front hood, but mine was completely dry all over. When I backed out of the parking spot, it even showed wet and dry spots that would line up with it raining, as my truck had kept the pavement underneath it dry. I don't get how my truck stayed dry if it rained, or how I didn't ever actually see any rain from my office window. It's like my truck glitched with me, I guess. Anyway, weird stuff, right? Once when I was a kid, I was at my aunt's house and she had a covered parking area without walls. Not really a garage, just a place with a roof to park. And I remember one time rain was falling on one side of it, but not the other. And that is easily explained by the end of the rain cloud lining up just right, but I don't see how something could drench the cars on both sides of mine while keeping mine dry. This is a story that I've always wanted to share, and have finally found a sub where maybe it'll be taken seriously. Sorry for the length, but I'm including all context and detail. This occurred in 2020, with COVID in full fledge. One of my best friends and I were back home from college, and were playing on a baseball team in Canada together that summer. We were only allowed to play one team, and the team was located an hour and 15 minutes away, going about 110 kilometers an hour from our town. We also did not have a bus due to COVID, and drove ourselves to games. This is also the town that my friend was originally from, so I had done this drive probably 100 times by this point. Another important note is that we would always time how long it took to get there and back, because sometimes we would go super fast and see how fast we could get there. Yeah, we were stupid kids, but I held the record with 37 minutes. You turn off the Trans-Canada Highway about 5 minutes after leaving our town, onto this narrow, rural road. It's single lane and nothing but farm or ranch land for the entire drive. The closest thing to civilization is the odd farmhouse you see way beyond a field. Also, about halfway through the drive, there is a coulee which you must go up and down. It's impossible to miss, as it's the only part of the drive where you have to touch your pedals, other than to pass. Otherwise, you risk 1, veering into the river, which is at the bottom of the coulee by going too fast, or 2, blowing out your engine due to the insanely steep hill. Another important note is that there is only one way to get between these two towns, and that is the single-lane highway. Anyways, we made the drive there and played our baseball games, and then sat for a bit. We talked with my friend's parents, watched them leave, and then sat at the ballpark for about 30 minutes afterwards. Finally, we decided to leave, and we checked the clock, which read 5:17. We started talking as we drove, making time feel really fast, but after a while, I looked at my friend and said, "How have we not hit the coulee yet?" He responded with, "I don't know, but it should probably be right around this bend." We then pondered how it felt like we had been driving forever. We got around the bend, but to our surprise, we did not see the coulee. But we were coming up to the main highway already. I looked down to see that I was only doing 110 to 115 kilometers an hour. That's when both my friend and I checked the clock. This is when we realized the glitch. It was only 5:40. We thought there has to be some explanation, so we went to my friend's house where we arrived at 5:45. We thought maybe we just forgot the time, but another detail doesn't add up. His parents aren't home. We immediately call his parents and ask where they are because they left 30 minutes before us, but they replied saying that they were only about halfway home. We interrogated them more, saying, "Did you guys stop?" "No." "Did we pass you?" "No." In fact, we actually did not pass anyone the entire time. My foot never touched the pedals. We didn't go through the coulee. We passed people who left way before us, did a 115-kilometer drive in 20 minutes, and we have no clue how, unless all four happens to have massive lapses of memory at the same time. We even checked snap maps with the travel feature, confirming that our trip lasted about 20 minutes. We still have no idea how we did a 1.25-hour drive in 20 minutes, and we bring it up every now and then still with zero explanation, despite there being 4 witnesses for the event. This happened a few weeks ago. I just wasn't sure how valid it was as a glitch, but I'm truly still unsure of what happened. A while back, a friend gave me a Bic lighter with the pickle image on the wrapping. It's green, of course, and it says pickle underneath the image as well. My partner is doing the laundry sometime after I received this lighter, probably a couple of weeks. At one point, he comes up to me saying that I'd left 2 lighters and a chapstick in my clothes, and that of course had fallen out of the washer. He hands me these items: 2 pickle lighters, and now an empty chapstick. I ask him where the second lighter came from because I'd only had the one given to me by my friend. I asked him if it was in the washer beforehand, and he said that it wasn't. For reference, we live in an apartment building that has 2 washers and 2 dryers that we share with 11 other units. He's somewhat adamant about checking the machines before and after washes and dries to assure that we aren't mixing stuff with other people or washing something weird with ours, like random objects. So, now, I have 2 of the same lighter. There were no differences that I could see. I can't tell which is mine and which suddenly appeared, and they're both still functional. I know pickles are a common thing that people enjoy, so either someone had the exact same lighter and had left it in the washer and my partner didn't notice, or someone threw it in there while the load was going, and that one doesn't make much sense. The first is more likely. Maybe someone just did one load and overlooked the lighter. It's just a very weird coincidence, but I've been thinking about it and wondering if it was a true glitch or not. I have a weird thing that happened, and I cannot seem to explain what actually occurred. I've never had anything paranormal happen or anything like that, so I don't really know if this was a ghost or something, or if it actually qualifies as a glitch, but I'm going to say that it's a glitch because I don't want to think that my house may be haunted. I was down in the basement doing some cleaning, just picking things up and sorting some of the extra stuff that we had in the storage area. I was listening to music from my phone, but it wasn't too loud, because I was expecting an Amazon delivery. And I wanted to make sure that I heard the doorbell, because the item was expensive, and we sometimes have had porch pirates that drive around and take stuff. So, I was going to be sure to get the package inside right away. After about an hour of cleaning up and getting things put away, I hear what sounded like someone saying, "Hello." I quickly paused my music and stood up to peer up the stairs and see if maybe my boyfriend was home. After a few moments, I said hello back. Then I heard, in clear as day language, and in my boyfriend's voice, say, "I wanted to let you know I'm here." It was a bit weird, but I thought that maybe he had taken a half day at work for some reason. I said okay, and then I asked him if my package was outside, but there was no response. I thought that maybe he had just gone to the restroom as he had just gotten home, so I went upstairs to talk with him, as I needed to take a break anyways. I got up the stairs and I didn't see him, so I called out to him, asking if he was in the bathroom. Once again, no response. The whole house was completely silent. I went over to the bathroom door, and much to my surprise, it was open and the lights were off. I checked the other rooms, still calling for my husband, but I was completely alone. There was a bit of panic going through my mind, but I shook it off and decided to just move forward and check the porch for my package. Sure enough, it was sitting right there on the step waiting to be brought in. I grabbed it and looked around to see if maybe my boyfriend was outside, but no, he wasn't there. I brought it in, placed it on the couch, made sure the doors and windows were locked, and went back down to finish what I was doing in the basement. About 3 hours later, I was doing laundry and I heard someone say hello again. I was about to have a legit freak out when I heard my husband's voice say, "I wanted to let you know that I'm here," in the exact same cadence and tone as the voice from earlier. I immediately yelled my husband's name up the stairs to see if it was really him, and he yelled back, "Yeah, what's up?" I went upstairs to make 100% sure that it was him, and sure enough, he was standing there in the kitchen just staring at me. I was relieved that he was actually here, and that it wasn't just his voice again, but I was still mentally weirded out. Despite how stupid it was going to sound, I asked him if he had come home for lunch for a few minutes and then left, and he, of course, said no. I told him that I swore I heard his voice earlier, and he just kind of laughed it off, saying, "That's weird," and went back to doing what he was doing. So that's my event. I have absolutely no idea what it was. If I just imagined the voice, or if it was a ghost or some kind of premonition, but it was the weirdest thing. I'm kind of thankful for it, as it did get me to go check for the package, and it had been delivered without them ringing the bell, but I hope that nothing like this ever happens again. Some stories on this sub remind me of a specific instance with what I usually, endearingly, refer to as voids, where things seem to travel in inexplicable ways. My most prominent experience was sitting in a cold bedroom on top of the bed, with some paper and one of those cheap ballpoint pens with the removable caps. I was idly playing with it while staring at the paper, and I honestly can't remember what, if anything, I was even putting to it. I became amused with placing the cap on the butt end of the pen and flicking it off, but with practiced force, so that it wouldn't leave the bed. The floor was all concrete, and I really didn't want to get up. I challenged myself and placed the cap on tighter, and this time the cap hit the ceiling, then the wall, and then clattered onto the floor. Retrieving it, it wasn't long before I put the cap on too tight and shot it off to the ceiling again, but it never came back down. I heard the sound of it hitting the ceiling, but nothing else. This room literally had nothing soft in it, save the bed, and I saw the cap go well away from the bed. I searched the bed anyways, the floor, the dresser, but nothing. I gave up looking for it. I had entirely forgotten the cap until I happened to be sitting on the bed again, holding the pen, when I heard an unbelievable sound of clattering plastic. I look over, and clearly on the floor, where I would have previously expected it, was the pen cap. There had been maybe about a week or two difference in those moments. It's the sort of story that is so benign and out of place that I don't really bring it up, but I think that it fits here. I have a bit of a story, but I'm not sure if it's actually a glitch in the Matrix or some kind of telepathic thing, but I'm just going to say that telepathy is a glitch in the Matrix because it's something that we're not supposed to be able to do. Plus, it's not like I was trying to push my thoughts into someone's mind or anything. It just kind of played out in a way that made me feel like I had control over my reality. And maybe it could be a type of manifestation glitch? I don't know. Either way, here it is. About a week and a half ago, I was home and was picking up my apartment, trying to get it all organized and put together, when my girlfriend texts me and asks if I want to go to the movies. I told her that we could go later and that I was trying to get some things situated at home, and she said that she could come over and help if I wanted. I figured, why not? It's a nice way to spend time together, and it does get the work done, so I tell her that she is more than welcome to come over if she wants to do so. After we get off the phone, I go back to cleaning and organizing my bathroom, and I start to get this weird craving for Chinese food. Like, I really, really wanted fried rice. I grabbed my phone and thought about calling her to ask if she could pick up some food on the way over, but then I figured we could just go out and get dinner after we finished up and before we went to the movies. I finish picking up my bathroom, and I move on to vacuuming, when I realize that my girlfriend is taking a really long time to get here. Way longer than normal. It should have been a 10-minute drive at most, and she was already leaning into half an hour. I grab my phone to call her, and as soon as I do, I hear a key hit the lock and she walks in. I kind of lean over to greet her and laugh, saying that it took her long enough, and she responds with, "Well, I had to stop and pick up your food like you asked." I pause. I look over. Sure enough, she's carrying food from the local Chinese restaurant. I say that that was really sweet of her to think of me, but then I ask her how she knew that I wanted Chinese food. She looks at me and says, "You told me to stop and get you fried rice." I tell her that I didn't, and that I did want it, but I never mentioned it. She swears that I did. Thankfully, I have an app on my phone that records my phone calls, and the call where she said she could come over was only a couple of minutes. I load up the app, play the call on speaker, and at no point during this call did I ever mention food. She asks about the movie. I tell her that I'm cleaning. She said she can come over and help, and I say go for it. We then say our goodbyes and hang up. She was obviously taken aback and confused. She swears that I asked her to pick up Chinese food. She swears that I specifically asked her for shrimp fried rice. I told her that I was absolutely thinking it, but that I never mentioned it. Now, I know that some people could say that she just knows me well enough that she could go and get me food, but fried rice is something I don't normally order. It was just kind of a craving. I normally order beef and broccoli, so this specific craving was even an oddity in and of itself. In the end, we just chalked it up to us being on the same wavelength, but it was a really weird, minor event that happened between us that I do consider a glitch in the Matrix. And it actually hasn't happened since that day, unfortunately. I moved away to New Zealand from the UK about 7 years ago. My brother and I are huge Tolkien fans, and really enjoy The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings books and movies. So, obviously, Moving to the country where they made the films was a huge deal for me. My brother didn't move here with me and remains in the UK. I live in the capital, so I have a lot of access to movie locations and Weta workshops. So I bought my brother some really cool souvenirs from Weta that are all Lord of the Rings / The Hobbit related. One of these things was the stone Feely has from the Hobbit movie, with the runes carved into it. I only bought him one, and it came in a small blue pull-string pouch. I also bought him a fridge magnet with the white tree of Gondor on it. I sent him these gifts in the post from New Zealand to the UK. It's been about 6 years since I sent him these gifts, and today he told me that he now has 2 of the runestones. I sent him 1. They're in the same blue pouch. Only 1 pouch, but 2 stones. We were thinking about this and how we could have accumulated 2 stones, and then he tells me he also has 2 magnets. I'm so confused how he got 2 of each of the gifts that I bought him. I didn't buy them online. I picked them out at the Weta gift shop and personally sent them myself, so it wasn't a shipping error. I'm the only person he knows in New Zealand, since my whole family are English, and they live over there. I only sent him 1 other gift since, and it was a book. The Songs and Stories of Tom Bombadil. But he only has 1 of those. It's so weird, and I'm still confused. This isn't really a crazy story, but I'm still kind of beside myself anyways. I work in a real estate office that's open 7 days a week, so I'm here now on a Sunday. It's a really tidy place usually, including my desk, which I always keep pretty clear. And since I'm basically the office administrator, I know where everything is down to the scuffs in the shelf under the things that hold all the envelopes in the supply room. I came in this morning to open up, and the whole office was in total disarray. I've been working here for over a year, and I've never seen it so tossed around. So, I start putting things back where they belong before I even sat down. The alarm had been set like usual when I came in, so unless someone was here after close yesterday or just carpet bombed the place at some point before they left, I have no other explanation for why it was so disorganized. Since it's a Sunday morning, I never see anyone until noon at the earliest, and the real estate market in this area is slow during this time of the year, so lately I've been alone all day for the last several Sundays. There was no one in the building when I arrived. If there had been, the alarm would have went off. The whole place was dark when I came in, and it's not a large space, so I definitely would have known if someone else was here. When I finally arrived to my desk, my mouse and mouse pad were both missing. Keyboard was there, some documents had been moved, but they were nearby so I could account for them. My mouse is wireless, so it could have feasibly wandered off. There's just no reason for it to be gone, along with the mouse pad. I was super frustrated and looked around on my coworker's messy desk, on the floor. Maybe it got pushed aside for some reason. Nothing. Nowhere to be found. At this point, I'm not thinking this is some unexplainable phenomena, just some other thing that ended up totally displaced. I ended up stealing a mouse from a computer that is hardly ever used. I have things to do, so I didn't want to dedicate too much time hunting for my missing mouse and mouse pad. When I went back to my desk, both the mouse and mouse pad were in the place where they always are, to the right of the keyboard. I even plugged in the mouse that I had stolen, not even looking at my desk beforehand, because I was so sure that my mouse wasn't there. Then, I looked up, and was astonished to find them both. I guess this could be a case of I didn't have my coffee yet, but I swear my mouse and mouse pad were not there on my desk until I returned. The original poster also added a comment, which was a bit of an update, so I'll add that as well here. The plot has thickened. A broker has now come into the office, and I told them about what I saw when I came in and the mystery of my reappearing mouse. She got kind of fidgety, and she said that she had her own strange story. Yesterday, she greeted the front desk worker, and they made some small talk before she went back to her desk, which is across from the kitchen. About 15 minutes later, the front desk person went to the kitchen and was surprised to see her at her desk. The broker said that they had just had a conversation, but the front desk worker was adamant that they had not. And then they proceeded to say the exact same thing as before. The broker chalked it up to them having, like, a blip or something. So, anyways, there's apparently a vortex in this rural real estate office. This glitch happened to me a while ago now. 1992 to be exact. I was dumbfounded at the time, and throughout the years I would often think about what happened that day. But I was never able to come up with any rational explanation. That is, until I started listening to glitch stories by creators such as Raven. And I now believe that what I experienced was, in fact, a glitch. It was just a small thing, but as anyone who has experienced a genuine glitch would agree, any glitch, even a small one, is not easily forgotten. It haunts you. It changes you. It changes the way that you see the world. So, it was 1992. I was, and still am, a huge gamer. My machine of choice back then was an Amiga 500. It was an amazing time for games. Advancing technology was allowing games to deliver more cinematic and immersive experiences. The game everyone was talking about at the time was Flashback. It was said that this game would usher in a new era of interactive storytelling, and over the previous months, I had saved some of my meager student allowance so that I could purchase a copy on the day it was released. The day finally arrived. I was so excited, I skipped my last class and took a bus into town. I took the game from the shelf in all of the screenshots on the back of the package. This was going to be amazing. I didn't want to go home straight away or my parents would be sus on me skipping class, so I decided to sit down on the floor in a quiet overpass and kill some time by reading the game's instruction manual. I opened the box. The first thing I noticed were the discs. 2 3.5-inch floppies in a small plastic bag. I better not forget these, I thought, and I placed them under my right leg for safekeeping. I then removed the manual and gleefully read it from cover to cover. I couldn't wait to try out all the different moves and see the main character come to life on my CRT TV. After finishing the manual and bonus materials, I thought that it was late enough to head home, so I placed the manual and stuff in the box, and then reached down under my leg to retrieve the discs. But I couldn't find them. What? I thought. I reached further, searching the area with my hand. Still couldn't feel them. I frantically sat up and checked the floor where I had been sitting. The discs were nowhere to be seen. That's impossible, I thought. I was literally sitting on them. I then went through all my pockets, clothes, bags, and combed the surrounding area. The discs were gone. At this stage, I was in complete panic. I thought that I was losing my mind. After going through every possible scenario, there was only one conclusion that I could come to. There never were any discs in the box, and I somehow imagined unpacking them. Even though I knew deep down that this wasn't the case, I was somehow able to convince myself of it, and so I headed back to the shop to demand that they provide my missing discs. The shop clerk believed me, probably more so than I did, and provided me with a set of discs. I quickly packed the discs and went home. That night, I proceeded to play the game for several hours, and it was indeed everything I had been hoping for. But what was supposed to be the greatest gaming experience of my life was being overshadowed by the persistent feeling that something very strange had happened to me, and I had absolutely no explanation for it. And the missing discs never did show up. This may not be a typical glitch story, but it's like the Matrix was warning me about what would happen over the next week. This happened when I was in 8th grade. My first class was history, and as class started, I took my zip-up binder, and when I grabbed the zipper, I realized that there was a paperclip bent into the shape of a U attached to the zipper. Given that it was in the morning that it was there, I realized that if someone did put it there, it would have been the school day before. On the other hand, I would have noticed if it was there because I would use my binder in basically every class, and where I went, it went. I don't remember if I did any homework or would have used my binder after school, so I'm at a loss of when it got there. And since I sat in the front row of class the day that I noticed it, it's not like anyone in front of me could have put it there. I took off the paperclip and put it in my pencil bag for safekeeping. A couple days after that, during study hall, I went to practice my flute in one of the small practice rooms attached to the band room. I always used the same practice room out of habit. There was also a bookshelf type thing in the room that had peeling paint that I would sometimes pick at when I was bored. This day was no different. As I got bored and turned to pick at the paint, where I was greeted with the paperclip bent in the shape of an M. I kept that one as well. I thought that it was odd that I found another bent paperclip, but I rationalized it to middle schoolers love doing that sort of thing. Until a few days later, after the fact, my Uncle Mike, who was sick and in the hospital, passed away. Uncle Mike. U and M. I know it sounds like such a far-fetched coincidence, but both items were at the right time and place for me to find them. I truly get goosebumps when I pieced that all together, and I'm still thinking about it 5 years later. I had a weird glitch that happened about a month ago that I've been thinking about sharing, but just haven't gotten a chance to do so. I don't think I've ever had an actual glitch happen to me, but I've read and heard a lot of glitches, and I figured I should just go ahead and get this out there, because it's an interesting story. It was a very weird and insignificant glitch, but to me, it was bizarre. A few weeks ago, my dad and I went out to have a daughter and dad date together. We're really close, and we decided that we need to spend a couple of days a month together to make sure that we stay close. On this particular day, he was the one driving everywhere. We went to see a movie, and then went out to have lunch together, and we were trying to decide if we wanted to go somewhere else, or if we were just going to go ahead and end the day together. My dad mentioned that he wasn't feeling the best, so because of that, I mentioned that we should just go ahead and wrap up our day together. He agrees, and we start heading toward the highway so that he can take me home. At this point, my friend texted me something, and I was sitting there reading it, and as my brain does, I started thinking about the fact that I needed to turn in my rent, and that I needed to do so that day. I didn't say anything about it. I just thought it to myself as I glanced up at the entrance ramp to the highway. Then, within no more than 5 seconds of me thinking that, my dad turns and says, "We can go get your rent turned in. I don't mind." At first, I just nodded and said, "Okay, cool, thanks." But it hit me pretty quickly that, at no point, did I say anything about the rent. I paused and slowly looked over at him, and asked how he knew that I needed to turn in rent. As soon as I asked him, I noticed that he went a bit pale and slowly turned the wheel to stop on the shoulder of the highway. The look on his face was genuinely terrifying. He looked like he had seen a ghost, or like he was having a panic attack or something. He just kind of sat there for a moment and stared at the windshield, and I asked him if he was okay. He looked at me and said, "You didn't say anything about your rent, did you?" I confirmed that I hadn't. He then told me that he had no idea how he knew that I needed to turn in my rent. He was just watching the road as he was driving, and it felt like his brain got warm. And he then said that we could go turn in my rent without thinking. I know that sounds weird, but it's how he described it. His brain got warm and he just said the words without even thinking twice about them. I tried to just laugh it off and say that it was weird, but I could tell that he was not feeling well about what had happened. I asked him if he was going to be okay. He just nodded and took a few deep breaths in and out before clearing his throat and saying that we should just forget about what happened. I agreed and said that it could just be one of those weird things that we never talk about. And that was pretty much the end of it. We went out, got my rent turned in, and then he took me home. I made sure again that he was going to be okay, and he said that he would be fine, and that he would just call me when he got home. So, that's my weird glitch. Just one of those weird moments where my dad basically read my mind and knew what I was thinking. But he didn't seem to do so consciously. It was even weirder how his complexion and emotion changed when he realized that it happened. I don't know if this was for sure a glitch, but to me, it was definitely glitch-like. I'm on holiday break from school right now, and my sleeping habits have become terrible. Usually nowadays, I sleep around 5 in the morning and get woken up at 2 p.m. by my mother. So, today, I was woken up by her and I was feeling super tired. Growing more and more tired as I ate lunch and got onto my computer. As I browsed the internet, I remember my sister having a friend dressed in red. I don't remember what she was wearing exactly, but she came over. I remember my friend asking if I wanted to play a game together. I declined, and went into my room to browse Reddit for a while before reading a book that I've never read before. And then, I was woken up in my bed, and it was 6:30 p.m. I don't remember how this happened, but my mother was shaking me awake, telling me that it was 6:30. She had never let me sleep past 2 p.m. before, and I was stunned that she had let me sleep in like this. I didn't say anything to her, thinking that she felt I needed the rest and that it had all been a hyper-realistic dream. But then I opened my phone. My friend had asked me if I wanted to game with the exact message I thought I had dreamt 2 hours ago. This time, I had it unanswered as I was supposedly sleeping when this was sent. I left my room, and my sister's friend was outside in a red dress. The book that I was reading was also displaced, lying on my bedside table, but I don't remember the story that I was reading. I still don't really process how this happened, and I'm pretty freaked out about all of it. I don't even feel well rested, as though I had never even slept. This is my first post to this sub and the first time anything like this has ever happened to me. This stuff is scary. And I'm sorry for ever ridiculing anyone's post or thinking they were fake in the past. It's really hard to make a coherent story out of this, but I hope some people would comment if they're experiencing the same phenomenon. I need to know this is something real that others experience too. It seems to me that the Matrix is messing deliberately with me when I drive my car, and by putting other drivers on the road to pass my path on very exact moments. Let me take an example from yesterday. I've been having trouble with my sleep pattern So last night, around 1:20 a.m., I left to go night shopping at a 24-hour grocery store. When leaving my street, I have an intersection that, at daytime, is moderately busy, but at nighttime is very, very quiet. Sometimes there is only a night bus once an hour driving through it. Still, at 1:23 a.m., when I drive to the intersection, a random car appears so that I need to stop until it passes, as it has the right of way. A little later on the same street, I'm approaching another intersection that is only used by employees of a certain company, and a car again appears and I have to wait, because during the nighttime, it's a radar-controlled traffic light intersection, and the other car triggered a red light for me. This happened in the middle of the night, when there's probably 1 or 2 people working at that company's night shift. It makes no sense to me that these 2 cars would decide to start driving so that they just randomly appear at the same location and at the same time with me. I don't buy it being a random occurrence, especially when this happens to me at least several times a week. Also, this phenomenon shows up when I'm buying something perishable from a store. For example, frozen foods that can't be refrozen after getting too warm, or I'm transporting my medicine from pharmacy that has to be kept cold during transport, but it must not freeze. I always get stuck behind a car that is driving considerably under the posted allowed speed. Usually, it's a bigger vehicle like a garbage truck, tractor, street sweeper, etc. This happens to me every single time. Every single time. I can't remember when was the last time that it didn't happen, and it's driving me mad, to be honest. What really gets me is that when I try to speak about this with other people, they dismiss it as me paying only attention to those incidents when it happens, and ignoring the drives when everything is going smoothly. I can assure you that this is not the case. Sure, I would expect this kind of thing to randomly happen every now and then, but I live in a quite sparsely populated suburb, and this keeps happening way too often, and regardless of the time of day. It's really bad for my blood pressure for sure, as it is stressful to deal with it. I need some peer support, and possibly even explanation for why it keeps happening. Tonight, I had my first real glitch experience, and I just don't know how to deal with it. My partner's son came over for dinner, and when he left, we walked him out to his car. I could see a car that I've never seen before sitting there and immediately said, "Where's your other car?" They both asked, "What car?" And I replied, "The black one. You know, the Dodge Ram?" Sitting there was a Nissan Patrol. It looks nothing like the car that I have seen parked outside every time he visits. My partner and his son both said, "No, this is the car he's had for a year, that he had to wait months for." I knew that he had to wait months for the car. We talked about it a lot, and when he finally got it, we were all really happy for him. But it's not the same car. I enjoy listening to the glitch stories, and I've empathized with the confusion people felt when everyone around them looks at them like they are mad, to the point where they say just drop it because they don't want to look like an idiot. And that's exactly what I did. I just dropped it. But the physical reaction of suddenly being in that situation took me by surprise. I felt a sudden wave of nausea, and I really had to hold it together. To be confronted by something you know is not right, but to have everyone tell you that what you know is not true was intense. I'm not a car person, so I could explain it away if it was a similar looking black car, but it wasn't even the same color. And I know that he had a car that was not common here. I'm in Australia. A Dodge Ram is unique. A Nissan Patrol isn't. I immediately rang my daughter, who is the only person in my family that would listen and not think that I had lost my marbles, and told her what happened. I'm glad I could do that because I knew no one else would take me seriously. I'm very shaken by this experience, and I'm not really sure what to do now. If I have switched realities, how many other things have changed? It's scary. I have no idea if this is the right place to post this, but I just need to get this into the world because both me and my boyfriend are feeling like we're going crazy. So, my boyfriend and I wanted to go to Amsterdam yesterday. We had been planning this day for about a week. We were ready to leave, and all I had to do was grab my hip bag, containing my wallet, debit cards, ID, driver's license, etc. I always put it in the same spot, but it wasn't there. We both frantically searched the entire house without success. I didn't leave the house on Tuesday, so we thought that I must have lost it on Monday. We only went to a pet store on Monday, which is an hour drive from our home. We stopped on a gas station on the way there. I used my card at the gas station, and I'm 100% sure that I still had the bag when we walked back to the car. We then drove to the pet store, went inside for about 20 minutes, and started driving back. We did not stop again. We went back to both places to look around the parking lots and asked the employees if they had found anything. No luck. At this point, we were sure that it must still be at home, and decided to go to Amsterdam anyways, and to look for the bag again when we got home. So, the day went by and we got home. I started searching every inch of the house, including the most illogical places like the freezer, container with dog food, etc. My boyfriend did the same. We didn't find it, which seemed impossible, but we agreed that I must have lost it. That night, I canceled all of my cards, reported my driver's license as missing, and started the process of getting a new ID. We then went to bed. We woke up this morning and went downstairs. I made a cup of tea and immediately started calling around to make appointments at various places to replace all the lost cards. In the meantime, my boyfriend was sitting on the couch, chatting with our bank, to see if they could see if anyone had tried using my card. Maybe someone found my bag and took it. I sat down after getting off the phone to take a sip of my tea, and I look up the next number to call, when my boyfriend looked at me wide-eyed and said, "How did your bag get here?" I was confused, and I looked at where he was pointing, and there it was, as if nothing happened, laying perfectly placed on the couch next to us with everything in it. We just looked at each other in disbelief for a few minutes. Neither of us had placed it there, and we both looked literally everywhere for it last night. We hadn't done anything prior to finding it, besides getting out of bed, making tea, and sitting on the couch calling places. We both feel like we are going insane. This just is not possible. Has anyone ever experienced anything like this? It just feels so freaking unreal. This all happened in one evening in 2019. Not so much glitches, but profound coincidences. This is a long one, so please try to stay awake. 1. I played at an open mic and was invited to record one of my songs by a musician that we will call JD. I was very happy with the recording, and I wanted him to look into other musical issues. I purchased a portable digital recording studio years ago that I could never get working, and JD, being an excellent engineer and technician, was given the task. He was able to get it working, and we were able to hear what was recorded by the previous owner. The first track was a solo rap vocal track, and all you could hear him saying is red rum, M effing red rum, red rum. We kind of laughed at it for a moment, until we looked up at a poster that he had above his studio. It showed a caricature drawing of the actors in The Shining, and in balloon lettering was the word red rum. 2. Later that evening, I remembered that I brought JD a guitar pedal of which I had no use. It was great for shredding guitar leads, which he excels at, and I do not. As I handed him the unit, he says to hold on a minute, and he comes back with the box meant for the exact make and model pedal. He had sold his years before, but for some strange reason had held on to the box. Then, number 3. After that episode, we were discussing speakers and how I wanted to upgrade my PA system. I mentioned that I had an older system with custom brand speakers. Again, he left, and then returned with feedback screen inserts that were meant for my exact size speakers. He said that he meant to put them into the exact pair that he owned years prior, but sold them before he could install them. As an addendum, the people that he sold the pedal and the speakers to are now deceased. It makes me wonder if that rapper had a successful career, or succumbed to having the same fate. The glitch happens at the end of this story, but the build-up to it was quite strange, so bear with me, please. This happened just before Christmas of 2019, and I guess it popped in my mind recently due to it being the Christmas season. So, in December of 2019, I was traveling by train back to my hometown. When I arrived at the train platform, I started walking towards the ticket machines. As I approached, there was an attendant standing by the machines. As soon as he turned and saw me, he loudly said to me, "Well, finally, you're here. I've been waiting 30 years for you to show up." I thought that was a very weird thing to say, especially since I was only 21 at the time. At a guess, the attendant was in his 50s. The way he said it, it was a very happy and sincere, not sarcastic or even in a joking tone. Unfortunately, I was very shy and awkward, so I didn't ask what he meant. I wish now that I had. Then, he asked if he could help me with anything. So I asked him to help me buy a ticket, as I had never used the ticket machines before. As I was buying the ticket, he kept making really intense eye contact, and looking at my face as if he recognized me, and was trying to figure out if I was who he thought I was. I had only moved to the area 3 months before, and I have no family there, so he couldn't have mistaken me for an older relative of mine. I had definitely never seen him before, and it was my first time taking the train. Throughout the interaction, he asked me, "Are you going on another business trip?" Again, I was confused because I was clearly a 20-year-old student, not a businesswoman. I feel I should say that he wasn't creepy at all and definitely wasn't hitting on me. He was well-spoken, clearly not intoxicated. So, here's the glitch. After I bought my ticket, he picked up my suitcase and walked me to the train, which was very kind of him. I stepped into the train, he placed my suitcase next to me, I turned to thank him, and he was gone. It was like, as soon as he let go of my suitcase, he vanished into thin air. There was practically no one else around, so he didn't disappear into a crowd or anything. I glanced all around, and I couldn't see him anywhere. He definitely did not get on the train with me, and he wasn't anywhere on the platform. If he had run off, I would have heard his footsteps, and it wasn't enough time for him to disappear from sight, even if he was running. The whole situation felt so strange. Not paranormal, exactly, but surreal. Maybe I should mention that, even though I was in university, I have never been drunk or tried drugs, and I wasn't sleep deprived. I say this because there wasn't any easy explanation, such as me imagining him disappearing or anything. Any theories on what it could have been? He seemed to recognize me and think that I was someone from his past. So maybe it was some kind of time slip? I don't know, but thanks for reading. Hi all. First time posting here. I thought I would share as it seems to fit within the should I share flowchart. I also thought this was interesting and would be curious to know if anyone has experienced something similar. So, to give some context, I'm in Oxfordshire, UK, and earlier on today, whilst me and the family were driving home, I noticed an unusual plane. The reason it was unusual was because it was completely white, no logos, etc. It's worth me pointing out that, as I was the one driving, I wasn't able to get the greatest of looks. Anyway, the plane was kind of low, perhaps having just taken off or coming in to land. The strange part here was that the plane appeared to change color. To elaborate, the plane was white initially, which was unusual enough, but then changed to a gray color. Normally, I would think nothing of it. However, as the plane was unusual in the first place, I had mentioned it to my partner and 5-year-old son, who all saw the same thing. Some points to note. 1. We did not see the plane physically change color. It happened in the few seconds when we were driving past some trees and bushes, and the line of sight was obscured. However, the military gray plane, which we saw, I'm pretty certain, was the same plane. This is due to the height and direction it was traveling. If it were two separate planes, they would have had to have been extremely close to one another. 2. I'm a relatively skeptical person, and have tried looking at this logically, but am stumped on an actual answer. It's been a sunny day here today, and I don't believe the color change could have been due to any lighting, given the differences between the colors. 3. If we are in a simulation, then the easiest way to describe what we saw was a rendering glitch. The colors took too long to load. Again, this would have been something that I'd have brushed off had I been the only one to witness it, but I'm curious to hear others' thoughts and experiences. I'm not sure if this is a glitch in the Matrix per se, but it's definitely uncanny. Some backstory. I used to live in another state for a few years before moving back to my home state. In this other state, I started my first job at a grocery store. I was a typical innocent good girl who loved her job, and could cake on the cheese for the customers and actually look like a normal, happy human being. And this got me a good reputation with our regulars, and I would often help the elderly with heavy groceries into their car. Around this time, the weather was turning, and it was becoming bone-chillingly cold with vicious winds. One of my regulars saw that I didn't have a heavy coat, let alone gloves, and she surprised me with a gift one day. I opened up the little bag, and she kindly gifted me a pair of unique, knitted green gloves. They were long, and had been specially knit to have a left and right hand. I was touched. I thanked her genuinely and wore the gloves every winter for as long as I was in the state. When I moved back to my home state, at some point, I lost that pair of gloves. I don't know how and I don't know where, but it was early 2012. Fast forward to 2017, and I'm just getting to know a coworker on a more non-work level, and we decided to hang out at her house for the first time. I'm just getting to know her and all, and we had some deep conversations. Somehow, the subject of gloves comes up. I told her that I needed some actually, as I had lost my pair a while back. and she goes to her closets to grab a shoebox on the top shelf. She says she actually has a whole box of gloves that she's found over the years, and I can gladly take a pair. She's digging through the box, sets out a few pairs, and of the whole box full, she says, "How about these?" And she has the same pair of gloves that I once had. My jaw drops. She sees my face, and I'm like, "No way." She looks confused as I do, and I tell her, "You're not going to believe this, but those are actually my gloves that I lost a few years ago." And she says, "Are you sure?" And I told her my story of how a customer had gifted them to me, and she just says, "Whoa, I just gotta chill. Synchronicity." We had a very deep friendship for years after that. She was very spiritual and taught me a few things, and made a huge impact on my life. But, unfortunately, she met a toxic guy and she just let him control her life and she became unrecognizable. Now that I type this, the last gift she ever gave me was a pair of new gloves, and with foxes on them, before we stopped talking to each other over that psychopathic guy. But I just thought it was pretty crazy that she, of all people, had my pair, and instinctively gravitated towards that pair to give to me. This was a couple of years ago now. I was staying at my childhood home right before my mom was going to be moving. I had spent that day helping her pack and going through my childhood things, and was kind of excited to sleep in my childhood bedroom one last time. I was pregnant at the time, so I was struggling to get comfy in bed, and I hadn't slept yet. When it got to be 1 in the morning and I knew that my husband was just getting home from work by then, I decided to just call him briefly to say goodnight, and maybe by then I would be tired enough to just fall asleep. I've always had to pace when I talk on the phone, so I just instinctively started pacing, occasionally passing by my bedroom door. As I was on the phone with him, I saw my mom walk by my bedroom door heading for the bathroom. Same pajamas that she fell asleep in, same curly hair in a ponytail. It was clearly, even in very dim lighting, my mother. I didn't think much of it at first, aside from worrying that I had woken her up. I was all set to apologize for my noise, when I realized from where she was, she could not have walked into the bathroom door. She must have walked into the wall next to the door closer to my bedroom. I went silent. My husband still says that he's never had goosebumps the way he did when I went silent. And then I finally spoke. He says it was probably about 2 minutes. As I'd realized that she hadn't been in the pathway to the door, I also started to realize that I could still hear my mother snoring away in the room next to me. I felt frozen with fear, but I slowly left my room, looked towards the bathroom, which was pitch black, and nervously walked to her door. She always kept the door open for her cat to go in and out. There was just enough light from the kitchen area to see into her room. My mom was right there in bed, sound asleep. I quickly got back to my room and tried to find the words to tell my husband what had just happened. I still don't understand why or how. My husband and I have talked about it so many times now, and thinking about that night still gives us chills. It just doesn't make any sense. The story starts several years ago, around 2008. I was about to move and I went to see a dear friend who was very ill. We had a nice evening and visit, and I decided to spend the night at her house instead of going home. The next morning was chilly, and as I had not brought any extra clothes, she let me have a shirt to wear. It had the name of a local band, Moon Alice, and the silk-screened graphic had a picture of a woman. It was white ink on a rust-red colored long-sleeve t-shirt. Now, I don't usually have long-sleeved t-shirts, and rust red is not a color that I would choose, nor do I usually have things with logos. But that didn't matter. It was a gift from a dear friend. So I wore it home and I put it in my closet. My dear friend passed away a short time later, and that shirt was a special reminder of her, the place, and the music that she liked. I took it camping with me once and showed it to a friend who camped with me and asked if he knew the band. I showed him the shirt and talked about that band. Then it went home to my closet. A few years go by, and I had to move again, and was packing my clothes and saw the long-sleeved rust-red colored t-shirt. I picked it up to think about my friend before I packed it. Only, it was no longer Moon Alice. It had the same woman's face as a graphic in white ink, but it now read Mermaid University, Alaska. I thought, that's weird, and looked for my Moon Alice shirt, but it was nowhere to be found. I was moving and packing all of my clothes, but there was no rust-red Moon Alice shirt anywhere. Besides that, I would have never have bought a shirt like that. I don't wear that color and don't wear logos. I'm basic black and gray all the time. Yet, I now have a rust-red long-sleeved t-shirt with a similar graphic, but just totally different words. I've never been to Alaska, and I wouldn't have bought a Mermaid University shirt anyway. Now, when I was packing, the same friend who had camped and talked to me about the band was at my house. I asked if he remembered the Moon Alice shirt, and yes, he did. I showed him the new version of the shirt and told him how it changed. He thought that was weird. We joked about a glitch in the Matrix before any of these Reddits were around, but it had no other explanation. That it had the same graphic, a little different frame and typeface, but otherwise the same shirt. It's just strange. I kept it. It's still a reminder of my friend, though no longer a reminder of the band that she liked. I'm still tripped up over what happened. For some background, I, a little over a month ago, purchased this really nice green flannel for $60. Now, for the past month or month and a half, I've been wearing this flannel basically non-stop, and it was never out of my sight for very long. Well, this past Friday, I left my house to head over to my boyfriend's. Now, I have multiple Ring cameras around my condo/parking area that showed me very clearly having that green flannel in my bag that I packed for his place. So, I know for a fact that I left with it Friday night around 9 p.m. Saturday morning rolls around, and I drive back to my place very early to drive my mom to the airport, and my Ring camera footage very clearly showed that I did not bring it back to my house. I also know for a fact that I left all of my stuff at his place, as I knew that I would return after the drive to the airport. Later that Saturday, when I returned to my boyfriend's house, I noticed that my green flannel, which I always place very carefully on an office chair in his room, is nowhere to be seen. I start panicking because it was expensive, plus I almost never lose or misplace things, and I tear apart not only his entire room searching everywhere for it, but I also tear up his entire house looking in places that I had not even gone with it. I even checked my car, his car, my mom's car. This flannel had entirely disappeared without explanation. Once I eventually head back to my house Monday morning, I begrudgingly go out to repurchase the flannel, thinking that, if anything, I will keep the tags on this new one while I spend the entire week recombing through every square inch of my boyfriend's house, as well as my place. Tell me why I randomly wake up around 3 a.m. to the lost flannel ever so casually laying across my bed under my feet. I was home alone with no one else other than my dog. I cannot explain it in any logical form how it reappeared out of seemingly thin air. When searching for it, I even unfolded all of my blankets that I had folded up on my bed, thinking that maybe it was between the blankets, but it wasn't. I'm happy it's back, but damn, am I confused. One evening, a few weeks ago, my partner and I were driving home from a city festival that we attended. This area of town, in particular, has street lighting, lit up signs, etc. So even in the dark, it's not that dark. I could have driven without headlights and still seen where I was going. For background, we had not been drinking, it was not late at night. In fact, it was before 9 p.m., and there are no mitigating factors that can explain why this happened. As we cruised through the downtown portion of this decent-sized city, we came to a four-way stop on a road that we have driven dozens, if not hundreds, of times. Up ahead to the left, there was a dumpster at the corner of the post office, which sat at the next intersection. The dumpster was not tucked away in the dark. It was in front of the building, away from any structures. I'm guessing less than 40 yards away from where we stopped. As I'm waiting at the intersection, I notice there's a man very obviously standing at the dumpster. He's got a black hoodie and what appears to be gray sweatpants on, smoking a cigarette with his back turned to us. I gestured in his direction and said casually to my partner, "I wonder what this guy's up to." Note, I said nothing to my partner about his appearance or what he looked to be doing. I slowly rolled the stop sign, approaching the dumpster at less than 20 miles per hour, and at this point we're both paying close attention to what he's doing out there in the dark. We got within 10 yards of the next stop sign, which was directly next to the dumpster, and it was as if the man slowly morphed and disappeared. It felt like a slow-motion scene of a movie where his whole figure was just absorbed into the dumpster. Both of us audibly gasped at the same time and looked at each other in disbelief. The man was gone. I don't know how long we stopped there to recall what had just happened, but there is no way that a person could have been standing there and walked away without us blatantly seeing it. My partner turned and said to me, "What the hell? That guy was smoking a cigarette, was he not? Wearing a black hoodie and sweatpants?" Again, I did not share with them anything about the appearance of the man that I saw, just pointed in his direction. The rest of the way home, we just sat in disbelief. To this day, it still blows my mind because I've never seen anything like this right before my eyes. Both of us bring it up frequently and wonder what the hell we saw. I'll probably never know, but I had to share my experience. So, last night, both my best friends and I went out, and around 2 a.m., we started heading home. One of my friends just moved to a city very close to where myself and our other friend, the driver, live, and it's an apartment off of a street that is parallel to the freeway we were taking. At 2:40 a.m., we drop him off outside his place, and at 2:41 he texts our group chat saying, "Inside." We get right back on the freeway heading eastbound, and my friend gets off an exit that is one exit before the usual one he takes whenever he drops me off. And I even made a comment like, "Why did you get off here instead of insert other exit?" And he said he just felt like taking this one. We're now on surface streets driving for a few minutes when my friend suddenly goes, "Where the hell are we?" and pulls the car over and starts panicking, telling me to pull up maps on my phone. The clock reads 2:55 a.m., and we're about 9 miles southeast from my house in a different city and coming up on an entrance to a freeway that is not even connected to the original one we were on. I start to panic as well, because I don't understand how we got so far so fast without noticing. We FaceTime the friend that we had just dropped off, and he picks up with a massive nosebleed, and he's confused about why our locations are where they are with the Find My Friends app. We explain to him what happened, and he's just as confused. The drive from his apartment to the initial exit we used is a 10-minute drive, in and of itself, at 85 plus with no traffic. So, how did we end up miles away in 15 minutes, and so disassociated about it? The cherry on top is that after dropping me off and finally getting himself home, now around 3:30 a.m., my friend arrives home to his family informing him that just 10 minutes before he arrived, someone tried to break into their home. Within 15 minutes of dropping our friend off, we ended up around 21 miles away in the wrong direction, and completely unconnected to the exit that we got off on. We have the screenshots to show the texts and the map with the timestamps, so we know we weren't wrong about the timing. I'm not sure what happened, and I can't think of a logical explanation. Growing up, I've always had small things happen that are hard to explain. My family kind of decided that it's a ghost of a family member or something like that, but after reading more about glitches in the Matrix, that sounds completely like what has been happening. My most recent was just over a month and a half ago, and it's definitely the most memorable. I have a little bin in my house that I keep things like my wallet, keys, stuff for work, etc. I pass the bin multiple times every day, as it's on a desk in the kitchen. One night, as I was getting ready for bed, I noticed my wallet wasn't in the bin. So, I figured I had left it in my pocket when I changed. I ran to go grab it so I would have it ready when I left for work the next day. It wasn't in my pocket. I decided to retrace my steps that I had taken all day. No sign of the wallet. I proceeded to tear the house apart for about 2 hours, until I decided that I was probably just overtired and that it would show up in the morning. In the morning, I mentioned to my mom that I didn't know where my wallet was, and I asked for help looking for it. She was already asleep at the time that I noticed it was missing that night. We tore the house apart again, emptying out every shelf and drawer in the house. We had been out Christmas shopping the day before, and I couldn't remember the last place that I had my wallet. So, we called every store that we had stopped at. Nobody had turned it in. So, I called and canceled my credit cards, and had to go to the BMV and get a new license. Around 2 weeks later, I had gotten all of my replacement cards and a new license. I had basically forgotten about the missing wallet at that point. The day after my last replacement item came in, my mom woke me up early and asked where I found my wallet. I asked her what she was talking about and told her that I hadn't. My old wallet, with everything still in it, was sitting right behind my bin. We had searched the bin, dumped everything out of it, cleared off the desk completely, yet it was right there, exactly where it was supposed to be. I had also been grabbing things out of this bin every day, as, like I said, I kept my keys, wallet, and work stuff in it. I know this isn't the craziest glitch, but situations like this have been happening to my family semi-regularly as long as I can remember. Does the Matrix just like messing with us? Does the programmer working on my family just get lazy sometimes and forgets to program items back in it for a while? If anyone knows why things like this happen so often, I would love an explanation. And Thank you for listening to my weird experience. Almost 2 years ago, my wife and I took an 8-hour road trip to the desert to celebrate my birthday. Both of us were heavy smokers, and as a birthday gift to myself, I decided to quit. She wasn't as stoked as I was, but since it was my birthday trip, she agreed to let me hog the stereo on the way home so I could listen to an audiobook called Easy Way to Quit Smoking by Alan Carr. The thing about this book is that the reader is encouraged to smoke while they read, or in my case listen, to the book, and only decide if they want to quit after they have finished. So, we're driving and smoking, and listening to this book while driving through the mountains of northern Arizona, when we both hear a loud bang. At the same time, I feel something hit my chest, followed by my left pec muscle getting really cold. I look down and see a puff of smoke coming from the left pocket of the flannel shirt that I was wearing at the time. I was 100% sure that I had been shot, so I instinctively put my head under the shirt expecting to feel a bloody hole. But there was nothing there, just a cold patch of skin. So I felt around in the pocket of my shirt and pulled out a bunch of sharp plastic pieces. It took a few seconds to make sense of what had happened. The lighter that I was carrying in the pocket had, for no apparent reason, exploded. The cold feeling came from the butane escaping, which I had mistaken for smoke. I had smoked for over 20 years and had never had a lighter spontaneously combust like that. My wife had never experienced it either, and the fact that it happened while listening to a book about not smoking anymore, at the exact second I was thinking about lighting up another one, makes the whole thing feel a little more like a miracle. Before you ask, this wasn't a high-quality disposable lighter like a Bic. This was one of those transparent plastic ones you buy for 89 cents at the gas station. And I had probably used it to open several beers that weekend, so its structural integrity could have been questionable. Still, the timing was pretty incredible. Also, while we continued to smoke for the rest of the drive, we finished the book about the same time we rolled into our driveway, and neither one of us have had a cigarette since. My uncle and I went to a Bucks game a few weeks ago, as his friend wasn't able to make it, so we used his season tickets to go to the game. As we're scanning the tickets, we ask the worker how to get to our section and seats. My uncle and I vividly remember the tickets saying Section 235, Row W, Seats 4 and 5. So the worker points us to the direction of Section 235 and we go find our seats. I double-checked the tickets before we got to our section just to make sure that we are finding the correct seats, and I confirmed that it said Section 235, Row W, Seats 4 and 5. I then asked an usher to confirm where our seats are, and he pointed us in the right direction towards Row W after looking at our tickets. So we go over to Row W, and we see that there are people in our seats already. No big deal, we thought, as we can just hop around in that section until we felt like asking them to move when the game got busier. Eventually, we're asked to move to our seats, so we go back to Row W and ask the people there to politely move since those were our seats. The two guys sitting in seats 4 and 5 were very sure that those were their seats, and they then show us their tickets, which shows that they are indeed Section 235, Row W, Seats 4 and 5. This is where we get really confused. We then pulled out our tickets to show them those are also our seats, only for it to say we're in Section 235, Row B, Seats 1 and 2. What the hell? Our tickets seemingly changed from Row W seats 4 and 5 to Row B seats 1 and 2. We had absolutely no clue how that could be possible, as we had ushers confirm multiple times where our seats were throughout the first half of the game, while making mental note of our exact row and seat number so I would not forget. We then moved down to our new seats, and just sat in absolute confusion as to how that could have happened. It makes sense that row B seats 1 and 2 were the correct seats all along, as we saw some friends behind us who were asking where the usual friends were that have the season tickets. We told them what happened, and they couldn't make sense of it either, and they jokingly suggested that we were probably too drunk to notice the difference. However, I was sober, and we'd had multiple ushers confirm what the previous ticket said before the mysterious switch. There's likely a reasonable explanation for this, but my uncle and I are still scratching our heads, wondering how that happened. We both vividly remember the same details and just don't know how the hell that happened that day. Any thoughts? This happened a year or so back when my husband and I were living in a rental house throughout COVID. A multitude of weird things happened to us there, which I had originally put down to paranormal weirdness, but the more that I talk about what we experienced, the more I've been encouraged to write it here instead. A ton of things happened in the 18 months that we were renting the house. Some of which I have written about in other threads, but this definitely felt the most glitchy. I decided to take off my jewelry one day whilst cleaning the house. I was walking into the bedroom to put my ring in its box on the bedside table, and as soon as I was walking through the door, it dropped out of my hands to the floor. As soon as that thing hit the carpet, it was gone. Despite the fact that it landed on the soft carpet and settled in pretty much in the exact place that it felt like as soon as I blinked, it had disappeared. I looked everywhere. Under the furniture, across every inch of the bedroom, even checking the other rooms despite knowing there was no way it had gone that far. After searching for a while, I decided to go back to cleaning, hoping that I would find it along the way and all would be well. I cleaned the house from top to bottom that day, and could safely say that the ring had completely disappeared. I was disappointed, but there was little that could be done. About 2 months later, we were preparing to move out and I was doing the final clean. Doing pretty much the same routine every week, I went into a sort of robot mode, moving around the house methodically before getting to the bedroom. The furniture from the whole house was already moved out a couple of days prior. I was finishing the clean before handing the keys back to the landlord. As soon as I walked through the door, something fell, seemingly out of the sky, and bumped me on the nose before falling on the floor and settling on the carpet. It was the ring, back in the exact spot that it had fallen 2 months prior, as though it was mere seconds ago that I had dropped it. I was so perplexed at the time that I picked the ring up and carried on cleaning, convinced that it must have been tangled in my clothing or something. However, the more I talk and think about it, the more I feel that this was a true glitch in the Matrix. Although the rational side of me, my husband mostly, says there has to be some sort of reasonable explanation. This happened a while back. My best friend's sister had a football practice in a school gym, and we decided to tag along. As we arrive, I notice the school is right next to a cemetery, so obviously I pointed out because it's spooky. It's relevant later. At this point, we're in the gym and practice has started, but since we were 3 girls trying to gossip and such in privacy, we decided not to stay in the gym. So we wandered along the halls and found an empty locker room with a no cell phone sign on the door. We were on a ghost jokes rampage because of the cemetery, so to be silly, I opened the door and stuck my hand in there, waving my phone and shouting, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" We laughed it off, thinking nothing of it, and then proceeded to our normal activities. When, at some point, I realized I can't find my phone. I definitely remember rolling my jacket into a ball, dropping it on the bench, and then putting my phone on top, so knowing I hadn't moved it, I thought one of my friends took it as a joke. So we decided to start searching, and since no one had come in or out of the locker room, the phone had to still be in there. Mind you, it's a pretty small space. It was divided in one bathroom area, only one stall, one toilet, one sink, the shower area, with 6 shower stalls, and the main locker area which we had stayed in. Lockers on 2 opposite walls, a window on the back wall, and 2 benches in front of the lockers. So we opened every single locker, we checked on the window frame, literally everywhere possible, even the trash can. An important detail is that the top of the lockers was slanted in a way that any object put on it would slide off, so it couldn't have been there. My phone was nowhere to be found. I even body searched my friends. Eventually we had to go, so I had to come to terms with the fact that my phone had disappeared, but as we were walking out, I convinced my best friend's mom to let me go check one last time. Of course, I didn't want to go alone, so my friends came with me. We get to the locker room, and as soon as we open the door, bam, we hear something loudly hitting the floor. There was my phone, in the middle of the room, facing down after we had just seen it fall from thin air. There was nothing on the ceiling that could have been holding it. The most odd part is that, when picking it up, I directly inspected it to see if the fall had damaged it. No cracks, but instead, condensed drops of water under my screen on the top right corner. I have no idea what actually happened, but we like to joke and say that it was just a goofy ghost. I have a young cat who's really smart and really naughty. She's allowed outside during the day, but she's also afraid of birds, so she prefers it if me or my partner are outside with her. However, she really wants to be out at night, and she knows that she's not allowed. She used to try to bolt if the door was opened for even a second, but we wised up to her and now she tries to be stealthy. It doesn't work on me because I've got her number, but my partner can be oblivious sometimes and she'll take the opportunity to slip out. I like to read, smoke, and drink on the back deck at night, and there's a huge glass-paneled door that she can jealously watch me through. Sometimes she stays by the door the entire time, especially when the moths are out. But sometimes she gets bored and goes to her spot on the couch. And now, for story time. One night, I'm out reading and drinking, and I hear a soft thump on the deck. I look up, and there she is, that little rat. I start scolding her for being out at night, assuming that my partner accidentally let her out. And she ignores me, doing her usual routine of standing up on her haunches and smelling this particular spot on the wall. It's an unusual posture, and it looks really funny and distinctive. As I'm still scolding her, she meanders under the table just out of my reach. I look under, but she seems to have disappeared into the shadows. I know that she'll eventually want to come back in, so I don't pursue her. That just makes her stay away. So I get up to go in and refill my drink, and berate my partner, and what do I see? She's in her spot on the couch, completely passed out asleep. I start yelling for my partner, and she wakes up slightly, looking at me through drowsy eyes. I saw her outside less than 2 minutes ago, and my partner said that they hadn't gone out at all recently. I wondered if there was a cat who looked like her, but she's so distinct down to her extra hangy primordial pouch and silly little quirks. And clearly the cat outside knew me and was comfortable enough with me. We also don't have many strays around here because we border the wilderness, and they can't survive. I know all of my neighbors' cats, and they definitely don't look or act like mine. Was she astral projecting? Was I seeing into the future or the past? Or does my cat have a doppelganger? So, I work at a bar, and I'm the only daytime bartender available on staff at the moment. One of my main jobs is to make sure the liquor and beer is stocked and ready for the dinner rush. When it's slow, I literally fully stock it to the brim as much as possible. I sell 3 beers, and then go get those 3 to replace them. So, it's like 2 p.m., and I notice that we have some holes in the beer stock. I have a slow period, so I write a list. 1 Coors Light, 2 Lager, 1 bottle Well Vodka, 1 bottle Mezcal, 1 bottle Merlot. I take my list upstairs to our stockroom and grab the items. I remember grabbing the Coors Light and commenting to myself, the 24-pack is in a different place than it usually is. Which makes me look at the bottle as I pick it up. I clearly read Coors Light. Okay, cool. I get my items and head back down to the bar to put them in their respective homes. Here's where things get interesting. The missing beer that I wrote down as Coors Light is not missing. The Coors are fully stocked. The Miller Lite next to it, however, is missing 1 single beer. Okay, no big deal. I must have mistaken the brand. It happens. Instead of going back upstairs to trade beers, I decide to put the Coors Light on the empty bottom shelf and decide to grab a Miller Lite later. So that's what I do. I put a single bottle of Coors Light on the bottom shelf. I close the cooler, and I go about doing some other work for the next shift. About a half hour later, a few of my regulars come in, and I know the one lady likes Bud Light, so I turn around to grab it out of the cooler. And I see the Coors Light on the bottom shelf is different. The Coors Light that I almost dropped on my way down the stairs to place it in its home. The Coors Light that I stared at 3 separate times and made mental notes about is gone. In its place, a bottle of Miller Lite. Miller Lite, not Coors Light. No one was behind my bar but me. I will swear on whatever you want me to, but I am dead certain that beer was a Coors Light. But, sitting in its place on the bottom shelf, is a single bottle of Miller Lite. The crazy thing is, today, within the same 4-hour period, 3 separate people in my immediate world have had glitch stories. I was a mild follower before, but now I am 100% convinced that the Matrix glitched today. So, this actually happened a few years ago, and it's only because I've found myself here on this sub that I remember it. The weirdest thing happened to me and my boyfriend one night. So, for a little context, I'll just say that I live close to a motorway, and there's this one huge roundabout just off it that you can take to get to a couple of destinations. Anyways, it's a big roundabout with 3 lanes and 5 exits. The exit that takes us in the direction to my house is the second one as you come off the motorway, and it's distinct because it's the only exit on this roundabout where you have to go under a bridge, and it's all lit up. This roundabout is always busy because it separates 2 towns. So here's what happened, and it all happened quite fast. We came off the motorway and it was about an hour or so after rush hour, so it wasn't super busy, but wasn't dead either. We were driving towards the roundabout in the right lane, of 2 lanes, and we need to move to the left in order to be able to get onto the left lane of the roundabout and exit at the correct point. As we're about to switch lanes, another car, the same as ours, significant or not, cuts us up and we end up missing the exit. So I'm like, oh, great. We're gonna have to go all the way back around now. This was annoying because I needed to go to the restroom, but hey ho, so we start to drive around it again and reach the light at the third exit of the roundabout, which are red, so we wait. When they turn green, we set off, and then the weirdest thing happened. Just as quickly as we blinked, we were driving down the exits that we were originally supposed to take. We were coming out of the other end of the bridge with the lights. It was absolutely impossible because we had missed that exit, and we needed to do a whole other loop of the roundabout to get back to it again. Not to mention the fact that the exit road itself is quite lengthy before you reach the bridge. I use this roundabout multiple times a week. I know it like the back of my hand, and I've lived in this town all my life. At first instance, I thought it might just have been me being tired and not concentrating, but I looked at my boyfriend and his face was just like, WTF. So I said, did you just see that happen as well? And he was like, yeah, what the hell just happened? Absolutely no explanation for it at all, and we were just weirded out for the rest of the night. If you think there may be a logical explanation for this, please share, because I really cannot explain it. This probably barely counts, but it's all I have. I wear glasses. I get new glasses from the same optometrist every 2 years after my prescription changes. I am incredibly nearsighted. I get the same frame type since I'm used to it, and I think it looks good. They're usually a rose gold or pinkish metal half frame, with the bottom half of the frames being plastic tubing to hold the lenses in tightly. My last pair were pink with swirling wave-like patterns on the legs of the frames. 2 weeks ago, I misplaced my new glasses. The nose pads were loose, and of a firmer plastic than my old ones, so they clicked whenever I adjusted my glasses on my face. The metal was closer to gold than rose gold, and the legs had little square patterns on them, almost like ancient Greek pottery or clothing sometimes has. The ear pads were close to the same color as the metal. I could not find these glasses anywhere. For 2 weeks, I wore my old ones while I looked for my newer glasses. Last night, my mother picked up a pair of glasses that no one in our house recognized. We all wear glasses, but we also all have different prescriptions. My father and brother are just barely nearsighted to the point that their glasses are just for driving and reading, whereas my mother requires trifocals. I do not require trifocals or bifocals just yet. However, I am significantly more nearsighted than my father and brother, with a steep astigmatism that no one else in my family has. Regardless, the mystery glasses frames were a rich rose gold with brown ear pads. The legs were split-shanked at the hinges, with wave patterns further down the leg. I firmly declared that these were not my missing glasses, since the frames looked nothing like my new ones. Everyone tried them on, and the prescription of these mystery glasses only matched mine. Therefore, logically, the glasses must be mine. These mystery frames are the most confirmed glitch that I have ever experienced in my life. The nose pads click whenever the glasses shift or I adjust them. The prescription is undoubtedly mine. However, looking at old selfies, the frames are a different shape. I even took them to my optometrist's office and they confirmed that the prescription is mine, but the frames did not come from their office. There's no brand or serial number anywhere on these glasses. Nobody can tell me in the slightest where these frames came from. and I still cannot find the other frames. I've had this happen 3 distinct times, several years apart. First, when I was an idiotic 16-year-old, I had recently gotten my license and was driving myself and my little sister home from school. I was cocky and tried showing off for her, turning up the music and headbanging for a few seconds. When I opened my eyes, I remember being a moment away from hitting a parked car. The very next moment, I was 2 blocks back where I turned onto the street. I pulled over in a panic and my sister asked me why I was stopping. I asked her about that moment at least 10 years later, and she said she doesn't remember me headbanging or the music being loud, just wondering why I was stopping so far from home. Second, I was driving to a music festival when I was 20. The festival was a 3-hour drive away, and I went with 2 friends, one of which said we could take his new white Mustang. It was super early, and he said that he was up late the night before, so he insisted that I drive. As we neared the festival, I got to a winding inner-city highway on-ramp, and I couldn't see the approaching traffic very easily, and I wasn't familiar with driving in the area. So, I treated it as any other on-ramp. And I swear that we got hit by a semi that I saw last minute. But the next instant, I was at a complete stop at the end of the on-ramp, with the semi crossing in front of us. I never brought that up with the other 2, since I was driving someone else's new car, and it felt wrong to mention it. Finally, I was in my early 20s and remember driving across the state with my sister on our way back from visiting family. It was late, probably 10 p.m. I was in the left-hand lane and someone came up on me faster than I anticipated. They passed me on the right as I saw another car approaching quickly. I moved to the right lane immediately as the first car passed me to get out of the way of the second car. I hear a loud grinding sound as I hit the black trailer the first car was pulling, only to blink and see the first car and trailer well ahead of me. There was no damage on my car, and my sister didn't see or hear anything weird once again. I'm at the point where I try to avoid driving if possible. I'd rather offer to just pay to help someone cover the cost of gas if it means that I don't have to drive. I've been sitting on these for a while now, and I think about them pretty regularly whenever I'm on a long road trip. This one is a bit odd, and I'm not really sure what is happening at all. I'd like to start at the beginning. I moved into this rental home about 3 years ago. It had a lot of remodeling before we moved in. It still needs some work, but for the most part, it's a pretty good place to live. While the landlords were doing some work, they realized that one of the garage door openers were broken, so they replaced it. But, of course, in the middle of all the work, they lost the remote. It is a 2-car garage, and I only use the opener with the new one, since the other door has an opener on it from the 90s. It still works, but I cannot get an opener for it. The main door has a garage door opener button next to it, but it's from the older opener, and the one for the brand new one is right next to the garage door, so you can't hit it while leaving by mistake. About a year ago, I started parking my car in the garage. I went to the hardware store and bought a remote for my door. I did try it on the older model first, because I did want to use that door, but it didn't work, so plans changed. I got the remote working, everything was good, and I had my nice old beat-up car in the garage. A few months pass by, and I walk out to go to work, and the garage door is wide open. I stopped dead and looked at it. My keys sit in a metal container on a little table. It wasn't somewhere where you could easily press the button. I got to work, closed the door, and come home to find it is still closed. so I just assumed that one of the people I live with left it up by mistake or something. We do put our trash out that way, so someone else needing to use the door did make sense. It stays closed until about a month later, and I find it open once again. This time I asked everyone in the house if they opened the door when I got back from work. No one used that garage door to put any trash out that night. So, I decided to move my keys to a different place, where it's a metal container with a lid, in case everyone else's keys were pressing a button or something by mistake, since we all place our keys together. A month or two later, the door is open once more. Now, I've been good at keeping my keys in the new place. No one else touched that container, and even if my landlord had the remote and were playing a trick or something, they live in another city. There is one of those slide locks at the bottom that keeps the door from going up even if you use a remote, and I slid that into place when I got home now, but I still don't get what's happening here. No one could be pressing the buttons by accident anymore. It's just weirding me out. And I hope this stops, but if it doesn't, that lock will keep it closed. Unless it somehow glitches too. This could be chalked up to me being in a state of shock, or it could be considered a glitch. I'll let you decide. For a little context, I'm a 44-year-old woman and I'm in a wheelchair. I've lived on my own, independently, since I was 19. In my 20s, I was a night owl, staying up all night and sleeping all day. One night in April of 2004, I made hamburger stew in my crock pot. After I ate, I put the leftover stew in a plastic container to put in the icebox. While doing so, the crock pot tipped over, spilling boiling hot stew all over my lap. As soon as it hit my legs, I had so many thoughts run through my head. First, I thought, okay, I'll go knock on a neighbor's door and ask for help. But it was 4 a.m, so that was a no-go. I was at a loss of what to do. Finally, I grabbed my cordless phone, went to my bedroom, took my pants off, and then called everyone that I could think of. Nobody answered their phones, so I popped a couple of over-the-counter painkillers and tried passing out, which didn't really work. So I just laid there trying to relax for the next 4 hours. Around 8 or 9, I tried my mom again, and this time she answered. I told her that I burned myself and that I needed her to come to get me to take me to the hospital. She then tells me that she would be there in a couple hours after she got some sleep. I wasn't in the mood to argue with her at that point, so I just said okay and hung up the phone. I finally ended up passing out of sheer exhaustion. I still didn't sleep very well because I was in so much pain. When my mother finally did show up and saw the severity of the burn, she apologized to me for not getting there sooner. She then scolded me for not calling 911. Honestly, I didn't even think to call 911. The weird thing, when I told her who all I tried calling, we called everyone that I told her I had called, and nobody had any record of me trying to call them. I'd called my mom, my dad, all my siblings, my grandpa, and my mom's friend, and not one person, including my mom, had any record of me trying to call them until 8 or 9 that morning, when I called my mom back. I remember so vividly calling all of those people. I still don't and will probably never understand how nobody had any record of me calling. Like I said, it could be a glitch, or I guess it could be shock, I don't know. It's still baffling regardless of whatever it is. And thank you for reading.